In July 2009, 55-year-old Gloria Marmolejo vanished without a trace from her home in El Paso, Texas. Just the day before, she had unexpectedly returned from a trip and discovered something inside her home, something she had likely feared or suspected for a long time. Within hours, all contact with her was lost. No calls, no texts, no updates, nothing. When her son suggested she might have left to clear her head, her family became uneasy. This wasn't like Gloria at all. She wasn't the kind of person who would just disappear without a word. A few days later, things took a darker turn. Her car was found abandoned, while all of her personal belongings were still neatly arranged back at the house. What started as a standard missing persons report slowly unraveled into a horrifying story of secret relationships, a double life, and a betrayal that would lead to murder. El Paso sits in the far western corner of Texas, right on the border of Mexico. The city is known for its unique blend of cultures, its tense border dynamics, and its reputation for higher crime rates. Despite all that, many families there live with a strong sense of community, tradition, and family loyalty. It's the kind of place where Sunday gatherings are sacred and roots run deep. It was in this city that Gloria Marmolejo was born on July 28, 1954. She came from a large, tight-knit Mexican-American family, where values like loyalty, resilience, and love for family were passed down through generations. In the early 1970s, Gloria met Armando Marmolejo. He charmed her quickly, and the two were married on October 11, 1975. Gloria gave her everything to the relationship, always standing by Armando, never letting anyone speak poorly of him, and fully committing to the life they were building. They had two sons together, Manny first, followed a few years later by David. At first, the family seemed like a portrait of stability. A modest home, holidays spent together, and a rhythm of daily life that felt normal and secure. But things changed after David's birth. Armando took a job that, according to him, required constant travel. He was home less and less until eventually he was barely there at all. His business trips became more secretive, and even relatives were left in the dark about where he was or what he was doing. By the time David was around 6 years old, Armando had essentially vanished from their lives. In April 1995, Gloria made the separation official. She filed for divorce. Armando relocated to another state and cut off all contact with both sons. Despite everything, Gloria refused to let it break her. She adapted and turned her full attention to raising her boys. According to her brother, she had a unique bond with each son, nurturing them in different ways, based on their personalities and what they needed most. As the boys became men, they began to drift apart, each following his own direction. Manny settled into a stable lifestyle, while David seemed to struggle with focus, frequently shifting careers and goals. Eventually, Gloria found herself living alone. But even then, she refused to fall into loneliness or regret. At age 50, she made a bold decision. She left the job she had held for 27 years, went back to school, and earned a degree in management. Soon after, she began working as a real estate agent, a role that not only gave her income, but a renewed sense of independence and purpose. Her life settled into a comfortable routine. She lived in a clean, organized home, surrounded by a small but well-kept garden, a peaceful corner of the world she had worked hard to build for herself. Gloria had always taken pride in her home. She spent her days gardening, reading, and enjoying the fresh air, finally at peace after years of challenges and sacrifices. But that peace was about to be shattered. One of Gloria's longtime neighbors, an elderly man, became seriously ill. Not long after, his adult son moved in to care for him. His name was never mentioned in case files, but his presence did not go unnoticed. Gloria began to notice strange things. She often saw someone watching her from behind the bushes that bordered her yard. Whoever it was always stayed hidden, never too close, but she could feel the stare. Intense, invasive, unsettling. One day she even caught him holding something that looked like a phone or a camera, clearly recording her. And this wasn't just a one-time incident. It kept happening. The sense of safety she had always felt in her own home, gone. She tried not to panic. She didn't want to jump to conclusions, but the tension, it kept building. Still, she never called the police. Part of her felt sympathy. The man was just there to care for his sick father. She didn't want to cause more problems. Another part of her simply hoped it would stop on its own. Instead, she called her brother, Mark. She explained everything, calmly, but seriously. She admitted she was uneasy. She told him to stay in close contact, just in case. That conversation planted a seed. The thought of moving began to cross her mind more and more. Both of her sons were now grown and living in other cities. Manny was in Phoenix, and David had also relocated. The house that once felt like her safe haven now felt different. Off. But leaving? That would be like leaving behind everything she'd rebuilt. This was the place where she had found herself again after her divorce, where she had raised her sons, where she had found independence and purpose. It wasn't just a house, it was a chapter of her story. And yet, the longer she stayed, the more that feeling of unease grew. Eventually, the thought of leaving stopped being a maybe and became a quiet certainty. But to understand what happened next, we need to go back in time to when Gloria's younger son, David, was just a boy, because he would eventually become the central figure in everything that followed. From a young age, David stood out, and not in a good way. Unlike his older brother Manny, who was athletic, curious, and respectful, David had a rebellious streak. He had no interest in school, no patience for rules, and no desire to follow directions. He didn't care for chores, and he pushed back against authority. Where Manny thrived on sports and structure, David floated from interest to interest, never sticking to one thing for long. What mattered most to him wasn't academics or hard work. It was his looks, his reputation, and the attention he got from girls. Even as a teenager, he had a swagger, an inflated sense of confidence that made him feel entitled to admiration. Relatives say that David always had to be the center of attention. He used his charm to get what he wanted and treated relationships like a game he'd already won. At 16, he started dating Laura Sales, who at the time was just 14. To outsiders, she was his girlfriend, but behind the scenes, David wasn't exactly loyal. He kept flirting with other girls and living a double life. By the time Laura turned 15, she was pregnant. And suddenly, everything changed. Out of nowhere, David decided to step up. He dropped out of school, found a job, and even proposed to Laura. Everyone, Gloria included, was stunned. But despite her surprise, she didn't turn her back on him. She stood by her son and welcomed Laura into the family with open arms. When Laura gave birth to their first child, Gloria became the rock they all leaned on. She helped raise the baby, kept the household running, and even offered financial support. And when Laura and David went on to have 3 more children, Gloria was there, every step of the way. In many ways, she had stepped back into the role of motherhood, this time as a grandmother, and she did so with love, energy, and full commitment. But despite her unwavering support, David's behavior was about to take a dark and disturbing turn. David never managed to find his footing in life. He bounced from one job to another, never staying long enough to build a real career or reputation. No matter the opportunity, he seemed to lose interest or clash with coworkers. Ambition wasn't his strong suit. What drove him, more often than not, were appearances and short-term rewards. Then, one day, a job offer came from a construction company in Phoenix, Arizona. On paper, it was a step up, a more stable position, better pay, and the potential for upward mobility. But for David, it meant more than just work. Phoenix was where his older brother Manny lived, and more surprisingly, after years of total silence, his father Armando had recently reappeared, and was also living there. The decision to move was quick, even impulsive. David framed it as a fresh start, a chance to get his finances in order, to reconnect with his estranged father, and to possibly rebuild ties with Manny. Laura, ever hopeful, supported the move and went with him, along with their 4 kids. It felt like a turning point. In Phoenix, David was surrounded by family again, though the dynamics had changed. Armando now lived with a different partner and was raising two younger children, Jonathan and Maria. Maria was only 11 when David came back into her life. From the very beginning, she was drawn to her older brother, charmed by his confidence, intrigued by his tattoos, and mesmerized by the attention he gave her. To her, David was like something out of a storybook, cool, older, mysterious, and endlessly fascinating. She began spending a lot of time at David and Laura's home. She'd help with chores, play with the kids, or just hang out. Her presence became routine. With Laura juggling the responsibilities of raising 4 children, any help was welcome, and Maria was more than willing to step in. No one thought much of it. It seemed like a healthy family connection, a little sister bonding with her older brother. But beneath the surface, subtle warning signs began to emerge. Maria wasn't just tagging along. She was becoming an emotional extension of David's world. She idolized him, hanging on his every word, mimicking his interests, even picking up on his mannerisms. David, in turn, gave her more attention than he did anyone else, including Laura. At first, it could all be brushed off as sibling affection, but Laura's instincts told her something was wrong. She started to notice things, small things that didn't sit right, the way they looked at each other, the private jokes, the physical closeness. Nothing she could outright accuse, but everything she couldn't ignore. She tried telling herself she was just tired, overworked, imagining things, but a quiet discomfort settled in her chest, one that wouldn't go away. Then came another shift. David was offered a job in Hawaii, an exciting opportunity, and this time, he went alone. Not long after his arrival, he started a relationship with another woman. Her name was Adrienne. Soon, Adrienne was pregnant with David's child. And just like that, David had moved on. He hadn't officially ended things with Laura, hadn't even had a proper conversation with her. He simply left, starting a new life on his terms, without closure or consequences. Gloria, David's mother, was heartbroken. She had believed deep down that he would come back to Laura. Not for love, perhaps, but at least for the sake of the children. But David ignored all of her messages. He was completely absorbed in this new life. Meanwhile, Maria, still back in Phoenix, kept in close contact with David. While others in the family began to distance themselves, she continued to reach out. Their bond only deepened. Phone calls became daily. Messages were constant. Maria became emotionally tethered to David in ways that went beyond typical family closeness. And then, when she was about 15 or 16, David invited her to Hawaii for the summer. At the time, no one thought twice about it. She was just going to visit her older brother, his new partner, and their baby. It was framed as a harmless family vacation. But the truth was far more disturbing. At first, everything seemed fine. Maria spent time with the baby, helped around the house, and explored the island. But Adrienne, David's new partner, started to sense something wasn't right. She began to notice the same things Laura had once felt. The strange way they communicated, the closeness that crossed invisible lines, and the body language that didn't feel like family. What started as a suspicion soon grew into gut-level dread. And then one day, Adrienne walked into the bedroom, and what she saw was enough to confirm her worst fears. She didn't hesitate. Adrienne called Gloria immediately. The call was chaotic. Voices shook. Words stumbled. Gloria was in total shock. The idea that something inappropriate could be happening between her son and her teenage daughter's half-sister, a child who had once looked up to David as a hero, was beyond comprehension. She acted swiftly. Maria was put on the next flight back to Texas. No public accusations were made. There was no police report, no media scandal, no official investigation. The entire situation was quietly buried, an unspoken chapter that left everyone scarred. Gloria tried to convince herself it was over, that whatever it was, it had ended with that flight. But nothing was ever the same again. The trust was broken. The silence became heavy, and the family would never look at David or each other the same way again. Gloria could no longer trust her son. Outwardly, she tried to keep up appearances, smiling when necessary, answering questions with vague reassurances. But inside, something had fundamentally broken. This wasn't just a lapse in judgment on David's part. It wasn't a misunderstanding or a moment of weakness. Gloria felt it in her bones. This was a betrayal, a direct threat not only to her family's integrity, but to the safety of those most vulnerable within it. Trust had been shattered, and once it's gone, there's no pretending it was ever there. David, however, went on as if nothing had happened. He dismissed the past as overblown drama and refused to acknowledge how serious the situation was. He denied, minimized, and deflected, playing the victim when confronted. His arrogance, so deeply woven into his personality, showed no signs of softening. In his mind, he hadn't done anything wrong. The family ties that had once held everything together began to fray. Where there used to be closeness and loyalty, now there was doubt, tension, and growing silence. After Adrian reached out to Gloria about what she had seen between David and Maria, there was a serious confrontation between mother and son. Gloria didn't hold back. She confronted David with years of pent-up fears and fury. She demanded that he cut off all contact with Maria immediately and made it crystal clear that she would never, under any circumstances, tolerate such behavior again. David lashed out. He denied everything. He accused everyone else of being paranoid, dramatic, even jealous. But Gloria's instincts, those sharpened by motherhood, grief, sacrifice, and experience, told her otherwise. She didn't need to see more. She had already seen enough. His behavior, his words, his deflections, they all pointed to a truth he was too proud to admit. Then, as if life hadn't already delivered enough shocks, another blow landed. Just weeks after Maria returned to Texas, David was in a horrific motorcycle accident on one of Hawaii's winding, rain-slicked roads. He lost control, the bike skidded, and the crash was so violent that he lost one of his legs. When Gloria heard the news, despite everything, despite the accusations, the shame, the shattered trust, she dropped everything and flew to Hawaii, because when it came down to it, he was still her son. Every argument, every sleepless night, every whispered conversation behind closed doors, it all faded when she saw him lying in that hospital bed, broken and in pain. Her maternal instinct kicked in. No matter how angry she was, love doesn't vanish that easily. Throughout David's recovery, Gloria never left his side. She was there during every painful physiotherapy session. She helped him eat, shower, and adjust to a life that would now require mobility aids and a new sense of independence. Nurses often said that Gloria was more dedicated than most family members they had seen. She was always there, quietly encouraging, brushing his hair out of his face, whispering, "You're still you, and I'm still here." David, to his credit, seemed to recognize that. In rare, vulnerable moments, he admitted to others that his mother had saved him, not just physically but emotionally. But Gloria wasn't doing it blindly. She was watching. When the long months of rehabilitation ended and David was finally strong enough to travel, Gloria made a proposal. She offered to bring him back to El Paso. The relationship with Adrian was over. His connection with his children had faded. He had no one left in Hawaii. Texas was the only place that still felt like home. David agreed, but Gloria laid down one immovable condition. He would have to cut all contact with Maria. No texts, no calls, no social media, nothing. And if he agreed, she promised that everything that had happened would stay in the past. There would be no police report, no family scandal, just silence. But it would come at a cost, obedience. David said yes. They returned to Texas, and for a while it seemed like things were falling back into place. Gloria resumed her routines, cooking, gardening, keeping the home in order. David, now adjusted to life with a prosthetic, helped around the house. He swept the porch, fed the dog, and even fixed up a few things around the property. He was quiet, cooperative. But Gloria was never at ease. Even as she watched him doing the dishes or folding laundry, a knot of anxiety sat in her stomach. She observed everything: his tone during phone calls, how long he was on his computer, what time he went to bed. She told herself, he's changed, he's learning. But a voice deep inside whispered back, watch him. Next door, the same neighbor, the one who used to watch her from the bushes, was still living there. His mere presence still made her skin crawl, but now that David was home, she felt safer. Not because she fully trusted him, but because his presence meant she wasn't completely alone anymore. That offered a kind of fragile peace. Still, that peace never ran deep. Gloria knew danger doesn't always come with loud footsteps. Sometimes it lingers in the quiet, in familiarity. When David's condition stabilized and he was able to manage independently, Gloria decided to take a short trip. Her older son Manny had been asking her to visit him in Phoenix for months. She had always hesitated, always found a reason to stay. But now, with David seemingly settled, she allowed herself to consider the idea. Before leaving, she sat David down and reminded him of the boundaries. She gave him a list of chores, asked him to watch over the house, and looked him in the eyes when she said, "No contact with anyone. You know who I mean." He nodded, said he understood, acted like it was no big deal. But as she packed her bags, something gnawed at her. She couldn't shake it, the sense that something was building beneath the surface. During her stay in Arizona, those feelings only grew stronger. Her dreams became restless. She would wake up in the middle of the night with a cold sweat and a tight chest. She tried to dismiss it as overthinking, but it wouldn't go away. Finally, unable to ignore it any longer, Gloria called her brother Mark. In a quiet, serious tone, she asked him to check in on David. "Not just the house," she said. "Watch for her. Watch for Maria." Because even hundreds of miles away, Gloria knew something still wasn't right. Mark promised he would, but from the way things unfolded afterward, Gloria couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't really followed through. Maybe he got busy. Maybe he brushed it off as paranoia. Either way, her gut told her that no one had truly checked in. Her worries kept building until she finally made a sudden decision. She would come home early and unannounced. What she found when she got back shocked her to the core. The house, which had always been her sanctuary, tidy, quiet, well-kept, was a complete mess. Dishes stacked in the sink, garbage left uncollected, clothes tossed across furniture. It didn't feel like her home anymore. But what really set her on edge and made her heart race was the locked door to her own bedroom. There was a brand new, heavy-duty lock on it, one she had never seen before. She hadn't installed it. She hadn't even discussed needing one. Her instincts immediately went on high alert. Without hesitation, Gloria called David. She demanded to know what was going on. David answered, casually saying he was at the movies and would be home soon. So she waited. When David finally showed up, a heated argument broke out immediately. There was no warming up to the confrontation. It erupted as soon as he walked in. Gloria accused him of being disrespectful, of violating her privacy, of breaking the promises he had made, and of letting the house descend into chaos while she was gone. David tried to stay cool. He kept defending himself, claiming that everything was under control. He said he was just helping her pack her things for a trip back to Phoenix. After that, according to him, he simply went back to the movies. But Gloria wasn't buying it. Later that evening, on July 25th, Manny started to get worried. He hadn't heard from his mother since she left his place that morning. He tried calling and texting her multiple times, but got no response. The silence was out of character. Gloria always checked in. As the hours passed and anxiety set in, Manny reached out to David. At first, David didn't answer. The delay was suspicious, but closer to midnight, he finally called back. David told Manny that Gloria had returned home unexpectedly. They'd had an argument, he'd helped her pack, and that she had probably already headed back to Phoenix. He sounded casual, unconcerned. But as the night dragged on and turned into morning, there was still no sign of Gloria. She hadn't shown up at Manny's. She hadn't called. Her phone was off, and there were no messages or social media activity. Everyone who tried to reach her hit a wall. By the next day, July 26th, Manny called David again, hoping for new information, but instead found himself speaking to someone strangely cold and distant. David kept repeating the same vague answers, saying he didn't know anything. His tone was off, indifferent, uncooperative. It was so unlike him, even in their rocky relationship. It felt scripted, like a performance. Manny became more convinced than ever that something was wrong. By July 27th, Gloria had now been missing for 2 full days. Manny started making more calls, family, friends, neighbors, but no one had seen her. Not a single person. She had vanished without a trace. That's when Manny decided it was time to involve the police. But when he tried to file a missing person report, the officers told him it had to come from the last person to see her, David. Reluctantly, other family members, including Gloria's mother and her brother Conrad, arrived at the house. David met them at the door, calm, composed, and strangely detached. They pleaded with him, begged him to go to the police. It took a lot of persuasion, but finally David agreed. On July 28th, the very day that Gloria was supposed to be celebrating her 55th birthday, he filed the report. That same day, Manny and his wife arrived in El Paso. The moment Manny stepped into the house, he knew something wasn't right. Gloria's suitcase was still sitting in the corner, untouched. Her makeup bag hadn't even been opened. Nothing was missing. Nothing was packed. Everything pointed to one conclusion: she hadn't left the house at all. David's story about helping her pack made no sense. Her belongings were all there, perfectly arranged as if she were still living there. Even worse, David's behavior continued to set off alarm bells. He was too calm, too casual. He wasn't asking questions. He didn't seem worried. He acted as if nothing had happened. Manny pressed harder, demanding details about the last time David had seen their mother. David showed him some text messages, supposedly from Gloria, asking him to unlock the front door. But something about it didn't sit right. The messages seemed out of character. Then, out of nowhere, David added a completely new twist to his story. He now claimed that after he had left the house that day, he went to a party at a woman's home named Catherine Thompson. And later that night, he had gone to a club with another woman. Manny's frustration boiled over. Too many holes, too many stories, too much calm for someone whose mother had just disappeared. Something terrible had happened, and Manny wasn't going to let it go. He didn't get back until around 3 in the morning. While chatting with his brother about their missing mom, David suddenly said something that really stood out. "I'm just worried they might find traces of my DNA on her. I hugged and kissed her after all. At the time, it made no sense. Gloria was still only listed as missing, and nobody had brought up anything darker." The next day, July 29th, local detectives called the entire family in for questioning. David stuck to his story again, but this time a few things changed. He dropped the part about going to the movies and instead claimed he'd spent the whole evening at Catherine Thompson's party. Catherine confirmed he had been there, but said he showed up sometime between 7 and 8 p.m., stayed until around midnight, and acted really tense the whole time. She didn't mention him going to a club or being with any other woman. Later that day, things took a turn. Gloria's car was found, abandoned near an elementary school in El Paso. Her purse, keys, and phone were still inside, but Gloria was nowhere to be found. That discovery escalated everything from a missing person case to something much more serious. The department that handles violent crimes officially took over. Officers went door to door asking neighbors if they'd seen anything. One neighbor, Juliana, was sure she saw Gloria driving her own car that morning. But another neighbor, Rafael Vargas, shared something different. He claimed he saw a young, light-skinned woman with short blonde hair behind the wheel and what looked like a man's silhouette in the back seat. That was the first real clue that someone other than Gloria was driving her car after she disappeared. Investigators searched Gloria's house. In the garage, they found small but fresh bloodstains, most of it on the cabinet door. It wasn't a huge amount, but it was enough to raise serious alarms. With that discovery, the home officially became a crime scene. Detectives began pressing David harder. His version of events kept shifting. Timelines changed, new elements popped up, and basic details didn't match what he'd said before. Even more concerning, David never asked about the investigation, never seemed concerned, and kept an oddly calm demeanor. That alone raised more red flags. The blood samples were sent for testing, and detectives started collecting DNA from family members. Manny, watching David closely, couldn't shake his discomfort about Maria. He had always noticed how close she and David were, and now he was starting to wonder if that closeness was something more. He urged detectives to look into Maria's possible involvement, especially considering what Adrian had once told them. Police turned to cell phone records, and what they uncovered was crucial. Around 1:30 to 1:40 a.m. on the night of July 25th into the 26th, David's phone made an outgoing call. Location data put him less than 4 miles from where Gloria's body would later be found. On top of that, between 5:30 and 6 a.m., David and Maria had exchanged several calls, both incoming and outgoing. If they were together that night, why were they calling each other? The witness statements, shifting stories, and digital trails started forming a grim narrative. This wasn't a disappearance, it was clearly something much darker. The focus of the investigation turned sharply toward David and Maria. They were the last people known to have seen Gloria alive. Then, on July 31st, a woman walking her dog near Santa Teresa Elementary School made a horrifying discovery: Gloria's decomposing body. Her head had been wrapped in 2 layers, first in plastic, then in a paper bag. Her left leg and arms were wrapped in plastic too. Investigators immediately recognized that someone had gone to great lengths to avoid leaving any forensic evidence. This wasn't something impulsive. It was premeditated and cold. The autopsy confirmed it. Gloria had died from suffocation. Her larynx was crushed, indicating the killer had full physical control. This was rage and power, not panic. The forensic results came in shortly after. Those bloodstains found in the garage, they belonged to Maria. Suddenly, she was at the very center of the case. Gloria's brother Mark told investigators something even more damning. Before she disappeared, Gloria had confided in him that she believed David and Maria were in an inappropriate relationship, and that she was completely against it. Detectives brought David and Maria in again. They claimed they'd spent that night together, but cell phone records said otherwise. David's phone made a call from the dump site area at 1:37 a.m. And those early morning calls between him and Maria, they had no good explanation for them. Feeling the pressure, Maria's story started cracking. Eventually, she was offered a deal: full immunity in exchange for the whole truth. She agreed. What she told detectives turned the entire case. According to her, Gloria came home unexpectedly and found her there. A massive argument broke out. Gloria demanded Maria leave and never come back. That's when, according to Maria, David lost control. She claimed he used force, and that's what led to Gloria's death. Afterward, David called her back to help cover it up. Together, they cleaned up anything suspicious, then moved Gloria's body into the car and drove it away. Maria also admitted that the blood in the garage was hers. She and David had fought days earlier, and she'd gotten hurt. She was even there when they buried Gloria. She stood nearby, watching. Her confession became the turning point. On September 4, 2009, David was arrested and charged with murder, evidence tampering, and abuse of a corpse. The trial began in October 2010. Maria, now immune, testified in detail about their twisted relationship. She revealed that it had started when she was only 14 and David was 29, and that she'd even had his baby, which was later placed for adoption. That revelation shook everyone, even those who already suspected something was wrong. Most family members hadn't known the full extent of what had been happening. Some stayed silent, others were completely blindsided. Even though no physical DNA from David was found on Gloria's body, prosecutors laid out the circumstantial evidence piece by piece. David sat calmly through most of the trial, sometimes tearing up, but stuck to his claim that he was innocent. The jury in the first trial couldn't agree on a verdict. A second trial was moved to San Antonio to avoid local bias. This time, in 2011, David was found guilty. He was sentenced to 54 years, Gloria's exact age at the time of her death. But the story didn't stop there. In 2017, David faced 29 more charges in Arizona, tied to violent incidents from 2005 and 2006. To avoid a life sentence, he struck a plea deal. He admitted guilt on 6 counts, and the rest were dropped. His sentence was extended, but he kept the possibility of parole starting in 2036. Gloria had dedicated her life to raising her sons, always trying to steer David back onto the right path. In the end, it was David who destroyed everything she had worked so hard to protect. The seductive pull of fame and social media stardom often hides a dark reality. Many people chase popularity online, unaware of the immense pressure that comes with it, from toxic scrutiny and jealousy to mental exhaustion. The biggest cost? The loss of personal space and privacy. Over time, this pressure can lead to anxiety, low self-esteem, and emotional burnout. Fame may not last forever, but its consequences often do. Anastasia Kamlovskaya, a young woman from St. Petersburg, known online as Nastia Gishman, had big dreams of becoming a top influencer. She was determined to succeed, no matter the cost, and in just a few short years, she built a following of over 300,000 across her platforms. She was magnetic, charismatic, eccentric, and full of creative energy. Her online presence was vibrant, authentic, and spoke to thousands. But despite her sparkle and drive, Anastasia's life came to a sudden, heartbreaking end. She had big plans, a fresh start, a new life away from the chaos. But someone she once trusted made sure that future would never come. Anastasia Kamlovskaya was born on February 7, 1996, in St. Petersburg. She was the only child her parents had together. Her father struggled with alcoholism and left shortly after she was born, leaving her mother, Elena, to raise her alone. Despite juggling 2 jobs, Elena constantly fought to keep their heads above water. Anastasia's childhood was difficult. Her father had no involvement in her life, no financial support, no emotional connection. She and her mother lived in a tiny dorm room on the city's outskirts. There wasn't even space for a separate bed. Anastasia slept beside her mother until the age of 12. As she grew older, she still had no personal corner to call her own, no privacy, no space to breathe or reflect. Emotionally, it wore her down, but there was little she could do to change her reality. In the spring of 2008, Elena brought Anastasia to the town of Kolpino, where her ex-mother-in-law lived. There, she left Anastasia in the care of the elderly woman, a grandmother she barely knew. To everyone's surprise, Anastasia and her grandmother bonded quickly. Meanwhile, her father, who lived far away, had no contact with his daughter or his own mother. Although the grandmother's house was modest, it offered something Anastasia had never known: her own bed, and more importantly, her own room. For the first time, she felt a small sense of freedom and comfort. But while she was adjusting to this new life, her mother began to disappear from it. Elena's weekend visits became infrequent. Eventually, she entered a new relationship, remarried, and seemed to leave her past, including her daughter, behind. Anastasia didn't fit into Elena's new family picture. Though she still sent money, Elena's presence became nearly non-existent. Anastasia felt abandoned, disconnected, and emotionally alone. She wrestled with sadness, longing for a place where she truly belonged. Lacking emotional support and love, she turned inward and began expressing her pain through art. She began drawing dark, intense images, vivid reflections of the pain and chaos she felt inside. Her grandmother, sensing this inner struggle, did everything she could to fill the emotional gap left by Anastasia's absent parents. She provided not just shelter and food, but unconditional love, warmth, and support, encouraging her granddaughter's creativity at every turn. She made sure Anastasia had everything she needed: pencils, paints, sketchbooks, to pour her soul into her art. By the age of 15, Anastasia began expressing interest in tattoos and piercings. But instead of scolding her or saying no, her grandmother simply asked, "Will it make you happy?" When Anastasia said yes, she didn't just give her the money. She went with her to the salon. That moment marked the beginning of a dramatic transformation. Anastasia gradually started changing her appearance. She designed her own tattoo sketches, many of which she later had inked onto her skin. She had a deep fascination with Korean pop culture, loved anime, and embraced the vibrant, expressive world of cosplay. She became a regular at comic conventions, skillfully transforming into her favorite characters, bold, striking, and impossible to ignore. Still a teenager, she was already becoming someone others admired for her confidence and style. While still in high school, Anastasia bought her first tattoo machine, a basic one. She began practicing on herself and later on friends, slowly honing her technique. She earned her first personal income through tattooing and quickly started improving, developing real skill and precision. Her designs became more intricate, more polished, her artistic talent clearly shining through. By the time she turned 18, almost no space was left untouched. Her body had become a canvas, covered in ink. Most of the tattoos were her own creations, drawn and applied by her own hand. For the harder-to-reach areas, other tattoo artists helped bring her visions to life. But her artistic self-expression didn't stop there. She'd developed a strong interest in body piercings as well. She had multiple piercings: ears, nose, lip, tongue, navel, and even more intimate ones. Eventually, she began adding facial tattoos and modified her appearance further by enhancing her lips, wearing bold-colored contact lenses, and frequently shifting her fashion style. Anastasia wasn't just interested in art, she was turning herself into art, a living, breathing piece of modern expression. Despite this outward boldness, Anastasia quietly battled deep emotional struggles. She suffered from a severe eating disorder, barely eating and dropping to a dangerously low weight. At one point, her health was on the edge. Though she eventually stabilized her condition, she remained frail and slender. But Anastasia saw beauty in her fragility. Her petite frame allowed her to more convincingly embody her beloved anime and comic book characters. After high school, she made a surprising academic choice. She enrolled in technical college, studying auto mechanics, an unusual path for a young woman. She had long been curious about how machines worked and imagined a future in that field. Alongside her studies, she began learning computer programming and web design, never stopping her pursuit of knowledge. And outside the classroom, she continued working as a tattoo artist in a local studio. Whenever she had time, she painted and drew, constantly creating bold characters and imaginative scenes. At the age of 16, Anastasia created several profiles on popular social media platforms. She began sharing photos of herself, her original artworks, and the tattoos she designed. Her combination of unique style, artistic passion, and a vibrant, unapologetic personality captivated audiences. Her follower count began climbing fast, and she was well on her way to online stardom. Anastasia was a true style chameleon. Her appearance was a striking fusion of gothic fashion and anime aesthetics, and she had a natural gift for storytelling. She spoke openly with her followers, sharing her thoughts, hobbies, creative passions, and dreams, and her authenticity resonated deeply. Many of her viewers, especially younger ones, saw themselves in her pain, in her resilience, and in her journey towards self-expression. They supported her not just with likes and comments, but by becoming part of her growing online community. That community became a safe space, a blend of anime fans, body art lovers, cosplay enthusiasts, and others who connected with her unique worldview. Without even realizing it, Anastasia had become an influencer, someone whose voice mattered, whose message reached thousands. As her following soared, she began receiving collaboration requests and brand sponsorships. That's when it hit her. She could actually make a living by doing what she loved, right from her phone, her camera, her art. By the time she turned 19, Anastasia had saved enough to leave her grandmother's home and return to St. Petersburg. There, she landed a job at a well-known tattoo studio and moved into her own apartment. She also adopted a new, bolder identity online, rebranding herself as Gishman, a name that soon became widely recognized. With her confidence building, Anastasia began thinking even bigger. She auditioned for a popular Russian reality show, something like Bad Girls Club. But despite her personality and growing fan base, she wasn't selected. The producers said she didn't fit the type of character they wanted. They saw her as too creative, too unconventional. But that rejection didn't shake her. If anything, it pushed her harder. Anastasia threw herself back into her online work. By 2019, at just 23 years old, she had built a name for herself as one of the most in-demand tattoo artists in her city. She was earning good money, mentoring aspiring artists, and even teaching courses in web design on the side. Then she joined TikTok, and that's when things really took off. Her videos spread quickly, and her follower count exploded. Over time, Anastasia's total social media presence topped 300,000 followers across platforms, but that wasn't her final goal. She dreamed of reaching 1 million, and it seemed entirely possible.
She had the talent, the passion, and the momentum. Everything was lining up for her success, until she met a man who would unravel it all. Someone who would not only break her spirit, but ultimately take her life. Who was Dmitry Chernyshov? Dmitry Chernyshov was born on February 15, 1998, in the city of Moscow. His childhood was marked by tragedy. His mother died when he was still very young, leaving behind only faint memories. Not long after, his father remarried. Dmitry was raised by a stepmother who showed him little warmth. He received almost no affection or emotional support throughout his childhood. As a result, he grew up quiet, withdrawn, and shy, retreating into himself and avoiding much of the outside world. His escape? Drawing. Alongside regular school, he began attending a local art studio, where, for the first time, he made real friends. The experience helped him slowly come out of his shell and feel more at ease around people. But as Dmitry entered his teenage years, his personality began to shift. He became more socially active, both in person and online, and started posting frequently to social media. His content ranged from music and poetry to personal reflections, often focused on dark philosophical themes. He would write about life, death, and the human condition, though his writing was often awkward and, at times, unsettling. He once admitted he found peace in walking through cemeteries, saying he enjoyed studying the photos on gravestones, especially of young women, and imagining what their lives had been like. He also posted sketches of his tattoo designs, mostly featuring cars and Japanese kanji symbols. But what drew attention were his posts describing what he considered the ideal partner, focusing not only on personality, but on very specific physical features and age. It felt off, especially because at that point, Dmitry was already in a long-term relationship with Margarita, a girl he'd met back in high school. Margarita shared many of his interests and beliefs, and stood by him through everything. So when Dmitry decided to move to St. Petersburg in 2017, she didn't protest. She led the entire effort. She handled the logistics, buying their tickets, securing an apartment, and helping them settle into their new life. To support themselves, they both took on freelance work, offering services in web design, programming, and whatever odd jobs they could find. Dmitry also had a side passion for car restoration, which he hoped to pursue more seriously. At some point, though it's unclear exactly when, Dmitry made the decision to begin creating adult-themed content. He brought Margarita into the project, and she became both his business partner and on-camera performer. Dmitry took on the role of director, producer, and actor, developing storylines, designing costumes, and managing the shoots, often collaborating directly with Margarita. This content, though controversial and unauthorized, generated a decent income. However, Dmitry controlled all the finances, kept most of the money for himself, and made all the key decisions. Margarita didn't seem to mind. She trusted him completely, followed his lead, and relied on him to steer their path.
By 2020, Dmitry had made enough to buy himself a Mercedes-Benz, a symbol of his growing ego, which he proudly flaunted across his social media accounts. It's worth noting that Dmitry had 2 criminal convictions. One was for theft committed before moving to St. Petersburg. The other was for evading mandatory military service, a serious offense that legally barred him from leaving Russia. But that didn't seem to bother him. He acted as though he were untouchable. It was Margarita who first met Anastasia Gishman when she booked an appointment at her tattoo studio. The 2 women hit it off instantly and became fast friends. Anastasia worked with focus and precision, and Margarita was thrilled with the result. So when Dmitry later decided he wanted a new tattoo, Margarita didn't hesitate to recommend Anastasia, calling her one of the best artists in the city. Dmitry brought in a sketch of what he wanted. Together, he and Anastasia refined the design and scheduled a series of sessions to complete the work. From their very first meeting, there was an undeniable spark between them. During their appointments, what started as casual banter slowly evolved into deeper, more meaningful conversations. They discovered they had much in common. Both had grown up in broken homes, raised by emotionally distant parents. Both had experienced childhoods starved of affection. And both were artistic, passionate about tattoos, anime, and cars, and driven by an intense hunger for fame, no matter the cost. Their connection deepened quickly. They began spending time together outside the studio, attending car shows, tattoo conventions, and anime-themed events. What began as a professional relationship and a casual friendship soon spiraled into a passionate and fast-moving romance. They tried to keep their relationship a secret. After all, Dmitry was still in a committed 5-year-long relationship with Margarita. But it didn't take long for her to figure out what was going on. Margarita deeply regretted ever introducing Dmitry to the eccentric and magnetic Anastasia. At first, she tried to handle the situation calmly. She approached Dmitry with questions and concerns, hoping for honest answers. But his responses were vague, dismissive, and left her feeling even more uncertain. Eventually, she stopped trying to play it cool. Margarita began confronting him directly. She expressed her jealousy, laid down ultimatums, and begged him to end things with Anastasia. Dmitry promised he would, but never followed through. The lies stacked up, and Margarita saw the truth staring her in the face. But still, she couldn't bring herself to let go. She had given up everything for him, left her hometown, joined him in a morally gray line of work, supported him financially, emotionally, professionally. And now he was trading her in for someone else? The situation reached a painful turning point when Margarita discovered that Dmitry had bought Anastasia an expensive car, something he had never done for her. At that point, no one believed his relationship with Anastasia was just professional. It was obvious and humiliating. In a moment of emotional breakdown, Margarita reportedly damaged the car and even threatened to harm herself. But not even that was enough to stop Dmitry. He moved out of the apartment he shared with Margarita and moved in with Anastasia, who was now renting her own home. By then, Anastasia was already a rising star online, with hundreds of thousands of fans following her every move. Her relationship with Dmitry became a hot topic among her followers, and Dmitry, always hungry for attention, started to gain popularity by association. For someone like Dmitry, who had always craved fame and influence, this was everything he dreamed of. And he got it all by becoming Anastasia's boyfriend. Soon he took on the role of her manager, helping with content planning, social media strategy, and the marketing of her online courses. Together they formed a thriving business. Her audience kept growing. Their brand was taking off. But for Dmitry, it still wasn't enough. He eventually convinced Anastasia to take the next step, to join him in creating adult-themed content. He promised her greater fame, bigger earnings, and a stronger brand. And Anastasia agreed. They began filming together, sometimes in rented studios, sometimes in their own home, and distributed their videos across multiple platforms. Her career took a drastic turn, but her popularity continued to skyrocket. Dmitri called her his muse, showered her with lavish gifts, and praised her publicly. But behind the scenes, it was Anastasia who bore the real cost of their new lifestyle, with her image, her reputation, and her emotional well-being. In early 2022, Anastasia received an invitation to appear on the talk show Beyond the Line, where she was asked to share her story and the surprising evolution of her career. She didn't see any harm in it and gladly accepted, expecting a chance to speak her truth. But the episode didn't go anything like she had imagined. Behind the scenes, the producers had a different goal. They wanted to dig up the past, exposing both Anastasia's and Dmitri's personal lives to public scrutiny. They brought Elena, Anastasia's mother, into the studio and asked how she felt about her daughter's work in the adult entertainment industry. She said this was not the life she had envisioned for her daughter, and blamed Dmitri entirely for pulling Anastasia down this path. When Anastasia finally came on stage, she was ready to defend herself and Dmitri. She boldly claimed that appearing in adult films was something she had dreamed of for years, calling it a form of modern artistic expression. She laughed off the moral criticisms from the show's hosts and guests, pushing back against their lectures on how a woman should live. But the episode took a sharper turn when Margarita, Dmitri's ex, appeared as a surprise guest. She spoke candidly about her long relationship with Dmitri and how Anastasia had come between them. Without hesitation, she accused Dmitri of being more interested in Anastasia's fame than in her as a person, suggesting he was using her for clout and financial gain. In closing, Margarita described Dmitri as emotionally and physically aggressive, warning that his partners often bore the emotional cost of his manipulation. When asked whether she was worried her daughter might be living with someone abusive, Elena dismissed the idea. She said Dmitri appeared quiet and harmless, the kind of man who didn't seem capable of hurting anyone. On screen, Dmitri appeared nervous and inarticulate. He mumbled through his words, avoided eye contact, and gave off the impression of someone lost. Viewers were puzzled. Many commented that it was strange, even surreal, to see two confident, successful women fighting over a man who seemed so unremarkable. A few months after the episode aired, where Anastasia had passionately stood by Dmitri, their relationship began to unravel. By this point, Dmitri had completely abandoned his work in tech, relying entirely on Anastasia's income. Worse, he was pushing her to create increasingly explicit content, more often, with little regard for her comfort or well-being. Anastasia felt trapped, emotionally, professionally, and creatively. She made the decision to not only end the relationship, but also leave the country entirely. By then, she had saved enough money to start fresh. She confided in a close friend that she was seriously planning to relocate to South Korea, where she hoped to open her own tattoo studio. She had already begun researching the legal and business steps to make that dream a reality. To prepare, Anastasia started selling off her belongings and braced herself for a final, painful conversation with Dmitri. The breakup was messy. Dmitri understood that if Anastasia left, he'd lose everything: his home, his income, his growing online status. Still, by the end of July 2022, Anastasia finally convinced him to move out of her apartment. Some believe her determination came from a new person entering her life: Carol K. Deason, a popular blogger and influencer. On July 31st, Anastasia and Carol spent the evening together. They had a great time, walking around the city, talking, laughing, simply enjoying each other's company. But just hours after they parted, Carol received a strange message from her. Anastasia told him that this would be their last time seeing each other, and that she didn't want to continue the relationship. Carol was stunned. He tried calling her, but she wouldn't answer. After that night, Anastasia's behavior changed drastically. She stopped seeing people in person. She ignored phone calls. Her only communication came through short, distant text messages, usually telling others that she needed space and wanted to be left alone. Although she continued posting on social media, she stopped doing live streams. The interactive part of her presence, the thing her followers loved most, suddenly vanished. Her mother and close friends were the first to notice the change and to feel that something was very, very wrong. But they had no idea just how bad things were about to get. After July 31st, Anastasia practically vanished. The only sign of her presence was her continued activity online. Then, on August 2nd, one of her close friends happened to run into Dmitry at a small gathering. When the friend casually asked about Anastasia, Dmitry's response sent a chill down their spine. He said, "She asked me to help her disappear, and I did." He refused to give any further details. But in that moment, the friend knew something was terribly wrong. For nearly a week, they stayed silent, paralyzed by confusion, hope, and fear. They waited, praying Anastasia would reach out, that this was some misunderstanding. But by August 9th, that hope had run out. The friend contacted the authorities and told them everything. That same day, police went to Anastasia's apartment. No one answered the door. They forced their way inside. The scene was chaotic. Half-packed suitcases still lay scattered on the floor, and the bed was soaked in blood. In the bathroom, they found her. Anastasia's lifeless body was curled in the bathtub. She was just 26 years old and had been missing for over a week. Her body had already begun to decompose. A medical examiner later confirmed her cause of death: multiple stab wounds to her chest and neck. The evidence suggested she had been attacked while preparing to leave, midway through packing, right before she could escape. Dmitry became the immediate prime suspect. He was arrested the very next day. Here's what investigators uncovered. On July 31st, after Anastasia had spent the evening with Carol Cade-Sohn, she returned home. Shortly after, Dmitry showed up. When he saw the suitcases, the truth hit him. She was leaving him. For good.
Maybe she had even told him about her new relationship. They got into a heated argument, and then something snapped. In a fit of rage, Dmitry grabbed a knife and attacked her. He later claimed that he panicked and fled, only returning hours later to find her already gone. He said he moved her body into the bathtub, left it there, and then pretended she was still alive by posting from her social media accounts, creating the illusion that she was fine. But that wasn't the end of his lies. After consulting with a lawyer, Dmitry changed his story. This time, he claimed Anastasia had been severely depressed and had asked him to end her life. According to him, he was only helping her. But during a reenactment for investigators, Dmitry was asked what Anastasia's final words were. His answer? "She told me to call an ambulance." That statement completely contradicted his story about her wanting to die. In the months that followed, Dmitry repeatedly returned to the apartment. He blocked vents and sealed cracks to delay the smell of decomposition. He even poured perfume over Anastasia's body to mask the scent. On January 22, 2023, Dmitry pleaded guilty to the murder, but continued to claim it was a form of assisted death. Despite that, in January 2024, he was sentenced to just 8 years in a maximum security prison. At Anastasia's funeral, her mother allowed media crews to film, but only for a fee. This sparked public outrage. Her grandmother, devastated by the loss of her granddaughter, publicly condemned her own daughter for profiting off the tragedy. Anastasia Kamlovskaya, also known as Gishman, lived a life filled with color, talent, ambition, and pain. She inspired thousands and tried to turn herself into a living work of art. But in the end, she became a victim of manipulation, control, and violence.
In this video, we're diving into a case so disturbing, even the police struggled to accept it was real. What started as a routine call quickly unraveled into a nightmare no one saw coming. This is a true crime story, filled with horror, disbelief, and the truth. Let's get started. He seemed like a savior, someone who would show up when women were at their worst and give them a job, money, and a safe place to stay. They could cry on his shoulder, and he was always there for them. But his kindness cost him something. What seemed like help turned out to be a well-planned trap. He was in charge of where they went, who they talked to, and what they did before they knew it. If they tried to get away, he would do anything to get them back. He would follow them around, torture them, and make their lives a living nightmare. The women around him started to disappear one by one. Some people went missing without a sign, while others were found in horrible conditions. Over and over, he should have been caught, but he kept getting away and always found someone else to hurt. What was the most upsetting part? He wrote down everything. He made movies with the bodies of his victims and liked watching them again, sometimes with their sad families. This man wasn't just trying to help. He was much worse, and he was hiding right in front of us. His name was Michael S. A lot more time should have been spent on stopping this case. He was always able to get away from the law. It was terrible what he did to those people. The public only knows some of the names and identities in this case, as is common in Germany. Beginning in early 2019, Anna S., a woman in her mid-30s, was having a hard time figuring out how to live her life. She had always wanted to be a nanny, but for some reason, that door had closed. Rather, she was stuck in a call center, making just enough money to get by. Anna had a peaceful life in her small flat in Gelsenkirchen, Germany. She shared it with her 2 cats and dogs. Her twin sister Edith, who lived 5 minutes away, was the person she talked to the most. Every day, even if it was just for a cup of tea, they saw each other. After that, Anna's life was all about work and home until she met Michael S. They met on a dating app. In the beginning, Michael seemed to be everything Anna was missing. He was sure of himself, successful, and his life seemed well put together, which was something Anna carved into him deeply. Most importantly, he seemed nice. He drove a nice car and came from a rich family that owned several homes in the nearby city of Krefeld. He wasn't very good-looking. He was fat and going bald, but Anna didn't mind, and they became close very quickly. Michael quickly learnt that Anna was having trouble at work and made her an offer. She could work at his mother's hotel and learn the ropes while building a career. She said no when he told her, "I want to help you out financially." She wished to go her own way. In the end, she put Michael in touch with her sister Edith and Dirk, Edith's husband. The 4 of them got together one night to celebrate Michael's birthday. They had drinks in his flat, which was in a building owned by his mother. But Edith and Dirk didn't like something about him. He was loud, only cared about himself, and every talk seemed to go back to him. They put up with him because they cared about Anna, but they were really wary of him. Michael kept giving Anna money as the months went by, while she thought about what to do next. But after 6 months together, she chose to break up with him. The breakup was friendly, and they agreed to stay friends for a while. It's possible that she had started to see what her family saw. The next 3 months, everything looked fine, until Anna's flat caught on fire one evening. As firefighters ran to put out the fire, thick black smoke rose from the windows. When they put out the fire, the damage was already very bad. Anna's house was destroyed, and her dogs, whom she loved, died. Anna couldn't get rid of a bad feeling, even though she was sad and lost. How did this fire begin? She didn't want to believe the thought that kept coming to her mind. Michael. But he wouldn't do something so horrible, right? Anna and her family didn't know that Michael S. had a scary past, but went back decades and started long before they met. It began with a woman named Christine in 1997. She began an affair when she was 22 years old and married but unhappy in her marriage. In the eyes of her friends, The man she had fallen in love with wasn't very interesting. Michael was a guy who was fat, balding, loud, and rude. At the time, he was 24 years old and worked as a truck driver at the metro factory, where Christine also worked. Their relationship was crazy. They went to clubs, parties, and spent a lot of time together at house parties. They could never be apart. They were always hanging out together. Not long after, Christine moved in with Michael at the hotel where his mother stays. This is where things started to fall apart. Christine and Michael's mother were the two most important people in his life. His mum always came first. His friends later talked about how unsettlingly close they were. They said Michael called her several times a day, never disobeyed her, and seemed obsessed with one thing: having a baby with his mother. Christine was strong-willed and independent, and she didn't like it when his mother got involved in their lives. As the tension rose, discussions got heated, but there was something else, something small at first, that would cause things to get much worse. It was Christine's dog, who moved in with her when she did. It was her pet, something she loved, and it was always with her. Until one day, it was gone. She came home from work to find the dog gone. Michael gave a strange reason. He said he took it to a friend's house. Christine tried to find this friend, but she couldn't find them. They were unknown to everyone. That's when she knew Michael had hurt her dog. She looked for her dog at every pet shelter in the area, but she couldn't find him. That was the last straw for her. She broke up with him right away and went back to her husband, who forgave her for having an affair. She was ready to move on with her husband and thought that was the end of that part of her life. She was wrong, though. After a few months, on August 19th, 1997, Christine was on her way to work when she realized something terrible. Her brakes weren't working. She was able to steer her car into a garage without hitting anything. When the workers looked at it, they found something very scary. Someone had put water in place of her brake fluid. The problem wasn't with the machine. Someone was trying to kill her, and she knew who it was. In the hopes that it would end, she told the cops about Michael, but it only made him more angry. Things were about to get really bad. Michael didn't like being turned down. Christine stopped seeing him after they broke up, and he became a scary force in her life. He started to follow her around and was seen standing outside her flat or driving slowly by her place of work at all hours. He wouldn't leave her alone and kept begging her to take him back. When trying to convince them didn't work, threats, both physical and mental, started. His mean behavior got worse to the point where Christine thought she had to change jobs and go to a sister plant to get away from him. Michael did not want to let her go, though. They were seen laughing and chatting as they left their flat on the night of October 2nd, 1998, getting ready for a night out. They were back together after her husband forgave her for having an affair. They were ready to try again. After a few hours, around 6 a.m., Christine's voice woke up a neighbor in the flat below. "No!" she yelled. "Stop!" The neighbor was on the fence because they thought it was just rough closeness between the couple. So they turned over and went back to sleep. They had no idea that a killing was going on around them. Michael had just walked in the door. Christine had already gone to bed and was starting to take off her clothes. He broke into her flat and was waiting there. What happened next was really horrible. Christine's body had been stabbed 126 times when it was found on her bed, which was just a cushion on the floor. The knife went through her body, the cushion, and into the floor below because the attack was so strong. The person who stabbed her had hit her in the eyes, the head, and the middle of her body. She had a deep, planned cut in her throat. It wasn't just crime. There was anger too. Christine's husband knocked on the neighbor's door the next morning, his face as white as a ghost. He asked in a whisper, "Can you call the police?" "My wife is dead. She's lying up there with her throat slit," he added. When the police arrived, her clothes were nicely folded next to her bed. Her alarm was set for the next day, like she knew she was going to wake up. The door was locked from the inside, though. The police knew that for sure. Christine knew who had killed her. Soon, Michael S. was seen as the most likely suspect. Blue fibers from his pants were found to match those on Christine's pillow, which was very strong proof against him. During questioning, he first said he didn't know where she lived. But when shown proof, he changed his story and said he had been there that night, but he still refused to accept he had killed her. Michael went to court in February 1999. He kept quiet and refused to speak during the whole thing. Even though the crime was very violent, he was only found guilty of killing and given a sentence of 11 years, which is shockingly light. He asked to be let out of jail early several times, but each time his request was turned down. Even though he was in jail, Michael didn't seem to feel bad about what he did. She was only 23 years old, and this was just the start of Michael's crime run. Michael S. got out of jail in October 2009, when he was 36 years old. He stayed out of the public eye for 3 years while on probation. He picked up where he left off and moved back in with his mother. But his old habits came back as soon as his probation was over. Michael started to visit people who worked on the streets and picked up different women in his car. Things changed when he met her. At first, it was just for business. He came in often. Michael craved more, though. He began to tell her private things and ask her personal questions, which made her feel like he cared. "What are you interested in?" He told her. "You're so pretty." Over time, they went from being clients and workers to being more loving. They went on dates, watched films, and had drinks together. Soon, she was staying at his place. Michael had already moved into an apartment on the ground floor of his mother's apartment building by that time. In the same way that Anna S. did, Michael became protective and obsessed. He did not want to see any other day. Like what he did with Anna S., he offered her a job, an apprenticeship, and a stable job at his mother's hotel. Anything to get her to hold on to him more. He tightened his grip, but because he felt too much, he found a way to stay away. She told him she had a son at home when she didn't. This would give you a reason to leave if he got too much. She told herself this was a good thing for a while. She works in a field where it's hard to find people who really seem to care. The next day was Valentine's Day, 2013. Michael was at his flat that night. He made her dinner, and then they watched TV together on the bed. Everything looked fine. She then got up to brush her teeth and get ready for bed. Before she left the bathroom, she had no idea that her life would never be the same again. Michael stood in the doorway and waited. He turned to face her with a wrench in one hand and a pepper spray can in the other. He lunged at her before she could do anything. When the first blow from the wrench hit her, she fell to the ground, knocked out. After that, there was a fight to stay alive that lasted almost 30 minutes. She hit, kicked, and scratched him with all her strength. But Michael was stronger. He threw her on the couch, tied her up, and beat her up. She thought she was going to die. But Michael wasn't done. She was blinded by the pepper spray. And then he pulled out a stun gun and shocked her several times while hitting her with the wrench. It was a cruel and heartless act. But all of a sudden, he stopped. She knew this was her only chance, even though it hurt so much. She needed to calm down. "Why are you doing this to me?" she asked. Michael started to cry. He told her she was lying about her son, through his tears. He was mad because he knew she didn't have one. Quickly thinking went along with it. When she said she was sorry, she said she understood now and felt bad about lying. If he let her go, she said, things would be fine again. It was impossible for Michael not to believe her. He took her off the ropes and insisted on driving her home to make sure she was safe. She must have been scared the whole time they were driving because she didn't know if he would change his mind. He didn't, though. She called her brother as soon as she felt safe. He was shocked when he saw her. He took her straight to the police station without any thought. Things didn't go as planned at the stop, though. When she told the police about the brutal attack, they didn't believe her. One person even laughed at her and said, "Look, you're a street worker," as if being violent was part of her job. Nobody else was charged, so Michael was let go. He was never free again, though. She was scared to leave her flat because she was sure he would come back. After that, the text messages started. Michael sent her many messages pleading for forgiveness. To get her to come back, he sent her flowers and money in her bank account, but didn't want to be with him. Then she got a text message from a number she didn't know. It said, "Your life is in danger." She thought at first that Michael was trying to trick her again, but the sender insisted it was real. Someone said Michael had called and offered $5,000 to take her to a building and abuse her. Still not sure, they wanted proof. A picture of handwritten directions in Michael's handwriting was sent to her. He had written down where she usually hung out and her home address. The building he wanted her taken to was where Michael used to work. Michael was supposed to take over once she got there. It wasn't fear or a trick on my mind. Michael was going to kill her. The person agreed right away to go with her to the police station to report what happened. They went to the train stop. This time, the officials finally paid attention. Michael was caught because he had a history of killing people. The case went to court the next year. That's when I learnt about Michael's horrible past and how he had already spent 11 years for manslaughter. Became aware that she had been inches from dying that night, but justice failed again. Even though Michael said he wasn't guilty, he was still given a protection order and jail time for 2.5 years. But he appealed his sentence again, saying he wasn't guilty. The court was too busy with cases they thought were more important, so his next court date was pushed back too far. Michael was free for 5 years, ready to find his next target. Soon after, Michael S. met another woman named Stephanie L., who went by the name Steffi. She was only 23 years old and a new mother who had run away to Cheld to get away from a dangerous person. She had to get back on her feet, make her life safe, and then she would bring her son to live with her. But she was desperate right now. Who is always there to help a woman when she is in trouble? Michael S. Michael became a regular customer while Steffi worked as a street helper. He wanted more right away, though. He gave her what he always does, a place to stay, a job as an assistant at his mum's hotel, steady work, and most of all, a new life. Steffi thought it sounded like getting saved. This man was ready to give her everything she had. She agreed to the deal. She moved up to the apartment building's top floor, where Michael had been living on the ground floor. She was thrilled at first. She wrote on the internet that things were finally getting better in her life. She felt hopeful again and was set on making it work. Michael had other ideas, though. We now know that he never wanted to help. He just wanted to own her. Michael didn't like himself because of how he looked, how much he depended on his mom for money, or how he couldn't do anything on his own. He was broken on the inside. He gathered women like prizes as if having them around proved he was real. He was most interested in one thing: having a baby for his mother. But when these women turned him down because they didn't fit into his dream, he lost it and changed into someone else. Stephanie asked Michael one night if she could borrow 20 euros. That was all it took. He lost it in a rage. Afterwards, Steffi said that Michael dragged her into her room, pressed himself against her, hit her, and tortured her to get money. It could have been about something else besides the money that had been building up inside him for a while. He might not have been able to use Steffi in his plan. Steffi told a friend about the attack, and that friend told her right away to call the cops. The cops did nothing, just like they did with the person before her. The report was taken, but Michael wasn't arrested right away, which I think is strange because he has a history of violence. Steffi had no choice but to go back to the apartment block where her attacker lived. Not long after that, she got a letter from Michael's mum. She got a clear message. She had to take back what she told the cops if she wanted to keep her house and her job. It said, "We are peaceful people who simply want a peaceful life." Then Steffi disappeared all of a sudden. Her friend tried to call her but couldn't get through. Calls and messages were not returned. Concerned, the friend talked to Michael. When she asked, "Have you seen her?" he just replied, "No." She hadn't been heard from in days, but then she was found. She was locked in her room and found dead on her couch. Michael said it wasn't his fault. Toxicology reports said she had probably overdosed on strong drugs, but it wasn't looked into as a crime. However, wasn't it a bit too handy? Michael had a past. Women kept going missing around him. He got away with it again, though. Since Steffi is no longer with us, and we know that he has a violent past, we go back to Anna's story. Her flat was burned down, and she thinks that Michael did it. Michael S. tried over and over again to get back into Anna's life over the next few months. He offered to buy her a new car and sent her money because he knew she was having a hard time with money. He even got her a new dog, as if that would make the pain of losing everything in the fire go away. Anna didn't believe that he really wanted to make her happy. She knew the trick was a trick and tried to cut off all touch once more. She really thought he was the one who burned down her flat. Michael didn't give up and came up with a new idea. So he tried to make himself look like the answer to all her problems, even though he knew she was still having money problems and hated her job. He told her about his rich aunt who lived in a different country this time. She was grateful and kind, he said. Michael told Anna to get in touch with her and talk about her problems, and Anna did. The aunt replied with a smile and asked what her dreams were. At the same time, Anna told her the truth. She wanted to open a nursery. She hoped to own a house and have children one day. Then, the aunt did something amazing. She offered to help make it happen. A check in the huge amount of $754,000 showed up. There was no way Anna could believe it. This was her chance. She would never find out, though, that the check was a lie. The money was fake. There was no rich aunt. Michael did everything he could to control her and get her back into his life. But this didn't make her change her mind. Anna did not want to be with him. She would not trust him again, no matter how much money he offered or how he tried to trick her. This made him very angry. Then Michael made one last move to try to get her to come back. He tried desperately to play on Anna's feelings by telling her that he was going to end everything. It worked. Anna agreed to check on him at his flat because she was worried about him. No one would ever see her alive again. Edith, Anna's sister, sent her a message that same day. She asked Anna to come over and sit in the yard because it was a nice day. They did this almost every day. Anna quickly said yes, but she had to do something first and would be back soon. But hours went by, and Edith started to feel lost, so she sent another message. This time, Anna's phone said something strange. The tone was off, and the writing didn't sound like her. There were emojis, but Anna never used them. There was a problem, and she didn't show up that day. By morning the next day, she had stopped answering at all. Edith and her husband Dirk went to Anna's flat because they were scared. They knocked, but no one answered. Then they heard her dogs barking inside. Her dogs were very important to her, so she would never have left them alone like this. More knocks and calls to her phone didn't work. They knew something was wrong at that point. The fire department came and broke down the door. Inside, everything was fine. It was like Anna had just disappeared. Everything she owned was still there. There was a dirty plate in the sink, and her dogs were still in the flat. Edith and Dirk were worried about her and called the cops to say she was missing. The cops moved quickly when they learnt that Anna's relationship with Michael S. was having problems. They broke into his flat and looked for her everywhere. A dog that finds dead bodies was brought in, but it didn't find anything. Still, the police took his laptop and hard drive away. Michael, of course, lied. He said, "I have no idea where she is." After that, the media got engaged. Local news started to blame Michael for Anna's disappearance. The cops also thought it was true, so they kept an eye on him all the time. They even tapped his mother's hotel phone and listened in on the calls he made to her. What they heard scared them. When his mother said the charges, Michael told her, "They don't even have a body, so they don't have anything." His mother thought everything he said when he said that the cops and the media were after him. Finally, on November 26, 2019, Michael S. was caught for Anna's departure. Investigators had found strong proof against him on his hard drive and laptop, but Anna's body was still missing. When the police looked through Michael's hard drive, they found a horrifying film, one that would finally mean Anna's fate. A dead woman was seen lying on the floor, her body turned away from the camera. It was Anna. Her tattoos helped them figure her out. Not the fact that he recorded her, but what Michael did to her body was the most upsetting thing. He filmed himself, lying next to her and touching her. What's worse, he got excited in the process. Then he did something disgusting. He urinated on her, making her body look bad. There was more, though. Police also found video of Michael setting up a secret CCTV camera in Anna's flat. Michael had been watching her the whole time, and she had no idea it was there. He always knew where she was, who she was with, and what she was doing. It was scary that the camera was set up the same day that her flat caught on fire. Now, investigators thought that Michael had set fire to the flat after putting the camera there. Also, dozens of Google searches were found on the laptop. They asked things like, "What's the best way to get rid of a body? How to make someone disappear? How to hide a body permanently?" There were also dozens of movies on the hard drive that all showed the same remote field. But why did he bury Anna there? A picture of a concrete floor with what looked like a new grave was also there. Did he hide her here? As of now, there were still no answers to all the questions. Then, in December 2020, Michael S.'s trial started. Michael had already been given a sentence for his attack by this point. He had been in jail for more than a year, and now he was finally being tried for killing Anna. The police were finally catching up with him after years of scaring women. But Michael didn't say anything. It was the worst part of the trial after that. The tape of him disrespecting Anna's body had to be shown to her family, who were very upset, as proof. Michael smiled as the video played. He was having fun. He was mean until the end. Michael S. was given a life sentence, which in Germany meant 25 years in jail. He was given an extra 10 years in prison though, so he wouldn't be able to get out until he was in his 80s. Last but not least, he promised himself he would never hurt another woman. But the search for Anna's body went on, even after Michael was sentenced. Michael never said where he buried Anna's body. To give her the peace she earned, her family was dying to get her back home. They looked for years and went through the field that his drone video showed, but didn't find anything. Even though they dug up the concrete grave from his picture, Anna was still not there. Then, in March 2022, a crazy event took place. A documentary crew had started to film a true crime show about Anna's case when Michael's mother found something shocking. She was cleaning out the basement of her apartment building when she saw something strange, a wall made of much fresher concrete than the rest of the concrete, as if it had been added much later to keep something inside. She had no idea what it was. As soon as the police arrived, they broke through the concrete and found Anna inside. Michael had put her body inside the wall of his mother's basement. Anna had been lost for years, but she had finally been found. Her family could finally bury her. This case is really sad. A lot of women who said Michael hurt them were not believed, which let him keep doing it for longer. But at least some justice was done in the end. If this case left you as shocked as it did the investigators, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell.
On May 18, 2022, 27-year-old Shraddha Walkar suddenly vanished from all communication. Her phone was off, her messages weren't getting through, and she stopped posting online. At first, her friends and family weren't too worried. This wasn't the first time she had taken space. But as days went by with no sign of her, worry turned into fear. What began as just another quiet period soon turned into the start of a horrifying mystery, one that would lead to one of the most disturbing cases India had seen in years. Shraddha was born in 1995 in Vasai, Maharashtra, into a Hindu family. Her early life wasn't easy. Her parents split up when she was young. Her mother, Suman, stayed close to her, but her father, Vikas, and older brother became emotionally distant. Hoping for a better life, the family moved to Palghar, but tensions at home didn't ease. Shraddha was quiet, yet strong-minded. She kept to herself at school and found comfort in theatre. Once she finished school, she wanted more than what her small town could offer, and her mother supported her decision to leave. Her father, however, took it as a sign of rebellion. In 2018, Shraddha moved to Mumbai to start fresh. Around the same time, Aftab Amin Poonawalla, raised in a middle-class Muslim family, also settled in Mumbai. He was smart, polite, and had a deep interest in psychology. Aftab kept most people at arm's length and didn't like forming emotional bonds, but he enjoyed chatting on dating apps and social media. Shraddha got a job at a call center in Malad. Not long after starting work, she met Aftab. They didn't know at first that they were from the same hometown and had even attended nearby schools. This common ground gave them something to talk about. Shraddha, adjusting to life in a new city, was looking for companionship, and Aftab didn't push her away. They started spending time together casually, chatting, grabbing meals, walking home. Soon after, Aftab suggested they live together to save money. Rent in Mumbai was high, and they were already spending most of their time together. Shraddha agreed. It seemed practical. She was just starting to earn and wanted to save, so moving in made sense. At first, things seemed fine. Shraddha settled into the new place and kept working. On social media, their life looked happy. Fun outings, cheerful photos, cozy stories from cafes. But behind the scenes, things slowly began to shift.
Aftab would become moody over small things. He didn't like Shraddha texting her friends too much or coming home late. He would shut down emotionally, sometimes going silent for hours. When he lost his temper, he'd accuse her of being too clingy. These arguments weren't frequent at first, and he always had a reason. He was tired or stressed. Shraddha tried to stay understanding. She thought it was just part of adjusting to life as a couple. As they fell into a routine, splitting bills, handling chores, the relationship began to feel less like a partnership and more like control. Aftab subtly started isolating her from others. It wasn't loud or dramatic, just little things that added up. But as long as everything looked okay on the outside, Shraddha convinced herself everything was fine. She didn't realize how deep the cracks were running. By early 2019, the relationship seemed serious enough that Shraddha decided to tell her family. But when she shared that she was dating Aftab, her mother strongly objected, mostly because he came from a different religion. In their community, Hindu-Muslim relationships were still considered taboo. Her mother was afraid of how others would react. Shraddha stood firm. She trusted Aftab and believed in her choice. But her mother didn't stop there. She contacted Shraddha's estranged father, who reacted with anger. He ordered her to end the relationship and come home. Shraddha refused. The situation quickly turned ugly. She felt like her family was trying to take control of her life again, and she didn't want any part of it. She cut off all ties, blocked their numbers, deleted them from her apps, and even stopped using her family name. From then on, she avoided talking about her family altogether. Friends noticed the change, but no one could have guessed how serious it would become. What looked like a bold step toward independence was, in reality, the beginning of her complete isolation. Shraddha slowly disappeared from her old life. She stopped joining family gatherings, never replied to messages, and avoided every familiar connection. In her mind, Aftab was all she had left, her entire world. Everyone else felt distant, unimportant. On the outside, she seemed confident and independent, but deep down, she was emotionally crumbling. She had become fully reliant on a relationship that was quietly draining her. In December 2019, something briefly interrupted that downward spiral. Her mother became seriously ill. Despite all the distance and anger, Suman reached out one last time. It was a heartfelt, desperate call. She begged Shraddha to leave Aftab, come home, and start fresh. There was fear in her voice, like she knew something terrible was coming. Shraddha listened in silence. She thanked her mother for caring, but refused to change her mind. That phone call was their final conversation. A month later, Suman passed away. The news hit Shraddha hard, but instead of bringing her back to her family, it pushed her even deeper into isolation. Her brother tried to reconnect, but she ignored his messages. With her mother gone and no ties left to her past, Aftab became her only connection to anything. And even that connection was far from healthy. But to Shraddha, he was the only one who hadn't given up on her. By early 2020, life with Aftab had settled into a draining routine. Shraddha worked full-time while Aftab stayed home, saying he was struggling to find work. He started smoking and ordering food all the time, living off her income. Slowly, she had to dip into her savings just to keep them afloat. Then came another blow. Shraddha noticed Aftab was still using dating apps. She saw his profile online and asked him about it. He brushed it off, saying it was old and that he had just forgotten to delete it. When she brought it up again, he flipped the conversation, blaming her for being possessive and paranoid. Shraddha started doubting herself. Aftab had a way of twisting things to make her feel like the problem. Eventually, he deleted the app, but not long after, she found a new account on another phone. Again, he made excuses. He promised to change, to be better, to spend more time with her. But nothing really changed. A few months later, Shraddha caught him getting too close with a woman at a temporary job. When she confronted him, it ended in yet another argument, another situation where she ended up apologizing. Then came the night that changed everything. Aftab got a call, and a woman's voice came through loud and clear. Familiar, too comfortable. When Shraddha asked who it was, Aftab snapped. He screamed at her, insulted her, and grabbed her by the arms. It was the first time he had physically hurt her. He apologized the next day. He said it was a mistake, that it would never happen again. Shraddha told no one. She buried the moment and acted like it hadn't happened. But it did, and it wouldn't be the last time. Soon, the outbursts became more frequent. He'd yell, push her, grab her roughly if she questioned him or tried to set limits. Sometimes all it took was a comment he didn't like, or a bad mood. Shraddha kept telling herself it was stress, that he didn't mean it. Aftab claimed he was anxious, confused, overwhelmed. She believed him, because the truth, that she was trapped, was too frightening to face. By then, her money had nearly run out. Every paycheck went toward rent, food, medicine, basic survival. Aftab didn't help, but she kept making excuses for him, believing she could somehow help him turn things around. All of this happened in silence. Shraddha told no one. She suffered in private, without reaching out to friends or asking for help. Slowly, she began to lose her sense of self, her strength, and her grip on reality. This troubled way of living slowly became Shraddha's new normal. Days filled with silent tension were broken up by short moments of peace, where it felt like maybe they were turning a corner. Each time things calmed down, she tried to believe it was a fresh start. But something always brought her crashing back. Deep down, it wasn't a real relationship anymore. It was survival. But Shraddha wasn't ready to face that yet. By mid-2022, everything was falling apart. Their arguments were constant, money was tight, and both of them were emotionally worn out. That's when Aftab came up with a new idea. He said they should move. According to him, leaving Mumbai would give them both a clean slate. Delhi, he said, had cheaper rent, better job options, and a fresh energy that could help them fix things. Shraddha agreed. She wanted to believe that a new city could mean a new beginning. Before the move, the couple took a trip to Himachal Pradesh. It wasn't random. They had planned it beforehand. They posted scenic mountain photos, smiling selfies, and fun moments from their getaway. To anyone looking from the outside, it looked like the couple was in a good place, relaxed and happy. But behind those photos was a quiet escape from the growing pressure at home. When they got back, they began getting ready to leave Mumbai. Aftab handled most of the arrangements. He reached out to someone they both knew in Delhi who helped them find a place to stay. For the first 2 nights in the new city, they booked a hotel. Then, with their friend's help, they rented a small 1-bedroom flat in Chhatarpur. The apartment was basic, on the ground floor of a low-rise building with just enough space for 2. A tiny kitchen, a bathroom, and a small balcony. It wasn't fancy, but it was cheap, and they didn't have to deal with a lot of paperwork. The first few days in Delhi were peaceful. They unpacked, bought essentials, and explored their new neighborhood. Shraddha let herself hope again. They shared photos from local parks, new cafes, and their cozy new home. To the outside world, it looked like things were finally on track. But that calm was just a mask. None of her friends or co-workers knew what was really happening behind closed doors. They didn't see the cracks that were still there. The same old issues, just in a new setting. That fragile peace lasted only 9 days, because on the morning of May 18th, it all fell apart. May 18th started off like any other day. Shraddha and Aftab went grocery shopping, came home for lunch, and later made dinner together. The apartment was quiet, no arguments, no tension on the surface. During dinner, they talked about small everyday things, steering clear of emotional topics. But later that evening, the conversation slowly shifted. Shraddha gently brought up the idea of making their relationship official. After 4 years, she wasn't demanding anything, just asking for clarity about their future. But even the mention of commitment set Aftab off. He immediately shut her down, claiming she was putting pressure on him. Their voices rose, and soon it turned into a full-blown argument.
In the heat of the moment, something snapped. Aftab got up, walked over to Shraddha, and suddenly wrapped his hands around her neck. It all happened in seconds. His grip tightened until she lost consciousness. Even after she stopped moving, he didn't stop. Only once the apartment fell into total silence did he let go. Shraddha was gone. There was no panic, no yelling. Aftab didn't call anyone. He checked her pulse, confirmed she wasn't breathing, then sat in silence. After a while, he calmly walked into another room, shut the door, and went to sleep. He didn't try to hide what had happened. He didn't clean, didn't change his clothes, didn't plan an escape. There was just a strange, chilling stillness. Shraddha's body remained in the apartment all night. No one heard a thing. No screams, no sounds of struggle, just silence. To the outside world, nothing seemed unusual. The next morning, May 19th, Aftab left the apartment and visited several local shops, making separate purchases to avoid suspicion. He picked up items one by one: a large freezer, strong plastic bags, sharp cutting tools, bleach, and heavy-duty cleaning supplies. Back home, he set up the freezer in one of the rooms. From that point, he followed what looked like a cold, calculated plan. He moved Shraddha's body to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and started preparing the area. Then, slowly and deliberately, he began cutting the body into smaller pieces, small enough to fit into plastic bags. He didn't rush. He worked in steps, taking breaks in between. It took him several days to finish. He placed each part into the freezer, over 35 pieces in total, storing them alongside regular food items like milk, meat, and snacks. The same freezer kept both groceries and what was left of the woman he had once lived with. Through all of this, Aftab kept up appearances. He ordered food online, used social media, and acted like nothing had happened. But inside that apartment, something truly horrific was unfolding behind closed doors. While disposing of one of the lower limbs, Aftab accidentally sliced his own hand. He walked to a nearby clinic and casually told the doctor he'd injured himself while cutting fruit. The doctor patched him up, some stitches, a bandage, and sent him home. No one suspected a thing. One part of the body caused more hesitation than the rest: the head. Aftab didn't dispose of it right away. He feared it could still be used to identify her. Instead, he sealed it in a separate plastic bag and tucked it into the same freezer, isolated from the other remains. It stayed there for weeks, untouched, his final reminder of who Shraddha once was. The rest of the remains, by then, had become just items to him, bagged, categorized, and stored like objects. The apartment wasn't properly cleaned. Bloodstains lingered in corners of the bathroom and on the floor, partially rinsed with bleach and water, but never fully removed. A sour smell began to spread. To cover it up, Aftab started burning incense sticks in every room, trying to mask the odor of something truly sinister. Once he was done with dismembering, he moved to the next step: disposal. But it wasn't a rushed dump job, it was carefully planned. Police later found a notebook in the apartment with disturbing entries, lists of dates, times, and mapped out disposal locations. His plan was clear: scatter everything so that no single area would raise suspicion. He usually went out late at night, walking through the darkness with a backpack carrying frozen body parts. His main destination was the Morali Forest, a quiet, heavily wooded area where few people went after dark. He took precautions, dressed differently each time, changed routes often, and never stayed in one place for long. After each trip, he'd jot down exactly what he'd left and where. The heat of the summer sometimes forced him to act faster. He buried some pieces in shallow spots, tucked others into bushes, or left them near trees. Occasionally, neighbors noticed strange smells, but no one imagined what was really going on. He never let anyone into the apartment. If someone asked to visit, he gave excuses. He wasn't feeling well or was busy with work. Even while carrying out these horrific actions, Aftab kept up appearances. He realized people might start asking questions about Shraddha's absence, so he took steps to make it seem like she was still around. Using her phone, he impersonated her,
responding to messages, posting stories, and even chatting with friends. He kept it short, used lots of emojis, and avoided voice messages to avoid suspicion. When someone asked where she was, he'd say she was in Lahore or too busy to talk. Sometimes he delayed replies on purpose to make it seem like she was just occupied. This trickery bought him extra time. Weeks, in fact. By June, most of Shraddha's remains were gone. That's when Aftab got back on Tinder. He made a new profile and started talking to women. Just days later, he invited someone over. She came, had dinner with him, and spent time at his place, completely unaware of what had happened within those walls. Shraddha's head was still in the freezer during that visit. But Aftab had cleaned the apartment, lit incense again, and made everything look normal. The guest never thought to check the freezer. She had no idea. Eventually, Aftab stopped faking Shraddha's presence online. That's when the silence became noticeable. At first, her family wasn't too alarmed. She had a habit of going quiet after arguments. They assumed she just needed space. But as June turned into July and no new posts or messages came through, her brother grew increasingly worried. He began checking her accounts regularly, waiting for any kind of sign, an update, a comment, a like. Nothing ever came. He started messaging her directly. "Are you okay? Where are you? Please reply." No answer. At first, Shraddha's father, Vikas Walkar, didn't push too hard. He figured his daughter was simply upset. Maybe they'd argued again. Maybe she was feeling overwhelmed. She had pulled away from the family before, so her silence didn't immediately set off alarms. But as the weeks dragged into August, with no word from her, something didn't sit right. He started reaching out, first to her former colleagues. One of them mentioned she had moved to Delhi with Aftab. But beyond that, no one had seen or heard from her in months. By September, it was obvious this wasn't just another quiet spell. Her phone remained off. Her bank account hadn't seen a single transaction. She had completely vanished. That's when Vikas began contacting the police, starting in Mumbai, then in Delhi. But without a verified address or an official complaint, no investigation was launched. The system didn't move. Weeks passed with no action. Finally, in November, Vikas Walkar walked into the police station himself and filed a formal missing person report. He told them the last time he'd spoken to his daughter was several months ago, back in the spring. He handed over photos, her phone number, chat logs, and mentioned her relationship with Aftab Poonawalla, highlighting that they had previously lived together in Mumbai. That report finally shifted the case into motion. Until then, no one had treated Shraddha's silence as a serious concern. Even her friends hadn't voiced suspicion. But now, nearly 6 months after her death, her disappearance was finally official, and police began to dig. By then, the trail was ice cold. Aftab had been meticulous. He'd destroyed evidence, deleted digital footprints, and manipulated Shraddha's online presence long enough to avoid suspicion. He likely assumed that, after all this time, no one could connect him to her disappearance. But the police started from the basics, talking to people who last interacted with her. Aftab's name surfaced immediately. Records showed they had lived together. Neighbors remembered seeing them as a couple, but more recently, only Aftab had been seen coming and going. That made him the key person of interest. When police brought him in for questioning, Aftab didn't flinch. He appeared calm, articulate, and well-mannered. Speaking fluent English, he painted himself as a cooperative, rational man. He claimed Shraddha had left him months ago, willingly. According to him, she had met someone else, packed up, and moved on. He said he'd even helped her with the bags and wished her the best. At first, it didn't sound completely implausible. But as investigators dug deeper, cracks started to show. The first red flag came from a simple look at her phone records. After May 18th, the day he claimed she walked out, Aftab had never once tried to contact her. Not a single call. Not even a text. If she had really left, wouldn't he have at least checked in? Then came something more damning. The 54,000 rupee transfer. Money had been moved from Shraddha's bank account to Aftab's after the date he claimed she left. And it wasn't some vague transaction. It was done through her own phone, traced directly to the couple's apartment's IP address. That meant Aftab still had her phone and her bank credentials. The police called him in for another round. But this time, it wasn't polite conversation. The questions were sharper, more focused, about the money, the texts sent from her number, and the exact timing of her so-called departure. Suddenly, Aftab wasn't so composed. His confident persona began to crack. His answers became murky, full of hesitation and vague language. The calm, confident version of Aftab that first appeared during questioning didn't last long. His polished facade began to crack. His expression grew tense, his words started to falter. Detectives zeroed in on inconsistencies, and it wasn't long before his carefully rehearsed story collapsed under the weight of real evidence. When asked a simple, direct question, "When did you last see Shraddha?" he answered, "May 18th. The date wasn't just close to the crime, it was the day it happened. That one moment of hesitation said more than any long explanation could. Soon after, in a quieter conversation with an officer, his tone shifted completely. No firm denials this time. His sentences became clipped. He avoided direct answers, asked for water, and said he needed more time to explain. The pressure was getting to him. His story was unraveling. Then, voluntarily, without being charged or threatened, Aftab asked to speak to the investigators again. And this time, he started talking. At first, it was vague, but soon the truth came out. He admitted to killing Shraddha, cutting her body into pieces, and disposing of the remains across the city. He described how the argument had started over marriage. She wanted a future. He wanted freedom. He said he snapped, that he strangled her in anger. What followed was even more disturbing. He didn't panic. He planned. He slept next to her body that night. The next morning, he went out to buy tools, knives, chemicals, a freezer. He described how he cut her up in stages, storing parts in plastic bags, dropping them in various places including the Merauli forest. He even admitted to keeping her head for weeks before finally burning it in June. It was a horrifying confession. But in India, a confession alone doesn't secure a conviction, not unless backed by physical proof. So, investigators launched a full-scale operation using his own words as a map. With K9 units, forensic experts and drones, they scoured the forest areas he mentioned. Their first breakthrough came exactly where Aftab said it would, Merauli. Hidden among the underbrush, they found bone fragments, teeth, hair, and plastic bags containing organic traces. Forensics were able to pull DNA and match it to Shraddha's father. The results weren't just close. They confirmed that the remains belonged to Shraddha Walkar. More evidence came from the couple's apartment. Even after Aftab's efforts to clean it, ultraviolet lights revealed blood particles. The freezer showed traces of human tissue. In the bathroom drain, they found melted plastic and chemical residue. Bit by bit, the truth was building into a case too strong to deny. But perhaps the most chilling part wasn't what Aftab did. It was why. He admitted that his goal was to destroy evidence. The dismemberment wasn't in panic. It was calculated. He wanted to scatter the remains to make it harder for police to prove a crime had ever taken place. Psychological evaluations confirmed what many feared. Aftab wasn't mentally ill. Even more disturbing, after the murder, he continued to live in the same apartment, eating meals from the same fridge that held her remains. When asked if that bothered him, he calmly replied that it was sealed, and there was no smell, no remorse, no shame. In court, his behavior changed again. He appeared messy, distracted, even tried to act mentally unwell, just like in the infamous Noor Muqaddam case in Pakistan. But the tests proved otherwise. He was mentally sound. The case sparked outrage across India. People weren't just demanding justice for Shraddha, they were calling for real change. They wanted warning signs to be taken seriously,
for victims of toxic relationships to be heard, and for parents and families to never be shut out of their children's lives, even after disagreements. The disappearance of Rachel Maiden became one of the most widely discussed cases in the media. A young, accomplished dentist, highly respected in her community and adored by patients, vanished without a trace from her upscale Brentwood home. Left behind was her 2-year-old daughter, alone in an empty house, along with disturbing signs of a struggle. Details that raised more questions than answers. Shrouded in fear and mystery, what really happened behind closed doors in this seemingly perfect home? How did someone who lived in luxury and appeared successful by all measures find herself in such a perilous situation? Rachel Liliana Maidens, née Tucker, was born on March 19, 1979, in Nashville, Tennessee, the state's bustling capital and largest city. As the youngest of 2 children, she was raised in a well-established family of healthcare professionals. Her father, Richard, was a highly regarded pharmacist, while her mother, Bethany, operated a private pediatric practice. Rachel shared a close bond with her older brother, growing up in a nurturing household where their parents prioritized their education and personal growth. She attended a prestigious Catholic private school for girls, earning recognition as one of the top students in her class. Following high school, Rachel gained admission to a distinguished college in Birmingham, Alabama. She later pursued her studies at a reputable state medical university, where she secured a scholarship. During her university years, she also discovered a deep passion for tennis, excelling in the sport and earning numerous accolades. Rachel's professional path became clearer when she chose to specialize in dentistry. She enrolled in a private dental school in Florida, where she graduated with distinction in 2005. Her impressive academic record earned her a residency at the Children's National Medical Center in Washington, D.C. During this time, Rachel began publishing academic papers in medical journals and actively participated in both national and international conferences, gaining recognition as a promising young professional. However, tragedy struck her family, casting a dark shadow over Rachel's life. In 2004, while she was still a student, her father, a well-respected pharmacist, was accused of forging prescriptions and illegally distributing controlled substances. He was arrested at work and taken into custody, where he remained until his trial. Overwhelmed by the stress and humiliation of the accusations, Richard suffered a fatal heart attack in his jail cell, leaving Rachel and her family devastated. The troubles for the Maidens family did not end there. Rachel, along with her mother and brother, soon found themselves under investigation. Their financial accounts were frozen, and they were prohibited from traveling outside the country until the inquiry was resolved. The investigation dragged on for over a year, until 2 of Richard's colleagues were eventually arrested, and Richard himself was posthumously exonerated. Formal apologies were extended to the family, but the damage had already been done. The emotional toll of her father's tragic passing, the prolonged investigation, and the stain of public scandal deeply affected Rachel's mental and emotional well-being. She fell into a prolonged depression, appearing overwhelmed and broken. Despite this dark chapter, Rachel managed to rebuild her life in the years that followed. She established a private dental practice in Brentwood, a peaceful and affluent suburb of her hometown, Nashville, located in Williamson County, Tennessee. Her career flourished at an impressive pace, and she became a highly regarded and innovative orthodontist, attracting clients from neighboring cities and even other states. Rachel's dental clinic quickly became one of the most advanced and well-equipped facilities in Tennessee, earning admiration for its cutting-edge technology and top-tier service. From a young age, Rachel was known for her striking beauty, attracting attention wherever she went. Tall, athletic, and graceful, with long blonde hair and a dazzling smile. Yet, despite the admiration she received, Rachel remained focused on her studies and career, postponing serious relationships and family plans until she had firmly established herself professionally. In the late 2000s, Rachel met Reynold Maidens, a man nearly 8 years her senior. However, Their age gap was never an obstacle to their connection. Reynolds, born and raised in a modest town in Georgia, came from a middle-class background. He attended a local high school before enrolling in a technical college and later pursued further studies at Clark University in Atlanta. After earning his degree, Reynolds secured a job as a sales manager at a major pharmaceutical company. His career advanced quickly, and by 2007, he was transferred to the company's Nashville branch, where he assumed a senior management role. By the time Rachel and Reynolds crossed paths, both were well established in their careers. They earned impressive salaries, lived comfortably, and enjoyed the luxuries that came with success. Reynolds was charming and intelligent, a well-read man who could effortlessly engage in conversations on a variety of topics. His polished demeanor and friendly nature made him well-liked by nearly everyone he met. The two first met at a gathering hosted by mutual friends, where Reynolds was immediately captivated by the sophisticated blonde with impeccable style. Rachel, in turn, was drawn to his charisma and intellect. Their romance blossomed quickly, and by 2009, Reynolds proposed. Rachel joyfully accepted his heartfelt offer, marking the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. After their lavish wedding, the newlyweds, supported by Rachel's family, purchased a stunning mansion in Brentwood's most exclusive neighborhood. The home offered everything they needed for a comfortable and secure lifestyle, surrounded by charming parks, pristine golf courses, and upscale bars and restaurants frequented by the affluent community. Just a 15-minute drive away was a bustling business district, home to the headquarters of several major corporations. Reynolds' office was located in one of those corporate buildings, while Rachel's private clinic stood nearby in a separate state-of-the-art facility. Their luxurious home was nestled within the grounds of a prestigious private club, and the neighborhood itself was considered one of the safest and most desirable in the state. In late 2010, the couple welcomed their daughter, Natalie. Their happiness seemed complete and limitless. Rachel, a devoted yet ambitious mother, didn't step away from her career for long. Despite taking only a short maternity leave, she remained actively involved in overseeing her clinic's operations and returned to work full-time within a year. By mid-2012, however, Reynolds' behavior began to take a troubling turn. He started drinking heavily, insisting it was the only way he could unwind from the pressures of his demanding job. Rachel's attempts to have meaningful conversations with Reynolds about his growing alcohol use led nowhere. Reynolds stubbornly denied he had a drinking problem, insisting that he could quit anytime he wanted. As the months passed, Rachel's concerns deepened. She began to suspect that Reynolds' issues extended beyond alcohol and that he might be using other, more dangerous substances. His moods became increasingly erratic, and he displayed episodes of sudden, irrational aggression. His behavior grew more unpredictable. Any attempt to discuss the situation either resulted in explosive arguments or was met with complete denial, leaving Rachel feeling helpless and deeply concerned. The negative changes in Reynolds' behavior soon started to affect his professional life. His performance at work plummeted, and after several warnings from his superiors, he ultimately lost his job. Despite this serious consequence, Reynolds showed no signs of self-reflection or a desire to get his life back on track. On the contrary, his drinking worsened, and he was often in a state where he was barely coherent or aware of his surroundings. About 3 months before the incident that would change everything, things reached a breaking point. Rachel confided in her mother about something deeply troubling. She had discovered that Reynolds had been secretly withdrawing large sums of money from their joint bank account and transferring it into his personal account. Rachel's investigation into these transactions revealed that the withdrawals began shortly after she had threatened to divorce him during one of their heated arguments, warning him that he would be left with nothing. It seemed clear that Reynolds, possibly fearing she might follow through with the divorce, was taking steps to secure some of their shared finances for himself. The incident at the restaurant in January 2013 further escalated their already strained relationship. Reynolds showed up at a Brentwood restaurant in a highly agitated and unsteady state, clearly under the influence of some kind of prohibited substance. His behavior became erratic and confrontational as he harassed other patrons, seemingly spoiling for a fight. Alarmed, the restaurant manager called emergency services to report the escalating disturbance. Minutes later, she made a follow-up call, explaining that when staff tried to escort Reynolds out of the building, several high-caliber bullets fell out of his coat pocket, along with a small container of unidentified pills. When law enforcement arrived, they spoke to Reynolds, but surprisingly let him off with only a verbal warning. However, in the back seat of his car, officers noticed a shotgun, which Reynolds had a permit for, but he couldn't provide a coherent explanation as to why he had brought the firearm to the restaurant that night. As Reynolds attempted to get behind the wheel and drive away, the officers intervened, preventing him from doing so in his intoxicated state. The officers suggested calling Reynolds' wife, Rachel, to come pick him up. In response, Reynolds' demeanor shifted dramatically. He became desperate, begging them not to contact her. His behavior resembled that of a frightened child fearing punishment, as he repeatedly pleaded, insisting that Rachel would be furious if she found out, and promised that nothing like this would ever happen again. Who exactly came to pick up Reynolds that night remains unclear. He made a phone call to someone, and about 15 minutes later, a car pulled up to the restaurant. Reynolds quickly got in and left. None of the witnesses got a clear look at the driver, but some accounts suggested it might have been a former colleague of Reynolds. On the evening of April 21st, 2013, the Brentwood Police Department received a distressing call from a concerned woman who hadn't been able to reach her daughter all day and was becoming increasingly worried about her daughter's safety, as well as that of her young granddaughter. The caller was Bethany, Rachel's mother. She knew all too well about her son-in-law Reynolds' struggles with alcohol and dangerous substances, and how his behavior became unpredictable and reckless under their influence. Bethany urgently pleaded with the police to send officers to her daughter's home to check on the situation. Bethany shared that Reynolds had been on the brink of a breakdown, often making alarming threats, including the possibility of harming himself or lashing out at Rachel. She also mentioned that her granddaughter, Natalie, who was only 2.5 years old, was likely in the house. The police responded swiftly and arrived at the residence, but no one answered when they knocked on the front door. The curtains on the ground floor were tightly drawn, making it impossible to see inside. However, the unmistakable sound of a child crying loudly could be heard from within, raising serious concerns for the child's safety. The officers decided to force entry through the garage door. Once inside, their calls went unanswered. Following the sound of the distressed child, they made their way deeper into the house. In a hallway, they found Natalie sitting on the floor, sobbing for her mother. At her young age, she couldn't explain what had happened, but the fear and confusion in her eyes were evident. As the officers continued down the hallway, they noticed blood splattered on one of the walls. Following the grim trail, they came upon a horrifying scene in the living room. Rachel, aged 34, was found lifeless on the floor, with a shotgun discarded on a nearby couch. An investigation later revealed that she had suffered 9 gunshot wounds, in addition to 2 blasts of buckshot fired into her back. There was no chance for Rachel to survive the brutal attack. The hallway, entryway, living room, and even the bedroom door were covered in blood. It was clear that the violent act had unfolded throughout these areas, with Rachel being pursued and attacked as if she were a target in a shooting range. After the assault, the perpetrator had wrapped her body in a blanket and attempted to clean up the bloodstains from the floors and walls. However, there was far too much blood, and the effort was quickly abandoned. The suspect then fled the scene. Reynolds was the prime and only suspect in this horrifying crime. Reynolds was immediately declared a wanted fugitive. Thankfully, although traumatized, the child was physically unharmed, but the emotional impact was evident. It appeared that she had witnessed the entire horrific ordeal, a terrifying experience for someone so young. Bethany, devastated and in shock upon hearing the news, rushed to her daughter's home to take her granddaughter into her care. The high-end country club where the crime took place was swarming with law enforcement officers. They canvassed the neighborhood, questioning residents in hopes that someone had seen something or could provide clues about the suspect's whereabouts. The search for Reynolds was extensive, involving aerial support with helicopters, as authorities considered him extremely dangerous due to his unstable behavior. His photograph was broadcast on the evening news, along with a public plea for any information about his location. The community was also warned that he might still be armed. During a search of the house, investigators found a note, more accurately, a full letter written by the suspect. In the letter, Reynolds offered an apology to his young daughter, though he never explicitly mentioned what he had done. He also expressed his gratitude to his mother-in-law and Rachel's other family members, thanking them for their kindness and support over the years. He wrote about his love and appreciation for them, but then launched into a tirade about how his wife had made his life unbearable. Reynolds described how Rachel allegedly belittled and pressured him, claiming that things had only worsened after he lost his job. Reaching a breaking point, he said he could no longer endure the situation. Throughout the letter, Reynolds placed blame squarely on Rachel, painting her as domineering from the start of their relationship and claiming that she had systematically broken him down and controlled him. He justified his addiction to hard liquor and powerful substances as his only way to cope with the immense pressure. Reynolds insisted that his substance abuse and job loss were consequences of being trapped in a marriage with what he described as a tyrannical partner. The writing was erratic at times, disjointed and repetitive, but the overall message came through as a clear and desperate attempt to deflect responsibility for his actions. In the letter, Reynolds also made a request for custody of his daughter to be granted to his mother-in-law, believing she would be a loving and capable guardian for the child. The letter was essentially a confession, leaving no doubt about who had committed the crime. However, forensic experts speculated that the message could be a final farewell, raising concerns that the suspect might have harmed himself after fleeing the scene. Despite this possibility, the search efforts continued, as Reynolds was still considered a significant threat to the public. In the trunk of Reynolds' abandoned car, officers found a duffel bag containing nearly $100,000 in cash. It was clear that he had planned to escape with the money, but, for reasons unknown, left it behind. Detectives also discovered that, on the night before the tragic incident, Reynolds had made a lengthy phone call to his attorney, although the content of that conversation remained undisclosed. The very next day, as police continued their extensive search for Reynolds, he unexpectedly emerged from hiding, approaching the officers with his hands up and expressing his willingness to cooperate with the investigation without resistance. Reynolds allowed himself to be handcuffed and was escorted to the station for questioning. Once there, he immediately began blaming the victim for all his misfortunes, claiming that Rachel had subjected him to years of psychological torment and constant humiliation. He wept openly as he described how he had gone from being a successful corporate executive to an unemployed alcoholic who had become a local laughingstock. He recounted wandering the streets aimlessly, too terrified to return home and face his wife. It turned out that, for the past 6 months, neighbors had filed multiple complaints about Reynolds' erratic and disturbing behavior. He had been known to approach strangers on the streets aggressively, trying to start conflicts. Additionally, he had been cited several times for driving under the influence. However, curiously, his driver's license had not been suspended, which many found puzzling. In March 2013, a heavily intoxicated Reynolds crashed his car into a transformer station, leaving an entire neighborhood without power. Just a week before the tragic incident, neighbors reported seeing Reynolds walking around his property with a shotgun. On April 15th, for example, he approached a neighboring home with the weapon, terrifying the children playing on the lawn and their parents, who quickly called the police. Reynolds was arrested, but released the next day, likely after bailing his way out of the situation. Former colleagues of Reynolds reported that his behavior had started to change dramatically about 6 months prior to the incident. He often blamed his erratic conduct on family issues and repeatedly complained about his wife. However, no one believed that Rachel, described as refined and kind, could have been the tyrant he made her out to be. Just before the new year, Reynolds caused a scene at a high-end restaurant in a 5-star hotel where he and Rachel were dining. After getting severely drunk at the bar, he erupted in a violent outburst. When Rachel tried to take him home, he hurled glasses and bottles against the walls while shouting threats to harm her. Although the incident was hushed up at the time, word quickly spread to his employer's management, and Reynolds was terminated from his job. This was not the first time Reynolds' behavior had raised red flags at work. During the trial, his former employer admitted that Reynolds' dependency on controlled substances had been an open secret for some time. The company had offered him support and treatment options, but he had refused all help. In the investigation, it was uncovered that Reynolds had been in frequent contact with an old flame, Lisa Farley, over the past several months. It appeared he had developed strong feelings for her again, and there were indications that he had been planning to run away with her. Authorities suspected that he had been withdrawing money from his joint account with Rachel to fund a new life with Lisa somewhere far away. However, there was no evidence to suggest that Lisa had any knowledge of or involvement in the crime against Rachel. Detectives quickly tracked down Lisa and brought her in for questioning. She appeared genuinely shocked when she learned of what her lover had done. Lisa insisted that Reynolds had always been a kind and thoughtful man, claiming he must have acted out of extreme desperation. She reiterated that Reynolds often complained about the pressure and emotional strain his wife placed on him, implying that Rachel might have driven him to his breaking point. Reynolds was charged with the premeditated crime against his wife, as well as endangering the life of his young daughter, who had been in the home at the time. Additionally, he faced accusations of tampering with evidence, as he had attempted to clean up bloodstains. Investigators also believed that he had wrapped Rachel's body in a blanket, likely intending to dispose of it, but either abandoned the plan due to a lack of physical strength or fear of being seen by the neighbors. He was held in custody with bail set at an astonishing $2 million. Reynolds maintained his innocence, claiming that Rachel had provoked him. By June 2013, his attorney successfully petitioned to have the bail reduced to $700,000, which Reynolds posted using money from his shared account with Rachel. Rachel's mother, Bethany, fought hard to prevent this, but Reynolds' skilled defense attorney managed to secure his client's access to those funds. Despite the severity of the accusations, the 42-year-old Reynolds was released on house arrest, confined to the very mansion where he had committed the crime against his wife. Later, the conditions were further relaxed, and he was placed under a travel restriction, allowing him to roam freely around town while awaiting trial. The trial date was set for September 2014, almost a year and a half later. Bethany's repeated efforts to challenge this lenient arrangement were dismissed. The only inconvenience Reynolds faced during this period was having to wear an ankle monitor to track his movements. Additionally, a court order prohibited him from contacting his daughter or any of Rachel's family members, either directly or indirectly. About 6 months later, Bethany finally succeeded in getting a court order that barred Reynolds from using the assets he had accumulated with her late daughter's funds and revoked his right to live in the mansion. This victory gave her a sense of control, but the legal battles were far from over. However, this didn't stop Reynolds from brazenly returning to the house and taking whatever he deemed valuable, including high-priced possessions. His audacity outraged everyone, and contempt of court charges were filed against him. Yet, his defense attorney managed to have these charges dismissed once again, maneuvering Reynolds out of trouble. Reynolds seemed to slip through the cracks of the legal system repeatedly, using the funds he had effectively stolen from Rachel's personal and shared accounts to cover his mounting legal expenses. Despite Bethany and her family's efforts to recover or freeze the stolen money, they were unsuccessful. Reynolds often appeared in court with a smug grin, reveling in the sense that he was untouchable. A dangerous individual, responsible for a brutal crime committed in front of a young child, was allowed to remain free. Witnesses repeatedly highlighted Reynolds' history of substance abuse, noting how he became erratic, aggressive, and uncontrollable when under the influence. Yet, despite the severity of his actions, Reynolds' attorney once again managed to convince the judge that he posed no significant threat. The legal system seemed to bend to Reynolds' advantage time after time. After his arrest in December 2013, when he was found under the influence of controlled substances and attempting to break into a stranger's home, there was a glimmer of hope that he would finally face the consequences of his actions. Reynolds' incoherent ramblings, threats, and false claims of being a police officer during the attempted break-in painted a picture of a man clearly in crisis. His bail privileges were revoked, and for a brief moment it appeared that he would remain in custody, awaiting trial. Under Tennessee law, the collection of charges Reynolds faced could have led to the death penalty, and it seemed that he might finally be held accountable for the string of crimes and destruction he had caused. However, this was just another chapter in a lengthy saga of Reynolds' manipulation of the legal system. The plea deal struck in mid-September 2014 shocked many, especially Rachel's family, who had hoped for a much harsher sentence. Reynolds pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, evidence tampering, and endangering the welfare of his daughter, which brought the trial to an unexpected and anticlimactic end. His cooperation in pleading guilty earned him a reduced sentence, and he was handed a 25-year prison term, far less than the 60 years the prosecution had sought. Moreover, his eligibility for parole after just 15 years, contingent on good behavior, was another point of contention for those who believed the justice system had failed Rachel and her daughter. In the courtroom, Reynolds' apology to his daughter and Rachel's family felt hollow and insincere. Bethany, in particular, was devastated by the leniency of the sentence, viewing it as an insult to the memory of her daughter and the pain she had endured. She relentlessly pursued appeals and participated in media interviews, hoping to highlight what she saw as a miscarriage of justice. Despite her efforts, the sentence remained unchanged. In the end, Rachel's daughter Natalie found herself under the care of her maternal grandmother, Bethany. According to the terms of Rachel's estate, Natalie would eventually inherit her mother's assets when she reached adulthood, a bittersweet legacy that would provide for her, but could never replace the love and care of the mother she had lost so tragically.
A young girl set out to sell cookies to her neighbors, just like she had done so many times before. But this time, she never came home. As soon as word spread, the entire community sprang into action. Hundreds of people, neighbors, friends, even complete strangers, joined the police searching every street, backyard, and park. But Joan was nowhere to be found. Days passed, and it was as if she had vanished into thin air. Just when hope seemed lost, detectives uncovered a shocking truth, one that would shake the town to its core and set off a chain of events with consequences still felt today. Joan D'Alessandro was born on September 7, 1965, in the quiet town of Hillsdale, New Jersey. She had a loving family, her parents and 2 older brothers, and a childhood filled with warmth, faith, and laughter. Joan was bright, kind, and full of energy. She made friends easily, did well in school, and had a deep love for ballet and the arts. She also loved being a Girl Scout. It wasn't just about earning badges or going on outdoor adventures. She loved the sense of community, the friendships, and the fun. One of the biggest traditions of the Girl Scouts was selling cookies. The girls would go door to door in their neighborhood, chatting with neighbors and raising money for their troop. April 19, 1973 was Maundy Thursday, and since Joan's school was closed for the holiday, she spent the day at home with her mom. It was an ordinary afternoon. She played outside in the yard, enjoying the warm spring weather. Around 3 p.m., she noticed one of their neighbors pulling into the driveway in a brand new car. Joan had a few boxes of cookies left to deliver, and without wasting any time, she ran inside, grabbed them, and told her mom she'd be back in just a few minutes, but she never returned. At first, her mom wasn't too worried. Kids often lost track of time playing with their friends, and their neighborhood was a safe, quiet place where parents didn't think twice about letting their children roam freely. But as the minutes turned into an hour, worry began to creep in. The sky had darkened, and a light rain had started to fall. Maybe Joan had ducked into a friend's house to wait out the weather? The rain passed quickly, but Joan was still nowhere to be seen. By the time her dad came home from work, panic had fully set in. He immediately jumped into his car and started driving through the neighborhood, calling her name, scanning the streets for any sign of his little girl. Meanwhile, Joan's mom tried to figure out where she might have gone. Joan had taken the list of cookie deliveries with her, but her mother remembered something. Joan had mentioned that she was going to a neighbor's house, someone who had just arrived home in a new car. Her mom immediately thought of a family just a few houses down, the only ones in the neighborhood with a brand new vehicle. She rushed over, knocking on their door, hoping to find Joan safe and sound, but they hadn't seen her. One by one, she checked with other neighbors, anyone who might have ordered cookies or seen her daughter that afternoon. But the answer was always the same. No one had seen Joan. With no leads and no sign of their daughter, Joan's parents made the call they had been dreading. They contacted the police. Officers wasted no time launching a massive search operation. The local fire department sent out crews to help, and police officers went door to door across a several-mile radius, desperately hoping that someone had seen Joan. But no one had. What made this even more unsettling was the location. Joan's street led directly to a busy shopping center, with cars constantly passing through. It was the kind of place where someone would have noticed a young girl walking alone. And yet, nothing. As the hours dragged on, the community came together in full force. Dozens, then hundreds of people poured into the streets, flashlights in hand, calling Joan's name, checking every backyard, every alley, every possible hiding place. By midnight, local authorities called in reinforcements. The FBI and state police arrived, search dogs were brought in, and every possible lead was chased down. Volunteers combed through abandoned lots, empty houses, nearby forests, parks, even the shores of a local lake. But there was nothing, not a single clue. At first, investigators considered the possibility that Joan had simply wandered too far from home and gotten lost. But as the night stretched into the early hours of the morning, an awful realization set in. If she had just been lost, they would have found her by now. Something else had happened. The police were now certain. Joan hadn't just disappeared. Someone had taken her. Joan's mother never believed, not even for a second, that her daughter had wandered off on her own. Joan was the kind of child who followed the rules. She never went far without permission, and when she said she'd be back in a few minutes, she meant it. That's why her mother was convinced something terrible had happened. By 3 a.m., after hours of searching with no results, police decided to pause and resume at sunrise. As the sun came up, even more volunteers joined in. It seemed like the entire town had come together for Joan. Women who couldn't physically help with the search still found ways to contribute, preparing over 2,000 meals for the search teams throughout the day. Nearly every officer in the police department was involved, along with 250 firefighters from neighboring towns and several FBI teams. That day, searchers combed through every possible place Joan could be. They checked every home, yard, garage, and shed, anywhere a little girl might be. But despite their relentless efforts, there was still no sign of her. Then, a possible breakthrough, one of the search teams discovered a child's shoe less than a mile from Joan's home. It looked just like the ones she had been wearing when she left the house. Nearby, they also found several empty boxes of Girl Scout cookies, the same kind Joan had been selling. Hoping for answers, police immediately showed the shoe to Joan's mother. But the moment she saw it, her heart sank. It wasn't Joan's. Investigators then examined the cookie boxes and determined they had likely been there for weeks. Eventually, local residents came forward and confirmed that the shoe belonged to their child. Just like that, what seemed like a major lead turned into another dead end, and investigators were back to square one. Despite the hundreds of volunteers, the extensive searches, and the unwavering determination, the second full day of searching ended without answers. Meanwhile, the FBI was beginning to focus more and more on the possibility of foul play. After speaking with Joan's mother, detectives learned something crucial. She had already visited every neighbor where Joan might have delivered cookies. Every single one had said the same thing. Joan never came to their house that day. There was no sign of her. No cookies, no deliveries, nothing. But there was something else. Joan's mother shared a gut feeling she had, a suspicion that had been nagging at her since the very beginning. Before Joan left the house, she mentioned she was heading to a neighbor's home, the one who had just pulled into their driveway in a new car. As far as her mother knew, there was only one household nearby that had recently purchased a vehicle: the McGowans. So when Joan first went missing, her mother had gone straight to their house. There, she met 26-year-old Joseph McGowan, who lived with his mother and grandmother. When she asked if he had seen Joan, he told her no. But something about him didn't sit right. His behavior, his tone. She couldn't explain it, but she had a terrible feeling about him. Detectives had already spoken to Joseph once, and he had denied any involvement in Joan's disappearance. But as the hours passed, those gut feelings, both from Joan's mother and from law enforcement, only grew stronger. Joseph's story didn't seem to hold up. He kept tripping over details, struggling to keep his alibi straight. Yet there was no hard evidence against him. Nothing in his home connected him to Joan. He also had no criminal record. In fact, his background was the complete opposite of what one might expect from a suspect in a case like this. He was a well-respected school chemistry teacher with a good reputation in the community. But something still felt off. Eventually, detectives brought him into the station for a polygraph test. Joseph agreed, sitting down to answer their questions. But the results weren't what he was hoping for. The test flagged multiple signs of deception on nearly every key question. Unfortunately, polygraph results weren't admissible as solid evidence. They couldn't convict him based on that alone, but they could use it to push him further. When detectives told Joseph that he had failed, they pressed him harder. They needed him to come clean. Then, something unexpected happened. Joseph broke down, and to everyone's surprise, he made a request. "Bring me a priest," he said. Detectives obliged, and after speaking with the priest in private, everything changed. Joseph finally broke down and confessed to what really happened that day. According to his story, he had been outside mowing the lawn when Joan approached him with a few boxes of cookies. He said he had pre-ordered them weeks earlier, so he invited her inside to pay. But from this point, Joseph's account took a bizarre turn. He claimed that when he realized he didn't have the exact amount of cash to pay her, he suddenly became overwhelmed with frustration and shame. For reasons he couldn't explain, he snapped. He grabbed Joan and dragged her to his bedroom, where he brutally attacked her and committed unspeakable acts. The detectives, of course, didn't believe this part of his story for a second. His excuse made no sense. No one would react so violently over something so trivial. But they let him continue his confession, knowing that the more he talked, the more he'd reveal. Joseph said that after realizing the gravity of what he had done, panic set in. He knew that if he let Joan go, his life would be over. So, instead of facing the consequences, he decided to get rid of her. After several failed attempts, he ultimately killed Joan, wrapped her body in an old sofa cover, and placed her in the trunk of his car. He then cleaned up the blood in his bedroom, stuffed the cleaning rags into a bag, and drove nearly 20 miles away to a national park in neighboring New York State. There, deep in the woods, he carried Joan's body behind a large rock and left her there. On his way back, he disposed of the rags and other evidence in random trash bins along the road. And then, in a twisted display of deception, Joseph returned home and acted as if nothing had happened. Later that night, when Joan's mother knocked on his door looking for her daughter, he calmly told her he hadn't seen the little girl. He even joined the community's search efforts, pretending to care as he walked alongside neighbors who were desperately trying to find Joan. But perhaps the most chilling part of his confession came at the end. Joseph told detectives that, despite everything he had done, he felt completely calm that night. He had no trouble falling asleep at all. While some details of his story seemed questionable, investigators' main priority was now finding Joan's body. They contacted New York Park Services, and Joseph provided them with precise directions to the location. Thanks to this, the search took less than an hour. Joan's body was found exactly where he said it would be, behind a large rock in a remote wooded area. But when medical examiners began their work, more inconsistencies in Joseph's account came to light. During his interrogation, Joseph insisted that he had not sexually assaulted Joan. But forensic evidence told a different story. There was undeniable proof that he had. His version of the events also contradicted the physical evidence in other ways. He claimed he had simply attacked her in a fit of rage, yet forensic experts found multiple injuries and bruises that suggested a prolonged, violent struggle. And then there was the most glaring contradiction of all. Joan's body was found completely unclothed. Even when detectives confronted him with this detail, Joseph continued to deny any sexual assault. For Joseph's family and friends, the entire situation was beyond comprehension. They had always seen him as a quiet, intelligent, and kind person. The idea that he was capable of something so monstrous was unthinkable. His colleagues at the elementary school where he worked as a chemistry teacher were equally stunned. To them, Joseph had always been a well-respected and well-educated teacher who had never shown any signs of trouble. But the residents of Hillsdale had no doubts about his guilt. In the days following his arrest, dozens of furious locals gathered outside his house. Most weren't violent, but the police still decided to block off the entire street, worried that someone might try to harm his mother or grandmother. Some residents were so outraged that they even flipped through phone books looking for anyone with the last name McGowan, making angry phone calls to complete strangers. Many of these people had no connection to Joseph, yet they became targets of the town's collective fury. Several families even filed complaints saying these threatening calls were making their lives unbearable. The anger only grew when the judge set Joseph's bail at $50,000. That was a huge sum at the time, but for the people of Hillsdale, it wasn't enough. Hundreds of residents flooded the court with letters demanding that bail be revoked. The thought of Joseph walking free, even temporarily, was unthinkable, but surprisingly, not everyone agreed. Some believed that, despite the horror of his crime, Joseph should have the right to post bail. Some residents were actually hoping Joseph would be released, not because they believed he was innocent, but because they wanted to take justice into their own hands. Under immense public pressure, the court eventually changed its decision and revoked his bail, even though his family had already managed to gather the necessary amount. In the end, Joseph was kept in jail while awaiting trial, placed in solitary confinement for his own safety, as many inmates were eager to harm him. Several months after his arrest, the trial finally began. Joseph pleaded guilty to the murder but continued to deny the sexual assault. He insisted that the crime was a spontaneous act, claiming he had no idea what came over him. The prosecution, however, wasn't buying it. Before the trial, several psychiatrists had evaluated Joseph. Their conclusions were chilling. They believed he had harbored dark, monstrous desires for years, hiding them behind the facade of a normal, well-adjusted life. But when the opportunity arose to act on his fantasies, he didn't hesitate. There was also speculation that the crime wasn't as impulsive as Joseph claimed. The fact that he had hidden Joan's body deep in the woods behind a large rock raised serious doubts that he had chosen the spot on a whim. Investigators strongly believed that he had known about the location long before the crime, keeping it in mind as a convenient place to dispose of a body. By the end of the trial, Joseph was sentenced to life in prison, but there was a catch. At the time, the law allowed for parole, even for someone like him, which meant the case was far from over. Nearly 20 years later, Joseph became eligible for parole, causing outrage among Joan's family. Her parents hadn't even been aware this was an option. To make matters worse, their attorney warned them that if they didn't take action to oppose his release, there was a strong chance he would walk free. The problem was that over the years, Joseph had undergone multiple psychiatric evaluations, and every single one concluded that he was no longer a threat to society. Adding to his case was his spotless behavior in prison. He had never caused trouble or violated any rules. Desperate to keep him behind bars, Joan's mother fought with everything she had. She not only worked to convince the parole board that Joseph didn't deserve to be released, but also launched a campaign to change the law, ensuring that criminals like him would never get the chance for parole again. After years of relentless advocacy, she succeeded. A new law was passed in New Jersey, making anyone convicted of murdering a child under 14 for the purpose of sexual assault permanently ineligible for parole. The following year, a federal version of the law was enacted, largely thanks to her efforts. However, the law didn't apply retroactively, meaning Joseph was still eligible for parole. But despite this, Joan's mother managed to convince the court to deny his release. Then, in 1999, another parole hearing came up, and this time, something unexpected happened. Before the decision was made, Joseph underwent another psychiatric evaluation. During these conversations, he suddenly changed the story he had been sticking to for over 20 years. Initially, he had claimed that he attacked Joan out of frustration when he couldn't find the right amount of change. That explanation had never been particularly convincing, but now Joseph admitted it was a lie. According to him, he had been struggling with personal issues at the time. He was unhappy with his job, dissatisfied with his life, and feeling generally miserable. When Joan knocked on his door, he claimed he simply decided to take out his anger on her, leading him to commit the crime. Despite this new explanation, the court once again denied his parole. Over the following years, Joseph continued to petition for early release, but each time, his requests were rejected. During one of his final attempts to secure parole, he agreed to an interview with John Douglas, a former FBI agent and renowned criminal profiler whose work inspired The Silence of the Lambs and shows like Mindhunter. Douglas, who had interviewed infamous serial killers like Charles Manson, assessed whether Joseph was fit to re-enter society. His conclusion was clear. Joseph remained a significant danger to those around him. He described Joseph's uncontrollable urges as deeply disturbing. Using his unique approach, Douglas managed to earn Joseph's trust, uncovering something even more unsettling in the process. At one point, Joseph bragged about having more than $600,000. He explained that after his mother and grandmother passed away, he received sizable payouts and sold their house. But what was most disturbing was what he did with the money. Joseph revealed that he had moved all of it to a bank in neighboring New York State, specifically to prevent Joan's mother from ever being able to access a single penny through civil lawsuits. He had been quietly securing funds for legal representation, ensuring he could continue fighting for his release. Douglas was so struck by this conversation that he later wrote an entire book about the case. Joseph's last attempt to secure parole was in 2008, with his next hearing scheduled for 2025. Joan's mother was preparing for another battle, ready to oppose his release once again. But she didn't have to. In 2021, Joseph died in prison at the age of 74. In the end, he spent most of his life behind bars and remained there until his death. As for Joan's mother, her fight for justice never stopped. A few years ago, she successfully pushed to raise the age limit in her original law from 14 to 18 in New Jersey. She also helped pass another law in the state, one that completely removed the statute of limitations for murder cases. On top of her legal advocacy, she founded a nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting children, a mission that has had a profound impact over the years. And she has no plans of slowing down. For her, this fight isn't just about what happened to Joan. It's about protecting thousands of other children from suffering the same fate.
A young girl was left home alone for a short while, only to vanish without a trace. What followed felt more like the plot of a gripping detective thriller than a real-life event. It was simply too shocking to believe something like this could truly happen. It would take 15 long years before the truth finally came to light. And when it did, the entire community was left in shock and outrage. Jessica Dishon was born on May 2nd, 1982, in the small, close-knit town of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. It was a quiet, rural place where most residents worked in farming and knew one another well. Jessica was the eldest sibling with 2 younger brothers, and from a young age, she helped care for them while her parents worked. This responsibility made her independent, and her parents always trusted her completely. At 15, she took a part-time job at a local restaurant, determined to save up for her dream car, a red Pontiac. Over the years, she diligently put money aside until she finally had enough to make her dream a reality. Despite juggling work and school, Jessica excelled academically. She had big plans to attend college after graduation and pursue a career in accounting. By the fall of 1999, at 17, she was entering her senior year of high school. Around this time, she also started dating someone, which made her even more excited about the future. On the morning of Friday, September 10th, Jessica's day started off like any other. Her parents left for work while she was still asleep, and her younger brothers caught the school bus. Jessica stayed behind, planning to drive herself to school shortly after. Around noon,
Her mother returned home and immediately sensed something was off. Jessica's car was still parked in front of the house. Strange, since she should have been in class. Concerned, her mother entered the house and checked Jessica's bedroom, thinking she might have overslept. But the room was empty. Next, she wondered if Jessica had asked her father for a ride instead. However, after calling him, she learned that he had gone to work alone that morning. Worried, she decided to check Jessica's car, thinking it might not have started that morning. She grabbed a spare key from inside the house and walked outside. But as she approached, a chilling sight stopped her in her tracks. The driver's door was slightly ajar, and inside, Jessica's cell phone lay on the seat with the numbers 9 and 1 already dialed. Beneath the driver's seat, one of Jessica's shoes and her keys were left behind. In the back seat, her school books, work uniform, and purse remained untouched. The disturbing scene painted a grim picture. It was clear someone had interrupted her as she tried to call for help. Jessica would never have willingly left all her belongings behind. The family lived on the outskirts of town, so if she had gone anywhere on foot, she would have had to walk for miles. Her parents immediately called the school, only to discover that Jessica had never made it to class. Strangely, the school had failed to notify them of her absence, as it should have. Their worry deepened when Jessica's best friend from the restaurant called later that day, asking why she hadn't shown up for her shift. Between her absence at school and work, the abandoned car, and the phone with 9 and 1 dialed, Jessica's parents knew something was terribly wrong. They wasted no time in contacting the police. But when they finally reached the sheriff, they were met with indifference. He brushed off their concerns, suggesting Jessica had simply wandered off and would return soon. He didn't even acknowledge the glaring evidence, like the single shoe left behind, making it nearly impossible for her to have gone far. Jessica's parents pleaded with the sheriff to take the situation seriously, but he refused to open an investigation. Frustrated and heartbroken, they had no choice but to return home. But they weren't ready to give up. Determined to find their daughter, they took matters into their own hands, reaching out to friends, relatives, and anyone who might have seen Jessica. Yet, no one had any answers. Together, they scoured the town in search of Jessica, but she was nowhere to be found. The next morning, her worried parents returned to the sheriff's office and reported that Jessica still hadn't made it home. This time, the sheriff sent 2 officers to inspect her car. However, her parents soon encountered yet another issue. The officers conducted their examination without wearing gloves, carelessly handling everything inside the vehicle with their bare hands. Worse still, they neglected to check Jessica's room, despite it being standard procedure. Feeling once again abandoned by law enforcement, Jessica's parents turned to the local media in a desperate attempt to bring attention to their daughter's disappearance and highlight the police's apparent lack of concern. With the support of relatives and friends, they launched their own search efforts, distributing flyers that contained crucial information about Jessica. Leading the search were her father and his brother Stanley, both of whom were familiar with the area. Fearing the worst, they decided to focus their search near a local river, an area notorious for attracting drug dealers and criminals due to its overgrown, secluded landscape. For hours, Jessica's family combed through the rough terrain near the river, but they found no sign of her. Then, the following morning, something deeply unsettling happened. While Jessica's parents were at home, their son was playing outside in the yard when he suddenly ran inside, visibly shaken. He claimed he had heard a cry for help, one that sounded just like Jessica's voice. Acting on instinct, Jessica's father grabbed his shotgun and rushed outside, determined to find the source of the cry. At that same moment, his brother pulled up to the house and immediately joined in the search. As they scanned the area, something caught their attention, a plume of smoke rising from a neighboring property. The land belonged to a 40-year-old man named David Brooks. As they got closer, they saw him burning something that looked eerily similar to clothing. The sight sent chills down their spines. Suspicious, Jessica's father approached Brooks and requested permission to search his property. Brooks, however, flatly refused and ordered them to leave. But that wasn't the only unsettling thing about him. Before Jessica's disappearance, her family had shared a relatively normal relationship with Brooks and his relatives. Yet after she went missing, his behavior took a disturbing turn. He began driving past their house slowly and frequently, staring at them with an unsettling, almost taunting smile. Jessica's parents also started receiving eerie, anonymous phone calls where the caller remained silent, breathing heavily on the other end. They suspected Brooks was behind it, but they couldn't understand why. After witnessing Brooks burning clothes on his property, Jessica's parents once again turned to the police, who had shown little interest in the case from the beginning. They urged the officers to search Brooks' property with cadaver dogs, and this time the police agreed. Using Jessica's clothing to pick up her scent, the dogs led investigators straight to Brooks' fire pit, but frustratingly, no solid evidence was found. However, the dogs also uncovered a pair of black gloves inside one of Brooks's sheds. The gloves emitted an odor associated with decomposition, raising even more red flags. Despite these alarming discoveries and Brooks's increasingly suspicious behavior, the police once again failed to link him to Jessica's disappearance, leaving her parents with more questions than answers. Frustrated by the local authorities' inaction, Jessica's father made a bold decision. He reached out to the FBI. Typically, the Bureau does not launch investigations solely based on requests from missing persons' relatives. But this time, given the disturbing circumstances surrounding Jessica's case, they agreed to step in without hesitation. After carefully reviewing the details provided by Jessica's parents, the FBI came to a chilling conclusion. Something truly horrific may have happened to her. From that moment on, a real investigation finally began. The kind of thorough inquiry that local law enforcement had failed to conduct. FBI agents meticulously collected fingerprints from Jessica's room and vehicle, seizing all potential evidence for forensic analysis. They also deployed helicopters and enlisted volunteers to assist in a massive ground search. Even the pond near Jessica's home was thoroughly examined as investigators considered the possibility that her body might have been hidden there. Then, as the FBI combed through Brooks's property with a level of scrutiny the local police had never applied, they uncovered something truly alarming. Inside one of the sheds, investigators uncovered a chilling piece of evidence: a printed photo of Jessica. This disturbing discovery made detectives almost certain that Brooks was involved in her disappearance. They also began to suspect his 35-year-old brother Joseph, who exhibited odd behavior while the police were searching the property. However, there was a major obstacle. Despite their suspicions, the investigation had yet to produce any concrete evidence substantial enough to justify arresting either of the brothers. With no other leads, authorities intensified their search efforts, convinced that Jessica was no longer alive. Then, on September 27th, 17 days after Jessica went missing, the police received a call that would change everything. A woman was driving along a road near the river, the same area where Jessica's father had desperately searched in the early days of her disappearance. As she passed by, she noticed something unusual near a tree just off the road. Curious, she decided to take a closer look. As she approached, a horrifying realization set in. The object resembled a human body. Without hesitation, she dialed 911. FBI agents rushed to the scene, and their worst fears were confirmed. The lifeless body of a young woman lay before them, badly decomposed and missing several fingers and limbs. A rope, streaked with red and silver paint, was tied tightly around her legs. Parts of her clothing were also missing, leading investigators to suspect she had been sexually assaulted. Due to the body's advanced state of decomposition, authorities were unable to immediately confirm whether it was Jessica. The police then visited her parents and asked for their help in identifying her remains. Overcome with grief, Jessica's father couldn't bring himself to look, but her mother, gathering all the strength she had, agreed to go to the scene. At first, she struggled to recognize her daughter, but then her eyes fell upon something unmistakable: a small butterfly tattoo, identical to Jessica's, located in the exact same spot. The painful truth became undeniable. Later, forensic experts officially confirmed Jessica's identity and determined her cause of death: strangulation. The examination also revealed multiple bruises, indicating she had suffered a brutal attack before dying. Even more disturbingly, medical experts concluded that her limbs and fingers had been removed post-mortem, meaning she had been alive when her ordeal began. Yet the most devastating revelation was still to come. Investigators discovered that Jessica had remained alive for approximately 3 days after she was abducted. This meant that if the police had acted sooner, they might have been able to save her. Instead, their inaction had sealed her fate. Following the grim discovery, the FBI decided to interrogate Brooks once more. This time, his story took a suspicious turn. During his initial interview, he had claimed he saw Jessica near her home on the morning she vanished. But now, he completely changed his statement, insisting that he hadn't seen her at all that day. His new version of events placed him at home, in bed with his wife that morning. However, when detectives questioned his wife separately, she contradicted his account. Sensing the pressure mounting, the FBI pushed further. They asked Brooks what he would do if his fingerprints were found on Jessica's body. His response sent chills down their spines. Although no such evidence had been discovered, Brooks hesitated and then made an alarming statement. If his fingerprints were found, he would have to confess to everything. Shortly after, he was subjected to a polygraph test, and he failed. With suspicions at an all-time high, the FBI made a bold decision. Despite the lack of solid physical evidence, they arrested Brooks and proceeded with the trial. However, they knew the case would be an uphill battle. While the circumstantial evidence was overwhelming, it wasn't definitive. Without concrete proof directly linking Brooks to Jessica's murder, the odds of securing a guilty verdict remained uncertain. As the trial preparations progressed, detectives continued their search for additional evidence that could strengthen the case. While reviewing past findings, investigators recalled an intriguing detail. During their search of Brooks' car, they had discovered a rope strikingly similar to the one used to tie the victim's legs. However, without any DNA evidence on it, the rope remained yet another piece of circumstantial evidence rather than definitive proof. The trial commenced in January 2003. Brooks's attorney vehemently argued that there was no concrete evidence linking his client to the crime, insisting on his innocence. Then, a crucial misstep by law enforcement came to light during the proceedings. When investigators first discovered Jessica's body, they also found several of her missing limbs nearby. These remains were placed in specialized containers and handed over to the local police for safekeeping. However, despite clear labels instructing officers to store them in a refrigerated environment, the boxes were instead left at room temperature. As a result, the remains decomposed extensively, destroying any potential DNA traces that might have identified the killer. With no solid forensic evidence and only weak circumstantial links, the case against Brooks was far from airtight. Ultimately, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict, and Brooks walked free. According to state law, he could only be charged again if new, undeniable evidence emerged. For Jessica's parents, the verdict was a crushing blow. In their minds, there was little doubt that Brooks was responsible for their daughter's murder. To make matters worse, they were haunted by the thought that if the police had taken the case more seriously from the start, Jessica might have been saved. Now, with no justice in sight, their last hope faded entirely. As years passed, Jessica's case remained unsolved, and eventually it was nearly forgotten. Then, in 2012, a new detective, Lynn Hunt, joined the local police department. Tasked with investigating cold cases, she soon turned her attention to the murder of Jessica Dishon. As she sifted through the case files, she was shocked by the sheer negligence of her predecessors. The records were riddled with errors, crucial conversations with key individuals were missing, and the handling of evidence was embarrassingly inadequate. It became clear that the case had been so poorly managed that Hunt had no choice but to start the investigation from scratch. Despite the fact that 13 years had already passed since Jessica's murder, her first step was to speak with Jessica's family. One of Jessica's brothers, now an adult living on his own, handed Hunt a box of his sister's belongings, items that had originally been in Jessica's car. He had kept them ever since the police had returned them to the family. Hunt was once again astounded by the lack of professionalism in the investigation. These items, which should have been preserved as evidence, had not been stored according to protocol. Now, after so many years, they were unlikely to yield any useful clues. Nevertheless, Hunt examined everything carefully, determined not to overlook a single detail. Then she came across something interesting, a copy of Brooks' medical evaluation. According to the report, his IQ was only 61, which is considered extremely low. This revelation raised serious questions about the way the police had handled his interrogation. Given his intellectual limitations, Brooks might not have fully understood many of the questions posed to him. His odd behavior, which had previously been considered suspicious, could very well have been a result of his cognitive impairment rather than guilt. This new perspective led Hunt to consider a shocking possibility. What if Brooks had nothing to do with Jessica's murder? What if the real killer had never even been investigated? Determined to find the truth, Hunt launched a fresh inquiry. She meticulously reviewed all individuals connected to the case, as well as people living in the area at the time of Jessica's disappearance. Her investigation continued until September 2014, nearly 15 years after Jessica's death, when an unexpected lead emerged. A fellow officer from another department reached out to Hunt with intriguing news. An inmate at a Kentucky state prison had come forward, claiming to know the true identity of Jessica Dishon's murderer. Hunt approached this tip with cautious skepticism. In her experience, inmates often fabricated stories in hopes of bargaining for reduced sentences or better prison conditions. More often than not, such leads proved to be nothing more than time-wasting dead ends. Still, she knew she couldn't afford to dismiss it without verification. Determined to follow every possible lead, Hunt made her way to the prison to meet the informant. The man revealed that he had once shared a cell with another inmate, a convict who had been sentenced for child abuse, the very same crime he himself had committed. Bound by shared experiences, the two inmates developed a twisted friendship, occasionally exchanging details about their past crimes. Then, one day, the cellmate made a shocking confession. Among other things, he claimed to have murdered Jessica Dishon. But what came next left Detective Hunt utterly stunned. The informant revealed the name of the man responsible for Jessica's death. It was none other than Stanley Dishon, Jessica's uncle and her father's own brother. According to the inmate, Stanley had confided in him, admitting that he had been sexually abusing Jessica for years while living under the same roof as her family. He had threatened her repeatedly, warning that if she ever told anyone, he would kill her or harm someone she loved. By the spring of 1999, Stanley grew increasingly paranoid. Jessica had started dating someone, and he feared that she might finally confess to her boyfriend about the abuse. Desperate to silence her, Stanley took action. On the morning of September 10th, he arrived at Jessica's home while she was alone. She was outside, getting into her car, her belongings already packed inside. Stanley confronted her, demanding that she end her relationship immediately. But Jessica refused. She had had enough, and this time she fought back. She threatened to expose him if he didn't leave her alone. Panic set in. Stanley lashed out, issuing more threats. Jessica turned to grab the phone, intending to call 911. Realizing that his entire world could come crashing down, Stanley lunged at her. Jessica managed to break free and ran into the house, but he chased after her. Once inside, he followed her to her bedroom, struck her, and tightly bound her in her own bedsheets. Then, he carried her away to an abandoned shed, just a short distance from where her body would later be found. For several agonizing days, Stanley kept Jessica captive, subjecting her to unimaginable abuse and torture. Then, he ended her life. But his cruelty didn't stop there. He moved her body, placing it in a visible spot near the road, ensuring that it would eventually be discovered. Hoping to mislead investigators, he went even further, removing some of Jessica's limbs to make it appear as if her death had been the work of drug traffickers. Before leaving the scene, he buried the bedsheets beneath the shed, erasing the last traces of his crime. Detective Hunt was shaken. The details provided by the informant were eerily specific, details that had never been made public. Only Jessica's closest relatives knew about the missing limbs, meaning the inmate couldn't have fabricated that part of the story. Then, he revealed one final piece of information. Stanley had buried one of Jessica's shoes beneath a broken tree near the shed. If this was true, Hunt finally had a chance to prove his guilt. Determined to verify the claims, Hunt launched an independent search. But with limited resources at the local police department, she had no choice but to seek help elsewhere. She turned to Jessica's brother and a few other relatives who agreed to assist in the search. Not wanting to alarm them prematurely, Hunt chose not to disclose that Stanley was now the prime suspect. First, she needed concrete evidence. On the first day, the search was fruitless. In the midst of pouring rain, they dug through the areas matching the informant's description, but nothing surfaced. The next day, Hunt and Jessica's brother returned to the site with renewed determination. As they drove along the road, he pointed out an abandoned barn. Something about it caught Hunt's attention. They stopped the car, entered the barn, and started digging the soil inside. Almost immediately, they uncovered something buried beneath the dirt. A long-awaited breakthrough. It was a bedsheet. Hunt carefully collected the evidence and rushed to Jessica's home. Over the years, Jessica's parents had never changed a single thing in her bedroom. It remained frozen in time, exactly as it was on the day she disappeared. Thanks to this, Hunt was able to confirm a crucial detail. The bedsheet they had just found matched Jessica's bedding. It was missing from her bed, and the pattern was identical to the remaining linen. For the first time in 15 years, the truth was finally coming to light. Immediately after this breakthrough, Stanley was arrested and brought in for questioning. Though he refused to confess, he appeared visibly shaken during his conversation with detectives. Eventually, he was formally charged with murder, and the case moved to trial. Jessica's father struggled to comprehend the horrifying truth that his own brother had committed such an unspeakable crime against his daughter. At first, he was in complete denial, unable to accept the reality of the situation. But over time, he was forced to come to terms with it. Looking back, he recalled something that now seemed painfully suspicious. During the initial days of Jessica's disappearance, it had been Stanley who suggested searching near the river. But while they were out there, Stanley suddenly claimed to feel sick, and his brother had to drive him home. It turned out that this moment had occurred just a few hundred yards from the barn where Jessica had been hidden. This raised a chilling possibility. Stanley may have deliberately diverted the search efforts, ensuring that no one would find Jessica while she was still alive. As preparations for the trial continued, Detective Hunt delved deeper into Stanley's past, hoping to uncover additional evidence. She already knew that he had previously served time for assaulting another young girl within their family. But what she uncovered next was even more disturbing. Multiple women, each closely related to Stanley, came forward revealing that he had sexually abused them when they were children. A clear pattern emerged. Stanley would approach his relatives, claiming to have nowhere to stay, and they would allow him to live with them temporarily. But once alone with their daughters, he took advantage of the situation, using threats to ensure their silence. After hearing these testimonies, investigators concluded that Stanley had been preying on young girls within his own family for 3 decades. Despite these revelations, Hunt knew that securing a conviction for Jessica's murder would be difficult. The case still lacked definitive forensic evidence. There were no fingerprints, no DNA, and nothing to physically tie Stanley to the crime. Determined to leave no stone unturned, she continued combing through old case files, searching for anything that might strengthen the prosecution's case. That's when she made another shocking discovery. In a box of forgotten records, Hunt came across a letter dated June 26, 2002. It had been written by a different informant, someone who, 12 years before, had told the police the same story that Hunt had just uncovered from the Kentucky prison inmate. By that time, Stanley was already serving a sentence for assaulting an underage relative. While in prison, he had confessed to his cellmate that he was the one who had murdered Jessica. The cellmate, who happened to be a police informant, sent a detailed letter to the department handling the case, outlining everything Stanley had told him. And what did the police do? Nothing. They ignored the letter, likely because they were still convinced that Brooks was the real culprit. Instead of investigating further, they dismissed the informant's claims, failing to consider any other suspects. Hunt was once again appalled by the negligence of her predecessors. If they had taken their job seriously, Jessica's case could have been solved back in 2002. But now, after all these years, all she could do was wait for the trial, hoping that Stanley would finally face the justice he had evaded for so long. The trial began in 2015. Despite overwhelming circumstantial evidence, Stanley insisted he was innocent. Seated in the courtroom, Jessica's parents could hardly bear to look at him. The man who had shared their family dinners, their holidays, their lives, was the same man who had destroyed everything. Their anger only deepened as he continued to deny the crime, refusing to give them even a shred of closure. Prosecutors knew that convicting Stanley of murder would be difficult. The case against him was largely circumstantial, with no direct physical evidence to secure a guilty verdict. There was also another complication. The women Stanley had assaulted as children would need to testify in court, recounting in painful detail the horrors they had endured. Given these challenges, the prosecution made a decision. They offered Stanley a plea deal. In exchange for his full confession to both Jessica's murder and the sexual assaults, they would drop the possibility of the death penalty. In the end, Stanley agreed. He pleaded guilty. But there was one condition. He wouldn't be required to reveal any further details about the crimes. Jessica's parents were devastated. After waiting for justice for nearly 15 years, they still didn't get the answers they so desperately sought. Why had he done it? What had really happened in those final moments? Stanley remained silent, offering them nothing. Under the terms of the plea deal, Stanley was sentenced to 20 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 15 years. Given that he was already 56 at the time of sentencing, this meant that he could walk free at 71. After the trial, Jessica's father made a chilling promise. If his brother ever got out of prison, he would be waiting for him. And this time, he would take justice into his own hands. In 2019, Stanley gave his first interview from prison, claiming once again that he was innocent. According to him, he had been at work on the morning Jessica disappeared. But after 2 decades, verifying his alibi was impossible. He also failed to explain how 2 unrelated informants, separated by more than a decade, had come forward with identical confessions from him, including details that only the true murderer would know, such as the location of the buried bedsheet. As for David Brooks, detectives never fully ruled out the possibility that he played a minor role in the crime. Brooks and Stanley knew each other, and it was entirely possible that Stanley had asked him to help dispose of Jessica's belongings. Given Brooks's low IQ, he may not have fully understood what was happening. Perhaps he had been the one to burn Jessica's clothes in the fire, or maybe Stanley had given him the gloves, contaminated with Jessica's scent, causing the cadaver dogs to alert. There was even a small possibility that Brooks had deliberately placed Jessica's photo in Stanley's shed, attempting to shift suspicion. But the full truth will likely never be known. Brooks passed away in 2021 due to heart complications, taking any remaining secrets to the grave. One final mystery remains, the haunting moment when, on the 3rd day of Jessica's disappearance, her younger brother heard a cry for help outside. He was convinced it was his sister. To this day, no one knows the truth. Was Jessica still alive at that time, held captive in the barn just a few miles away? Perhaps the child had imagined it, his mind playing tricks on him under extreme stress. Or maybe it was someone else's voice that he mistook for Jessica's. Yet, there is one unsettling theory. We know that right after Jessica's father ran outside in response to the cry, Stanley pulled up to the house. He had been nearby. Could it be that Jessica had been in his car at that exact moment, Bound, gagged, or unconscious? It seems unlikely. But in a case like this, where so much negligence and deception clouded the truth, anything is possible. What do you think about this case? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Looks can be dangerously misleading. Someone who seems kind, charming, and friendly may actually be hiding dark intentions and posing a serious threat. That's why it's so important to be cautious and never blindly trust anyone. History is full of cases where seemingly charismatic people gained the trust of their victims, only to commit horrific crimes. Some of the most infamous examples include figures like Ted Bundy and Rodney Alcala, who used their good looks and charm to mask their true, monstrous nature. But one particularly shocking case happened in the fall of 2020, involving the tragic deaths of well-known soccer referee Daniele De Santis and his fiancée, Eleonora Manta. This crime was not only horrifying in its brutality, but also deeply unsettling due to its apparent lack of motive. As investigators worked on the case, the identity of the killer left everyone stunned. Behind an innocent-looking facade was someone capable of unimaginable cruelty. Even more disturbing, the perpetrator admitted they intended to commit more crimes, taking pleasure in causing harm. This horrifying case left a lasting impact, not just because of its senseless violence, but because of the cold, calculated nature of the attack and the criminal's disturbing future intentions. It's a haunting reminder that a person's true character isn't always visible on the surface. Daniele De Santis was born in 1987 in the Italian city of Lecce. He was the eldest of 3 siblings in a loving and well-off family. Growing up with his 2 younger sisters, he formed strong bonds with them from an early age. Sports played a huge role in Daniele's life, with soccer becoming his biggest passion. After high school, he went on to study at a prestigious Italian university. Daniele pursued a degree in law and graduated in 2009. While studying, he also worked hard to build a successful career as a soccer referee. He started as an assistant referee, and in 2017, he made his debut as the 4th official in a match between Pisa and Benevento. Over the years, his dedication and talent earned him opportunities to officiate in Serie C and Serie B matches, overseeing more than 130 games in total. On the field, Daniele was known for his charismatic personality, athletic build, and strong presence. His career brought him financial success and the promise of an even brighter future. He had big dreams and was determined to keep growing in his profession. But Daniele wasn't just talented in his career. His personal life was just as fulfilling. He was in a loving relationship with Eleonora Manta, a charming young woman 3 years younger than him. The couple had plans to marry soon. Eleonora was born in Milan in 1990 and grew up in a modest home. She was the youngest of 3 children, with 2 older twin brothers. During her early school years, her parents divorced, and her father eventually remarried. After that, he became mostly absent from his children's lives, leaving their mother to raise them on her own. From a young age, Eleonora was passionate about sports and dance, dedicating herself fully to both. These shared interests led her to cross paths with Daniele in 2019, and their instant connection quickly grew into a deep romantic relationship. Friends and family described them as a perfect couple, harmonious, loving, and completely trusting of each other. Those close to them said they never argued and always supported one another. Eleonora had long dreamed of earning a law degree, and in 2020 she won a competitive placement in a prestigious university program specializing in law and international relations. Overjoyed by the opportunity, she eagerly started her studies that September. By the summer of 2020, Daniele and Eleonora decided to take the next step in their relationship and move in together. They chose Daniele's spacious apartment in a modern, upscale residential complex. At the time, Daniele had been renting one of the rooms to a medical student, but his tenant needed time to find alternative housing. The transition went smoothly, and Eleonora gradually moved her belongings into her boyfriend's home. By September 2020, life seemed to be falling perfectly into place for Daniele DeSantis and Eleonora Manta. Daniele's former tenant had officially moved out, and the couple was excited to start this new chapter together. Eleonora had officially moved in, bringing all her belongings, and the couple was just days away from starting their new life together permanently. They were also busy planning their wedding, a day that was meant to be the happiest of their lives. Daniele was scheduled to officiate an Italian Cup match between Monopoly and Modena on September 23rd. But tragically, he would never make it to that day. On the evening of September 21st, Daniele and Eleonora were celebrating her move with a quiet, romantic dinner in his apartment. Everything seemed perfect, until around 9:45 p.m., when the peaceful night was shattered. Suddenly, a chilling scream for help echoed through the building, followed by the sounds of a violent struggle. Alarmed neighbors listened in horror as the disturbing noise continued for nearly 10 minutes. Nearly a dozen calls flooded emergency services, with callers reporting what sounded like a brutal attack. None of them realized just how horrifyingly accurate their fears were. Shortly after 10 p.m., a 12-year-old boy walking his dog across the street from the building witnessed something that would haunt him forever. He had heard the screams but hadn't fully understood what was happening, until he saw a young man suddenly run out of the apartment complex. The man hesitated for a brief moment before heading toward the boy. The child later recalled the stranger's cold, emotionless expression and the knife he held in his hand. Frozen in fear, the boy wasn't sure what would happen next. Thankfully, a few passers-by appeared nearby, prompting the man to flee. Despite his attempts to hide his face, several people got a clear look at him before he disappeared into the night. Moments later, police and ambulances arrived at the scene. But there was nothing they could do. Daniele and Eleonora were already gone. Daniele was found lying on his back in the stairwell, unresponsive, surrounded by a massive pool of blood. The door to the apartment was wide open. Inside, Eleonora's body was discovered in the hallway, face down, her clothes and hair soaked in blood. Both had succumbed to their injuries before emergency responders arrived. The cause of death was determined to be multiple stab wounds, leading to massive blood loss. Forensic experts counted 38 stab wounds on Daniele and 37 on Eleonora, an extreme level of violence that raised chilling questions. Who could commit such a savage attack? And why would anyone target this young, loving couple? At first, investigators considered the possibility of a robbery gone wrong. After all, Daniele was a well-known public figure. Daniele was a well-known figure, and it was no secret that he was financially successful. At first, investigators considered the possibility that someone had broken in after hearing a tip, expecting to find valuables. Perhaps they hadn't anticipated the couple being home and panicked when confronted. However, this theory was quickly ruled out. Nothing valuable was taken from the apartment. Cash was left out in the open, untouched. Even more telling, Eleonora was still wearing an expensive set of jewelry that Daniele had given her during their engagement, including earrings, a necklace, and a diamond ring. If robbery had been the motive, it made no sense that the attacker had left these valuable items behind. One of the most disturbing aspects of the crime was its sheer brutality. Both victims had been savagely stabbed multiple times, suggesting a deeply personal motive, something driven by intense hatred or rage. This led detectives to consider whether the crime was fueled by passion. Could it have been the work of a jealous ex or someone seeking revenge? At one point, investigators explored the idea of a love triangle, wondering if an affair had triggered this horrific act. But that theory was quickly dismissed. Friends and family insisted that Daniele and Eleonora were deeply in love and completely loyal to each other. However, they couldn't rule out the possibility that someone else had harbored unrequited feelings for one of them, leading to a dangerous obsession. At the crime scene, investigators found several unusual objects that didn't belong to the couple. Among them were zip ties, a few bottles of bleach, and a blood-stained stocking. These items were scattered around the room, suggesting they had been brought by the killer. Forensic analysis later confirmed that the stocking had traces of Daniele's blood, along with the DNA of an unknown man. It seemed likely that the attacker had worn the stocking as a mask, but during the violent struggle, Daniele had managed to rip it off. There was also a chilling detail. Someone had drawn a sad face on the fabric with a black marker. With witness accounts, police were able to create a composite sketch of the suspect. The most detailed description came from the 12-year-old boy who had come face to face with the attacker. Understandably, the child was terrified, and given that it was late at night, investigators were concerned about the accuracy of his recollection. Still, the boy was able to provide valuable details, particularly about the man's clothing and the backpack he was carrying. Unfortunately, while the sketch gave investigators a starting point, it did not immediately lead to a breakthrough in the case. As detectives interviewed witnesses, some recalled hearing Eleonora desperately pleading with someone to stop. She even shouted a name multiple times, something that sounded like Andrea. This was the first significant lead in the case. Investigators immediately began looking into every man named Andrea connected to the couple, hoping this clue would lead them to the killer. The first person under suspicion was Andrea Formati, an old acquaintance of Eleonora from her teenage years. Although they lived in different cities and rarely interacted, they still followed each other on social media. Detectives speculated that Formati might have secretly had feelings for Eleonora for years. Perhaps, upon learning about her engagement, he acted on a twisted idea. If he couldn't have her, no one could, leading him to target both her and Daniele. Formati was quickly located and brought in for questioning. He was horrified to hear about Eleonora's death and even more shocked to find himself a suspect. However, his alibi was airtight. On the night of the crime, he was on a business trip in Rome, and his presence there was confirmed by multiple witnesses and security camera footage. He was ruled out. The next person detectives investigated was Andrea Martinelli, a longtime friend of Daniele. They considered the possibility that Martinelli had secretly been in love with Eleonora and resented Daniele for being with her. Their suspicions grew when they found phone records showing that Martinelli and Daniele had spoken just 3 hours before the murder. However, Martinelli also had an ironclad alibi. His whereabouts were verified by multiple people at the time of the attack, eliminating him as a suspect. With no success in their search, investigators turned their attention to another man named Andrea Rodeo, a 37-year-old who had been a more recent acquaintance of the couple. He closely resembled the composite sketch, making him a prime suspect. Rodeo was detained, and witnesses were brought in to identify him. But every witness, without hesitation, said that the man they had seen the night of the murder was someone else. Adding to his defense, Rodeo also had a solid alibi. With no evidence against him, he was released. After exhausting all leads connected to the name Andrea, the investigation suddenly hit a dead end. Detectives began to question whether Eleonora had actually shouted a different name during the attack. If that were the case, the time spent investigating men named Andrea may have been wasted. Now, finding new leads was more critical than ever. During a second, more thorough search of the crime scene, investigators uncovered a crucial piece of evidence that had been overlooked earlier. Beneath a small shoe rack, they found a folded piece of paper, likely dropped by the killer. The paper appeared to be torn from a student notebook, and it contained hastily written instructions. The chilling note outlined a step-by-step plan for breaking into the apartment and carrying out the crime. It specifically mentioned subduing the couple using zip ties, the same ones found at the scene. This discovery confirmed that the attack had been meticulously premeditated. The perpetrator had come prepared, intending to restrain and harm the victims. However, for reasons unknown, the attacker abandoned parts of their plan. Most likely, this was due to the couple's fierce resistance. The loud screams and struggle, heard by numerous neighbors, may have also made the killer panic, fearing they would be caught in the act. The note also revealed that the murderer had been watching the apartment beforehand, walking near the windows and listening at the door to make sure the couple was alone. Other disturbing details included instructions to disguise themselves with a nylon stocking, change into clean clothes after the crime, and use bleach to destroy evidence. But the note provided no clues about the killer's motive. At the bottom of the page was a hand-drawn map of the victim's neighborhood. The map marked the locations of outdoor surveillance cameras on buildings and utility poles. It also outlined multiple escape routes designed to avoid these cameras. Yet, despite all this careful planning, the murderer ignored these precautions while fleeing the scene. Witnesses had clearly seen the suspect running away, and investigators were able to track part of the escape route using surveillance footage. Even with these leads, the case remained at a standstill. The composite sketch of the suspect had been circulating in newspapers and on TV for days, but no strong leads had surfaced until September 26th. That day, a young man walked into a police station and reported that the sketch strongly resembled his classmate, a 21-year-old medical student named Antonio DeMarco. What caught the attention of investigators was that Antonio had not attended classes or contacted anyone at the university for several days. Following the crime, it soon came to light that Antonio had previously rented a room in Daniele DeSantis's apartment, but had moved out a few months earlier. He had not initially been considered a person of interest because he no longer lived there. Antonio was described as quiet and unremarkable, someone who avoided conflict and focused solely on his studies. Many people in the building didn't even remember that Daniele had once rented out a room. Those who did recall Antonio spoke of him positively. He was diligent, polite, and reserved. He rarely interacted with others, didn't attend social gatherings or parties, and had no known romantic relationships. To most, he seemed like a typical bookworm. Law enforcement quickly obtained handwriting samples from Antonio's university records to compare with the writing on the note found at the crime scene. Forensic analysis confirmed a perfect match, leaving little doubt that the police had identified their suspect. At first, investigators struggled to determine Antonio's current address. After leaving Daniele's apartment, he had not officially registered a new residence. However, detectives managed to track him down through his mother, who provided them with his whereabouts. Antonio was renting a room in a shared house with 2 other students, just 3 blocks from the crime scene. The lease was under another student's name, and the rent was split between the 3 of them. On September 28, 2020, a week after the murders, Antonio DeMarco was arrested outside a comic book store, where he had been casually browsing and purchasing a magazine. When approached by officers, he showed no surprise, made no attempt to resist, and didn't try to escape. Instead, he gave a crooked smirk and simply asked, "How long did it take you to find me?" From the outset, Antonio did not deny his involvement. He displayed no emotion, no remorse, and answered investigators' questions with cold, detached detail, almost as if he took pleasure in recounting the events of that night. He admitted to seeing the young eyewitness walking his dog and even confessed that he had considered silencing the boy, but was in too much of a rush. He also noted that other people in the area had made it too risky. Antonio's chillingly calm demeanor and lack of regret stood in stark contrast to his angelic appearance and the glowing remarks from his university professors and supervisors at the hospital where he was training as a medical intern. Despite being known as a shy student, Antonio had been considered a promising and dedicated young doctor. Detectives knew there had to be more to his story. To understand how someone like Antonio could commit such an atrocity, they turned to the person who knew him best, his mother. She had raised him alone. Antonio was her only child, deeply cherished and adored. She was devastated by the accusations against him. During questioning, she admitted that her son had always been different. As a child, he struggled to connect with others, avoided forming friendships, and preferred solitude. In his teenage years, Antonio became increasingly withdrawn, spending hours in his room drawing or working on projects, reacting aggressively if interrupted. Concerned, his mother took him to a specialist. Antonio was eventually diagnosed with multiple mental health disorders and socialization issues. Despite these challenges, he excelled academically,
particularly in subjects like math and science, which helped him secure a spot in medical school. However, his difficulties in socializing never faded. He experienced panic attacks and gradually retreated into a fictional world of comic books, further distancing himself from reality. A psychiatrist prescribed medication to help manage his condition, but according to his mother, Antonio did not adhere to the prescribed dosage. He would often skip his medication for weeks and then take dangerously high doses all at once. As part of his therapy, Antonio's psychiatrist recommended he keep a personal journal as an outlet for his thoughts and emotions. Given his difficulty expressing himself, this was meant to help him process his feelings. His mother later turned this journal over to investigators. At first, the entries seemed relatively harmless. Antonio wrote about his longing to live a normal life, making friends, dating, and fitting in. But he struggled to connect with others and felt unsure of how to navigate social interactions. During his time at university, Antonio lived with his mother until he came across an advertisement for a room for rent at a reasonable price. The apartment where Daniele lived was conveniently close to the university, so Antonio quickly responded to the listing. He proved to be a quiet and responsible tenant, paying his rent on time and causing no trouble. Based on his journal entries, Antonio seemed to view Daniele as a potential friend during that period. He admired Daniele's confidence, social ease, and the way he was respected by others. However, the dynamic shifted when Eleonora entered the picture. The couple spent increasing amounts of time together, with Eleonora often staying overnight.
Daniele and Eleonora decided to live together permanently, and Daniele asked Antonio to move out. On the surface, Antonio accepted it, but deep inside, he saw it as a betrayal. Instead of arguing, he plotted. What followed was a brutal struggle. Antonio attacked, stabbing Daniele repeatedly. Despite his injuries, Daniele fought back to protect Eleonora. She pleaded for mercy, but Antonio was unmoved. As sirens loomed, he hastily tried to erase evidence before fleeing into the night. His plan unraveled when a young boy saw him fleeing, and a careless mistake sealed his fate. In the interrogation room, Antonio remained disturbingly calm, detailing the crime as if it were an experiment. When asked why, he simply said, "Because they took everything from me." At trial, his lack of remorse and calculated brutality left no doubt. He was sentenced to life without parole. While justice was served, Daniele and Eleonora's families were left with irreparable loss. Antonio's case sparked debate. Was he born a monster, or did he become one? Experts speculated he could have been a serial killer, if not caught. Even as his name faded from headlines, his story remained a chilling reminder. Sometimes, the greatest darkness hides in plain sight.
The Shafia family escaped war and chaos, hoping to start fresh in Canada. They were originally from Afghanistan, a country where tradition dictates fate and family honor matters more than personal freedom. On the surface, they seemed like an ordinary immigrant family. A father who had built a successful business, 2 wives, and 7 children. But behind this image of success was a much darker reality. Their lives were ruled by strict control, fear, and harsh discipline. Then, one day, they became the center of one of the most shocking and tragic crimes in Canadian history. Muhammad Shafia was born into a poor Afghan family. His father died when he was just 2 years old, leaving his mother to raise the family alone. From a young age, he knew survival meant being tough. Education was a luxury he couldn't afford, so he started working early. At first, he helped his mother with household chores, then moved on to fixing appliances. Over time, he discovered he could make money by buying and reselling goods for profit. His business quickly grew: electronics, furniture, cars. He always found new ways to expand his wealth. Without formal schooling, he relied on instinct and sharp business skills to seize opportunities. As his fortune grew, he decided it was time to start a family. Rona came from a wealthy and respected background. Her family valued tradition, but also made sure their daughters were educated. She grew up in a loving home, but her future was already decided.
Like most young women in her community, she was expected to marry the man her parents chose for her. When they told her she would be marrying Mohammed Shafia, she had no say in the matter. She accepted it as her duty. Their wedding was a grand event, held at one of Kabul's finest hotels, with hundreds of guests in attendance. To the outside world, it seemed like a perfect union between two honorable families. No one ever asked Rona what she truly wanted. After the wedding, her life changed completely. She was expected to obey her husband, manage the household, and meet all his expectations. Years passed, but she never had children. In Afghan society, a woman's worth is often tied to her ability to bear children, and without them, Rona's position in the family became uncertain. Mohammed grew frustrated, and soon rumors spread among relatives that she couldn't conceive. His frustration turned into cold indifference, and the distance between them only grew. After 7 childless years, Mohammed decided to take a second wife. Tuba was younger, more obedient, and most importantly, able to give him heirs. Soon after their marriage, she gave birth to their first son, followed by another child. With each birth, her influence in the household grew, while Rona was pushed further into the background. Mohammed ruled his household with strict, unquestioned authority. No one dared to defy him. Any disobedience was met with humiliation or physical punishment. He controlled all the finances, made every decision, and demanded absolute respect. The women in the home had no freedom beyond what he allowed. Tuba didn't just accept these rules, she reinforced them. She fully embraced her role as the primary wife, completely overshadowing Rona. Over time, she became the one in charge of the household, managing the children, the money, and even Rona's fate. Her treatment of Rona grew harsher, isolating her from the children and stripping her of even the most basic freedoms. Hamed, the eldest son, became an enforcer of control over his sisters. Raised in a home where men ruled and women obeyed without question, he followed his father's beliefs without hesitation. He saw it as his duty to watch over his sisters, ensuring they followed the family's strict rules and reporting any signs of defiance. The sisters, Zob, Sahar, and Gedi, lived under constant surveillance. Any attempt to challenge their father or Hamed led to punishment. They weren't allowed to make friends, leave the house freely, or even choose their own clothes. Mohammed didn't see his daughters as individuals with their own dreams. To him, they were simply extensions of the family, meant to uphold his idea of honor. When the family moved to Canada, many assumed this would give the children a chance at a better life. But a new country didn't change the way their household operated. If anything, Mohammed's control became even stricter. He knew his children were now in a place where women had rights, so he tightened his grip to maintain authority. The daughters soon realized that life outside their home was nothing like what they had known. They watched their classmates interact freely, choose their own clothes, and make decisions about their futures. But inside their home, nothing changed. Hamed, their eldest brother, became even more controlling. He monitored their phones, watched their behavior at school, and reported everything to their parents to ensure they didn't adopt Western habits. Rona had once hoped that moving to Canada would change her life, but her fate remained the same. She didn't know the language, had no legal documents, and couldn't work. Without a passport or financial independence, she was completely under the family's control. For the Shafia family, Canada wasn't a land of freedom. It was simply a new place where their old rules still applied. Zab, Mohammed's eldest daughter, was the first to openly defy the family. Despite the strict control over her, she secretly started a relationship with a young man named Ammar. He was older, Pakistani, and most importantly, someone her father would never approve of. Their connection began with passing notes, then evolved into emails, and eventually secret meetings. Zab knew the risks. At home, she was constantly watched by Hamed. Even at school, she never felt completely safe. But her love for Ammar made her willing to take the chance. When her father left for a business trip, she saw an opportunity and invited Ammar to the house, believing no one would find out. But Hamed happened to notice a pair of unfamiliar shoes in the hallway. He immediately realized that someone from outside had entered the home. Without hesitation, he reported it to his parents. Amar managed to escape, but Zab faced brutal consequences. She was physically punished and locked in her room for months, forbidden from stepping outside. While she remained in isolation, Sahar tried to fight for her freedom in a different way. She didn't rebel openly, but slowly distanced herself from the strict expectations of her family. At school, she removed her headscarf, wore makeup, and dressed in ways that were strictly forbidden at home. She also grew close to Ricardo, a young man from Honduras, the complete opposite of the kind of husband her parents would have chosen. Sahar longed for freedom and seriously planned her escape. She and Ricardo discussed fleeing to another country where her family wouldn't be able to find her. The plan was to make it seem like she had gone to Honduras while secretly crossing into the United States. But one unexpected moment shattered everything. One evening, while having dinner at a cafe with Ricardo, she suddenly noticed her brother watching her from another table. He didn't say a word or approach her, but his presence alone sent a terrifying message. She was in serious danger. When she returned home, she braced for the worst. Her father already knew everything. There were no discussions, only punishment. After enduring physical violence, she was forbidden from attending school. Realizing that escaping could put her life at even greater risk, Sahar understood that getting away from her family would be much harder than she had imagined. Amid all this turmoil, Giddy, the youngest sister, expressed her defiance in a different way. She didn't try to run away or pursue a secret relationship. Instead, she acted out at school. Her aggressive behavior, frequent absences, and open defiance of teachers were her way of resisting. She wanted someone to notice that something was terribly wrong at home. Her behavior led to a meeting with the principal and social services. But when her parents were called in, they blamed Western influence, claiming that Giddy's actions were just a phase. They assured social workers they would handle the situation themselves. The sisters' attempts to break free only made things worse. Their father and brother became convinced they were losing control, and in their eyes, that meant punishment was necessary. The conflict between the daughters and their family had reached a breaking point. Their fate was now sealed. When Zab, Sahar, and Giddy tried to break free from their family's control, they knew the risks, but they never expected that the very system meant to protect them would be powerless against their father and brother's authority. Zab was the first to seek help. After months of confinement, she realized her only chance at survival was to leave for good. She escaped and found refuge in a shelter for women in crisis. For the first time, she felt safe. But her disappearance didn't go unnoticed. Hamed immediately contacted the police, claiming his sister had been kidnapped. He even accused Amar, hoping to get him arrested. When the police found Zab, she told them the truth. She had left on her own to escape her family. The authorities didn't force her to return, but they also failed to offer her real protection. She was left vulnerable, and she knew it. After seeing what happened to her sister, Sahar tried to find her own way out. She was too afraid to go directly to the police, so she reached out to Child Protective Services. She told them about the strict rules, the constant threats, and her fear for her life. The caseworkers listened, but in the end, they decided not to intervene.
As Sahar neared her 18th birthday, she was offered temporary shelter, but it came with one unavoidable condition. Once her stay ended, she would have to return home. Terrified, Sahar knew that if she went back, the punishment awaiting her would be far worse than anything she had previously endured. She declined their help, realizing that the system could offer no real protection. Rona was the only one who understood the true danger the sisters were facing, but she, too, was powerless to intervene. Living in fear herself, she knew that Muhammad and Tuba no longer saw their daughters as obedient family members, but as threats to their honor. She also understood that any attempt to intervene would be futile. Inside the Shafia household, it had become painfully clear. The daughters had defied the rules. They had openly rejected the traditional way of life. To their father and brother, this was not just defiance. It was an unforgivable betrayal, an attack on the family's reputation. Muhammad could not allow rumors about his disobedient daughters to spread. In Afghan culture, such stories traveled quickly, and losing respect in the community was unimaginable. What angered him most was that their defiance had occurred in Canada, a place where he couldn't control their environment like he could in Afghanistan. The greatest threat in their eyes was Zab. She hadn't merely disobeyed, she had run away. To them, this was unthinkable. She was living on her own, making her own decisions, no longer bound by her father's rules. This was the ultimate betrayal. Tuba realized that forcing Zab to return wouldn't work, so she devised a plan to lure her back willingly. She contacted her daughter, telling her that their father had had a change of heart and given his blessing for her to marry Ammar. Zab could now be with him, officially. On May 18, 2009, a religious ceremony took place at an Islamic center. The next day, Zab had her hair styled and her hands decorated with henna. Her uncle drove her to a restaurant, making one last attempt to convince her to reconsider the marriage. But Zab remained firm. She wanted to go through with it. However, her fleeting freedom was short-lived. None of the groom's family members attended the ceremony. They, too, disapproved of the marriage. Tuba, overwhelmed with humiliation, collapsed, fainting from the embarrassment. People tried to revive her by pouring water on her. At that moment, Zab ran into her mother's arms, saying, "If you're against the marriage, I'll walk away from him." Zab requested a divorce, and Ammar agreed. "I can't bring shame to my family," he said. Right there in the restaurant, a cleric declared them divorced. They had been married for just 24 hours. After the annulment, Zab's relationship with Ammar fell apart. Under extreme pressure from her family, she was forced to sever all ties with him. The restrictions on her life became even stricter, her movements monitored, her interactions controlled. Ammar tried to stay in touch, but her family made it impossible. Eventually, their relationship ended completely, adding even more emotional pain to an already agonizing situation. This was when Zab realized she would never truly be free. Her hope for independence had been crushed. Following this, tensions between Zab and her family reached a breaking point. The situation escalated, leading to tragic consequences. This was the point of no return. Muhammad, once hesitant, now saw that his daughters had no intention of conforming. To him, their disobedience was an irreparable dishonor to the family. Hamid, too, insisted that waiting any longer wasn't an option. In his eyes, there was only one solution. The daughters had to face the consequences. Betrayal could not be forgiven. Women who tarnished the family's honor had to be punished. Hamid believed their father had been too lenient for too long. If they didn't act immediately, the family's reputation would be at risk. The decision was made. The daughters would no longer have the right to live. Now, all that remained was to figure out how to carry out their plan. Muhammad, knowing the severity of the crime, didn't want to draw attention. He knew that this act couldn't be spontaneous. It had to look like an accident. Thus the planning began, leading to an unimaginable tragedy. Weeks of preparation ensued. Muhammad, Tuba, and Hamed discussed the details carefully. One key step involved acquiring a second vehicle, a Nissan Sentra. It was officially purchased for convenience, but in truth it was meant to play a vital role in the upcoming plan.
A vacation together would give the impression that everything was fine, and that they were working to mend their relationships. Zab, Sahar, Giti, and Rona had no choice but to go. Even if they had doubts, resisting their father's decision was pointless. From the beginning of the trip, they felt uneasy, but none of them could have imagined that this journey would be their last. Everything went according to plan. For several days, the family visited tourist attractions, took photos, and engaged in casual conversations with strangers. It was all carefully orchestrated so that later no one would suspect there had been any hostility between them. In the early hours of June 30th, 2009, two vehicles, a Nissan Sentra and a Lexus RX, left the Kingston East Motel and headed toward the Kingston Mills Locks. Inside the Nissan Sentra were Zab, Sahar, Giti, and Rona. The exact driver at that moment remains unknown, but it was most likely Zab, as she was the eldest.
and had a driver's license. They were being followed at a short distance by Mohammed Shafia, Tuba, and their son Hamid in the Lexus RX. What happened next would shock the world. They kept enough space between the vehicles to avoid drawing suspicion. When the Nissan Sentra parked near the Kingston Mills locks, Mohammed Shafia stepped out of his car and approached the Nissan. Zab either willingly moved from the driver's seat or was forced to get out. Tuba then took the wheel, staying inside with the victims. Seeing their mother beside them, the girls felt no immediate danger. Meanwhile, Mohammed and Hamed returned to the Lexus and drove to a nearby motel to create the illusion that the family was simply stopping for the night before continuing their trip. At the motel, they woke the manager and rented 2 rooms. But their responses about the number of guests were inconsistent. They couldn't seem to agree if there were 6 or 9 people in their group. This raised suspicions. After dropping off the 3 youngest family members, Mohammed and Hamed got back into the Lexus and returned to the locks. As soon as Tuba saw their headlights in the darkness, she quickly got out of the Nissan and ran toward them. That was the signal. The time had come. At this point, the women inside the car were still alive, unaware they were trapped in a deadly situation. What happened next could only be partially reconstructed during the investigation. It's unclear whether the victims were harmed inside the car or outside of it. However, forensic evidence revealed crucial details. 3 of them, Rona, Geeti, and Zab, had sustained head injuries, likely inflicted to render them unconscious before they were submerged. Sahar, however, appeared to have resisted. There were no signs of head trauma on her body, suggesting she may have remained conscious longer than the others. One by one, the victims were either drowned in the water or placed back inside the Nissan after losing consciousness. Their bodies were repositioned, and the front seats were reclined to accommodate them. At this stage, Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamed began staging the scene to make it appear like a tragic accident. Their plan was to send the vehicle into the water, making it seem as if it had rolled in by mistake. One of them started the engine, shifted the car into neutral, and exited, expecting the Nissan to roll into the canal on its own. But something went wrong. The car got stuck on the edge of the concrete ledge. The front wheels had gone over, but instead of plunging into the water, the vehicle remained suspended, teetering on the edge. This was a major setback. If anyone had appeared at that moment, they would have been caught at the scene. One of them reached through the open driver's window and turned off the ignition. The plan was unraveling, but they weren't done yet, where one would typically drive. It was an isolated area, far from the usual routes someone fleeing would take. The idea that the women had chosen this remote spot in the middle of the night to escape made little sense. Then, there was the damage to the Nissan Sentra. Investigators noted that the rear of the vehicle had sustained a strong impact, something unlikely in a simple accident. Fragments of a shattered headlight were found nearby, suggesting another vehicle had been involved. Additionally, the physical state of the victims raised suspicions. The absence of seatbelts and the lack of any broken windows or open doors suggested that none of the women had tried to escape. If they had been conscious when the car entered the water, it was expected that they would have struggled, but there were no signs of this. When the police took a closer look at the family's behavior, more inconsistencies emerged. Mohammed Shafia, Tuba, and Hamed seemed oddly composed for people who had just lost 4 family members. Their story also kept changing. At times, they implied the women had run away voluntarily. At other times, they suggested it was an accident. The suspicions deepened when authorities reviewed the motel's security footage. The footage showed that Mohammed and Hamed had left the motel in the middle of the night, only to return hours later, just around the time of the supposed accident. Further investigation revealed another damning piece of evidence: wiretapped conversations between Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamed. In these recordings, Mohammed spoke of his daughters, bringing shame to the family, and stated that he had no regrets about what had happened. In one chilling conversation, he declared that, "Even if they come back to life 100 times, I will do it again." These words erased any doubt. This was no accident. It was a calculated crime, an honor killing. With mounting evidence against them, the 3 family members were arrested and charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. The trial that followed became one of the most infamous in Canadian history, exposing the dark reality of honor-based violence and sending shockwaves through the nation. Justice was finally served when, in 2012, Muhammad Shafia, Tuba Yahya, and Hamid Shafia were found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. The deaths of Zainab, Sahar, Geeti, and Rona were a heartbreaking reminder of the dangers faced by those who dare to defy oppressive traditions. Their tragic fate sparked widespread discussions about the need for stronger protections for women at risk of honor-based violence. Though their lives were cruelly taken, their story would not be forgotten. It became a symbol of the fight for freedom, justice, and the right of every woman to live without fear. Captured chilling conversations between Muhammad Shafia, Tuba Yahya, and their son, Hamid. They spoke openly about honor, shame, and punishment. Muhammad repeatedly expressed his anger toward his daughters, stating that they had dishonored the family and that their deaths were justified. In one of the most damning recordings, he declared, "Even if they come back to life 100 times, I will do it again." Tuba, instead of mourning the loss of her daughters, was heard supporting her husband's views. Hamid also participated in the discussions, showing no remorse for what had happened. These recordings left no doubt. This was an honor killing, a cold and calculated act meant to restore the family's reputation. Armed with forensic evidence, contradictory statements, and wiretap recordings, authorities arrested Muhammad Shafia, Tuba Yahya, and Hamid Shafia. They were charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. The trial that followed was one of the most high-profile cases in Canadian history. The prosecution presented a compelling case, exposing the family's deep-rooted beliefs and their obsession with control. Witnesses testified about the abuse and oppression the victims had endured, painting a tragic picture of lives cut short by rigid cultural expectations. After weeks of testimony, the jury reached a unanimous verdict: guilty. Muhammad Shafia, Tuba Yahya, and Hamid Shafia were sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. The case sent shockwaves throughout Canada and beyond, sparking discussions about honor-based violence and the urgent need to protect vulnerable individuals from family abuse. While justice was served, nothing could bring back Zainab, Sahar, Geeti, and Rona, 4 women whose only crime was wanting to live freely. Their story became a symbol of resistance against oppression, a reminder that no one should ever have to choose between family and freedom. Though their lives were stolen, their voices would never be silenced.
She was just a few hundred yards from home when she vanished without a trace, setting off one of Italy's most haunting mysteries. What started as a routine evening soon escalated into a massive police search, and over time, the case became one of the most infamous in modern Italy, leaving millions in shock. No one could have imagined that the twists and turns of this case would rival any detective movie, or that something this chilling could happen in real life. Yara Gambirasiu was born on May 21, 1997, in a small Italian town called Brembate di Sopra. This quiet place, not far from Milan, has a population of just over 7,000 and is known for its peaceful atmosphere, historic architecture, and stunning natural surroundings. Yara's family had lived there for generations. She had loving parents, an older sister, and 2 younger brothers. She adored her hometown, attended the local school, had many friends, and was deeply passionate about gymnastics. Just a few hundred yards from her home stood a large sports center where Yara trained almost every week. On November 26, 2010, at just 13 years old, she planned to stop by the gym quickly to return a stereo to her coach. At around 5:15 p.m., she said goodbye to her parents and headed out, assuring them she'd be back in about an hour. Yara's parents weren't worried about letting her go alone, despite her age. The town was safe, and the walk to the gym took just minutes. But as the evening wore on, concerns started creeping in. By 7 p.m., Yara still hadn't returned, which was unusual. At 7:11, her mother called her phone, but it went straight to voicemail. Now genuinely alarmed, her parents immediately contacted the police. The case was referred to a larger police department in a nearby city, and an experienced detective, Letizia Ruggeri, was assigned to investigate Yara's disappearance. She quickly dispatched officers to the town to begin the search and enlisted the help of the military police. After speaking with Yara's parents, investigators headed to the gym to reconstruct her last known movements. Her coach confirmed she had been there around 5:30 p.m. Her friends said they saw her, chatted briefly, watched her do some exercises, and then saw her leave for home. The police also discovered that Yara had sent a text to a friend at 6:44 p.m., the last time anyone heard from her. From this, investigators concluded that Yara had vanished somewhere between the sports complex and her home. Teams were deployed, some combing the streets, while others searched for witnesses and possible clues, including CCTV footage. Several people near the sports center that evening reported seeing a girl matching Yara's description, speaking with two men near a red car, but police couldn't confirm if it was really her. A thorough search of the entire sports center turned up nothing. Meanwhile, local and military police scoured the streets, fields, and the banks of a small river running through town. Firefighters and volunteers joined the effort, but Yara was nowhere to be found. Detective Ruggeri then brought in canine units. The search dogs picked up Yara's scent from her belongings, but instead of leading police toward her home, they indicated she had gone in the opposite direction, toward a small town called Mapello. Ruggeri also requested Yara's cell phone location data, which revealed that at 6:49 p.m., just 5 minutes after she texted her friend, her phone had connected to a cell tower in Mapello. Given the distance from the sports center, it was almost certain Yara hadn't walked there on her own. She must have been taken in a vehicle. At this point, Yara's trail went cold. Police focused on two main theories: the most likely that she had been kidnapped, the other that she had run away. But there were serious doubts about the latter. Her last message made plans to meet a friend the next day, making it hard to believe she would suddenly decide to disappear. Despite their doubts, investigators interviewed all of Yara's family and friends, but nothing suggested any trouble at home. Ruggeri went a step further, ordering wiretaps on the phones of her relatives and several dozen other individuals. She made a bold move, requesting location data for every phone that had connected to cell towers in Mapello on the night Yara disappeared. If this was an abduction, the kidnapper's phone would have pinged those same towers. However, identifying the perpetrator would still be incredibly difficult. The police received records for 15,000 phones that had been active in the area that evening. A special team was assembled to analyze these numbers and monitor thousands of individuals who seemed suspicious for various reasons. Meanwhile, active searches for Yara continued, but day after day, they led nowhere. Ruggeri began to fear that the investigation was reaching a dead end. Her last hope rested on the phone records. One of those numbers had to belong to the kidnapper. Within days, officers had listened to thousands of hours of recorded conversation, but none appeared linked to Yara's case. The process dragged on for weeks until suddenly, in late November, one officer heard something deeply unsettling. On a wiretapped call, a man whispered a chilling phrase, "Forgive me, Lord, I didn't kill her." Investigators quickly identified the man as Muhammad Fikri, a construction worker from Morocco who lived in the same town where Yara's phone signal had last been detected. The police tried to locate him, but there was a problem. The team monitoring phone conversations was working with a delay of several days. Processing so many calls in real time was impossible, so Fikri's call was only reviewed 3 days after it was made. By the time police became interested in him, He was already aboard a ship heading to Morocco. The situation looked highly suspicious, so Italian authorities made the urgent decision to intercept the vessel. They located Fikri, arrested him, and brought him back to Italy. Meanwhile, investigators uncovered another chilling clue. Searching Fikri's car, they discovered a mattress in the trunk stained with blood. It was immediately sent to a lab for testing. But then came an unexpected twist. The blood did not belong to Yara. In fact, it wasn't even human. Further analysis of the wiretapped phone call revealed another major error. The officer, listening to the recording, had misunderstood Fikri's words in his native language, leading to a mistranslation of the second half of his statement. Additional checks confirmed that Fikri had no involvement in Yara's disappearance, and he was ultimately released. By then, Yara's case had become one of the most widely discussed topics in Italy, dominating national media. Millions followed the search efforts, desperately hoping she would be found alive. When news of Fikri's arrest broke, many believed the case had finally been solved. So when his innocence was confirmed, the public was left stunned and disheartened. It meant that investigators were back at square one, with no other leads to follow. The police continued wiretapping phone calls, searching for new evidence, and pursuing every possible clue, but nothing seemed to bring them closer to finding Yara. This continued for exactly 3 months, until February 26, 2011. That day, a man from a small town 6 miles from Yara's home went to an open field to fly his remote-controlled airplane. But when the aircraft malfunctioned, he had to land it in an area with thick, overgrown grass to prevent it from crashing. As he walked over to retrieve it, he noticed a pile of rags. At first, he thought little of it, until he saw boots sticking out from underneath. That's when he decided to call the police. Officers arrived and discovered a human body hidden under the rags. However, the level of decomposition made it nearly impossible to identify the victim on sight. But when Letizia Ruggeri arrived at the scene, she knew immediately. It was Yara. She was still wearing the same clothes from the night she vanished 3 months earlier. Nearby, investigators found her iPad, house keys, SIM card, and the removable battery from her phone. But the phone itself was missing. Italy's top forensic pathologist was brought in to examine the remains. After a thorough analysis, she determined that Yara's cause of death was multiple stab wounds. No evidence of assault was found, but the fact that some of her clothing had been removed led investigators to believe this was the motive. Experts also uncovered fibers on the body, commonly used in a specific type of fabric, suggesting the killer might have worked in a related manufacturing facility in the area. In addition to this, 2 foreign DNA samples were found, one on Yara's gloves and another on the battery of her missing phone. However, investigators faced several frustrating challenges. The DNA samples they had were incredibly small, making it extremely difficult to extract a complete profile. To make matters worse, there were no matches in any of the national or international DNA database, leaving them stranded at yet another dead end. It was a devastating setback. But then, 2 months later, Letizia received an unexpected call that changed everything. Experts at the forensic lab had re-examined the victim's belongings and discovered something crucial: biological material found on Yara's underwear. This time, the analysis produced a full DNA profile. The sample belonged to an unknown man. It was their first real breakthrough. With the killer's DNA finally in hand, Letizia wasted no time. She immediately divided her officers into multiple teams, assigning each one a specific, critical task. Some officers were sent to collect DNA samples from every single person connected to Yara: relatives, friends, neighbors, and even everyone at the sports complex she frequented. Others focused on tracking and analyzing cell phone location data, compiling a comprehensive list of numbers belonging to people who had traveled from Yara's town to Mapello that evening. Once identified, those individuals were also asked to provide DNA samples. But the scale of this investigation was massive, and the results weren't coming in quickly. Even with 3 forensic laboratories across Italy working non-stop on the collected DNA, the process was painfully slow. The sheer number of samples meant that the analysis could take years. Over the following months, investigators collected thousands of DNA samples, hoping for a match. Yet despite their tireless effort, none of them aligned with the killer's profile. It was a devastating reality. Letizia found herself constantly thinking about how to generate new leads. She knew they had to get creative. Then she had an idea. Not far from the remote field where Yara's body had been found, there was a nightclub. Letizia knew from experience that criminals often dispose of their victims in areas they are familiar with. This particular club had a notorious reputation. It was a known hotspot for individuals with criminal records and other shady figures. She decided to put her theory to the test. She assigned several officers to monitor the club's entrance every Friday and Saturday night, stopping every visitor and collecting DNA samples. Since the club required membership cards, investigators also gained access to records of everyone who had visited the venue in the past. It was a long shot, but at this point, Letizia was willing to try anything. Then, after weeks of collecting and testing, the breakthrough finally came. One day, she received a life-changing call from the lab. DNA from one of the nightclub visitors partially matched the killer's profile. It was the first real lead in months. The man's name was Damiano, but just as quickly as hope had risen, a new problem emerged. The match was only partial, and upon further investigation, Damiano was immediately ruled out as a suspect. He had been on another continent at the time of Yara's disappearance. However, despite this setback, the discovery was still a huge breakthrough. Forensic experts concluded that because his DNA was so close to the killer's profile, Damiano had to be related to the actual perpetrator. This realization sent investigators down a new path, one that would require them to painstakingly reconstruct Damiano's entire family tree to pinpoint the most likely suspect. At the time, forensic genealogy was not commonly used in criminal investigation. This was uncharted territory, making the process extraordinarily difficult. But soon, the team made a shocking discovery. Damiano's mother had worked as a housekeeper for Yara's family for 10 years. She had left her job a few years earlier. But when she learned that someone in her own family could be involved in Yara's murder, she was deeply shaken. Despite this breakthrough, the search for the actual suspect dragged on for many more months. Letizia eventually came to a troubling conclusion. None of Damiano's immediate relatives was Yara's murderer. This meant investigators would have to expand their search to include hundreds, if not thousands, of distant relatives. As time passed without a definitive suspect, frustration boiled over. The media, once supportive, began turning against the investigators. Newspapers and television programs openly accused Letizia and her team of incompetence, claiming they were failing to make progress. Several politicians even attempted to have her removed from the case, criticizing her approach. But despite the mounting pressure, Letizia remained determined. She refused to back down. She and her team worked tirelessly, poring over countless historical records, family trees, and birth certificates, some dating all the way back to 1716. It was an overwhelming task. They combed through thousands of names, painstakingly cross-referencing details, only to keep hitting dead ends. The investigation was turning into a grueling battle against time. This exhausting, high-stakes search continued relentlessly until September 2011, when investigators finally made a breakthrough. One particular family tree led them to a man named Giuseppe Garinoni, who had already passed away. This was a crucial lead, but there was an immediate challenge. Since Giuseppe was deceased, obtaining his DNA seemed impossible. However, his widow had unknowingly preserved an important clue: old postmarked letters containing his saliva. Forensic experts carefully extracted a DNA sample from these postmarks, and the results were astonishing. The analysis revealed that Giuseppe was very likely either the father or grandfather of the killer, whose DNA had been found on Yara's underwear. This was the closest investigators had come to identifying the perpetrator. Giuseppe had 2 known sons, and police quickly obtained their DNA samples, hoping for a match. But then came another unexpected disappointment. Neither of the sons was the killer. Letizia was stumped. The murderer had to be closely related to this family, yet none of the male relatives matched the DNA profile. That left only one possibility. Giuseppe might have fathered a child with another woman, a secret child his family never knew about. Detectives shifted their focus to this theory, but uncovering such deeply personal and hidden information was incredibly difficult. Investigators interviewed thousands of people who might have known or seen Jeppy during his lifetime, hoping to find clues about an unknown lover. For nearly a year, their search led nowhere, until they stumbled upon an intriguing detail from Jeppy's past. Since the 1960s, Jeppy had been a regular visitor at a spa complex in a small town near Milan. Strangely, he always went alone, never bringing his wife or family. Every May, for 2 full weeks, he stayed at the spa, and no one in his family questioned it. Letitia suspected that this was where he might have met the mother of the killer. She immediately requested records of all visitors who had stayed at the spa during those years. To her surprise, the documents were still available. Investigators meticulously examined every name, compiling a list of all the women who had visited the spa at the same time as Jeppy. This painstaking process stretched on for over a year, but despite their efforts, Letitia still couldn't uncover the identity of Jeppy's possible lover. Meanwhile, the media caught wind of the secret child theory, and soon, all of Italy was captivated. Journalists, eager to capitalize on the frenzy, launched their own investigation into children born from extramarital affairs. To everyone's surprise, these efforts unearthed many such cases. In one small village alone, reporters found 5 individuals who had been unknowingly fathered by men outside their mothers' marriages. This continued until 2014, when investigators finally made real progress. With widespread public attention on the case, the police began receiving an influx of anonymous tips. However, most of these leads turned out to be dead-end. Then, in the summer of that year, they received a tip that stood out. Someone suggested that Jeppy might have had an affair with a woman named Esther Azzuffi. Letitia's team searched their records and made a shocking discovery. They had already collected a DNA sample from Esther 2 years earlier. At the time, it had been tested, but the results showed no relation to the killer. Still, something about this new lead made Letitia uneasy. She ordered a second analysis, wanting to be absolutely certain. The results left everyone stunned. It turned out that the original forensic expert had made a critical mistake. Instead of comparing Esther's DNA to the killer's, the expert had accidentally compared it to Yara's DNA. When a new forensic analyst examined the correct samples, the truth finally emerged. Esther was the killer's biological mother. With this long-awaited confirmation in hand, Letitia dug deeper into Esther's family. She discovered that Esther had 3 children, including twins, a boy and a girl, who perfectly fit the age profile of the killer. Officially, the twins were considered the biological children of Esther's legal husband, but based on the DNA evidence, investigators now suspected that Jeppy Guarinoni was the twins' real father. Since the murderer was clearly male, police focused on Esther's son. At the time of the investigation, he was 42 years old, worked as a construction worker, and lived in Mapello, the same town where Yara's cell phone signal had last been detected. This was it. After years of searching, they had finally identified their prime suspect. Letitia knew they had to act carefully. If the suspect realized he was being investigated, he might try to flee or destroy evidence. She needed a way to obtain his DNA sample without alarming him. After some research, she found out that he drove the same road every day. She came up with a plan. Police set up a fake sobriety checkpoint along his route. When the man was pulled over, he unknowingly provided a saliva sample by blowing into a breathalyzer. His saliva was immediately sent to the forensic lab. After 4 long years, Letitia finally received the confirmation she had been waiting for. His DNA was a perfect match to the biological sample found on Yara's underwear. The search was over. The man's name was Massimo Bossetti, and on June 16, 2014, he was finally arrested. But even as the evidence stacked against him, Bossetti refused to confess. He adamantly denied any involvement in Yara's murder, claiming he was innocent. With no confession and a high-profile case that had gripped the nation, the case was far from over. The trial was about to begin. Investigators uncovered several alarming facts that indirectly implicated Massimo Bossetti in Yara's murder. His browser history contained disturbing searches of an unacceptable nature related to minors. Even more suspiciously, on the evening of Yara's disappearance, his cell phone signal was detected in her town. However, at exactly 5:45 p.m., his phone was mysteriously turned off, only to be switched back on the next morning. Surveillance footage from that night revealed Bossetti's van near the sports complex, just minutes before Yara vanished. At the time, the vehicle had no license plates, making it nearly impossible to identify the driver. But after Bossetti's arrest, authorities were able to confirm that the van in the footage was indeed his. Even more damning, forensic analysis showed that fibers from his van's seats perfectly matched fibers found on Yara's body. The prosecution also introduced a key witness, a local woman who lived in Yara's town. She testified that on the night of the disappearance, she had stepped outside to take out the trash when she saw a vehicle speeding past her house. According to her, the car resembled Bossetti's van, and more disturbingly, she saw a child inside. She also recalled hearing screams coming from the vehicle, which sent chills through the courtroom. Further investigations revealed that Bossetti had frequently stopped at a pizzeria located on the same street as Yara's home. This suggested that he had likely seen her before and may have planned the crime in advance. As for the surveillance footage, Bossetti claimed he had simply been driving home from work that evening. But investigators quickly disproved this claim. His colleagues confirmed that he hadn't worked that day. CCTV footage and cell phone location data further contradicted his alibi. With growing public interest, the trial began in the summer of 2015. 1 year after Bossetti's arrest, the case gripped the nation as millions across Italy closely followed the courtroom proceeding. While most people were already convinced of Bossetti's guilt, no one expected the trial to take such shocking turn. The prosecution's version of events was clear. Bossetti had been watching Yara for days, possibly even weeks, waiting for the right moment. The night she vanished, he saw her leave the sports complex alone and abducted her. He then drove her to the isolated field where her body was later found and murdered her. Their main theory was that Bossetti intended to assault her, but for some reason never went through with it. Bossetti's wife took the stand and provided an alibi, stating that he was at home with their family, having dinner at the time of Yara's disappearance. However, this statement was directly contradicted by CCTV footage, as well as 3 separate witnesses who all saw Bossetti's van near the sports complex at the time he claimed to be at home. The defense, however, fought back hard. They insisted that Bossetti was innocent and the case against him was flawed. Bossetti himself argued that he often had nosebleeds, which could have transferred his blood onto his clothes and tools. His lawyer took this argument further, suggesting that the real killer might have somehow come into contact with Bossetti's blood before committing the crime, implying that this could explain why Bossetti's DNA was found on Yara's underwear. The defense also challenged the DNA evidence, questioning its reliability. They pointed out that there are 2 types of DNA, one that changes significantly between relatives and another that remains stable over generations. The DNA found on Yara's underwear belonged to the second type, meaning, according to them, that it could belong to anyone distantly related to Bossetti. But forensic experts from the prosecution strongly disagreed. They maintained that Bossetti's DNA was an exact match and left no room for doubt. However, just when it seemed like the case was settled, the defense dropped a bombshell. They named a new suspect, a gym instructor named Sylvia. The courtroom was stunned. It turned out that after Yara's body was discovered, forensic experts had found Sylvia's blood on the sleeve of Yara's jacket. This revelation sent shockwaves through the trial. Sylvia's father also made a disturbing claim. On the night of Yara's disappearance, Sylvia had come home and cried uncontrollably for the entire night. Even more suspiciously, investigators discovered that Sylvia had texted her brother that same evening. However, both of them had deleted the messages shortly after, making it impossible to recover their content. When questioned in court, Sylvia had no explanation. She claimed she didn't remember why she had cried all night, what she had texted her brother, or how her blood had ended up on Yara's clothing. Her response? I don't know. Despite this shocking revelation, there was no concrete evidence linking Sylvia to Yara's abduction or murder. With no alternative suspect, the trial reached its climax. In the summer of 2016, Bossetti was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. His legal team fought hard, trying to overturn the verdict, but every appeal failed. But the story didn't end there. The day after the verdict, Bossetti's wife visited him in prison. During the visit, she dropped a devastating revelation. None of their 3 children were biologically his. She admitted that she had been unfaithful multiple times, and Bossetti was not the father of any of them. In another strange twist, it was later revealed that Esther's 3rd child, Bossetti's supposed sibling, wasn't fathered by Giuseppe Guerinoni either. Instead, the child's biological father was another man entirely. Since his conviction, Bossetti has remained in prison, insisting on his innocence. But with overwhelming evidence against him, the case was considered closed, a case that gripped an entire nation and took 4 years to solve. But the mystery surrounding Sylvia and her blood continues to haunt many who closely followed this case. Some find the circumstances so suspicious that they question Bossetti's guilt, arguing that he may have been wrongfully convicted. Conspiracy theories suggest that the DNA evidence could have been manipulated, raising doubts about whether the real killer was ever caught. However, despite these lingering questions, this case remains one of the most high-profile investigations in modern Italian history. Every piece of evidence was thoroughly examined by the country's leading forensic experts, and the likelihood of Bossetti's innocence is considered extremely low. What do you think about this case? Do you believe Bossetti was truly guilty, or do you think there's more to the story? Share your thoughts in the comments. And
We're diving into a chilling case that shook an entire community. A little girl who vanished without a trace from her bedroom in the middle of the night. What started as a desperate search soon unraveled into a series of shocking revelations that no one saw coming. And when the truth finally came to light, it was more heartbreaking than anyone could have imagined. Rowan Ford was born on April 11th, 1998, in San Diego, California. She had a childhood filled with love, but also challenges. Her parents divorced when she was young, and her mother, Colleen, moved her to the quiet town of Stella, Missouri. Life took another turn when Colleen met and married a man named David. With children from previous relationships and a new baby soon after their marriage, Rowan found herself in a large, blended family. She had 2 sisters and 2 brothers, and despite their differences, they shared a strong, unbreakable bond. Rowan was the kind of kid who loved the simple joys of childhood, riding her bike around town, splashing in the water on warm days, and sketching whenever she had the chance. She had a kind heart and a natural desire to help others. At Sunday school, she never hesitated to assist other kids when they struggled with their lessons. By November 2007, Rowan was 9 years old and in the 4th grade. Her mom worked night shifts at a local store, while her stepdad spent long hours working on a farm. As a result, Rowan was often left to take care of herself, which made her independent beyond her years. On the night of November 2nd, everything seemed normal. Rowan was home alone, as she often was. Her mom had left for work, and her stepdad hadn't returned yet. But by the next morning, everything changed. At around 9 a.m., Colleen arrived home from her shift, expecting to find Rowan still asleep. But when she checked her room, her daughter was gone. Panic set in immediately. She turned to David, demanding to know where Rowan was. His response was casual. He claimed Rowan had asked to sleep over at a friend's house, and he had let her go. He didn't ask which friend, didn't check in, didn't think twice. After all, it was a small town. What could go wrong? But Colleen's gut told her something wasn't right. She quickly checked with all of Rowan's friends, knocking on doors, making calls, anything to find out where her daughter was. But no one had seen Rowan. She hadn't stayed at any of their houses. That's when fear truly took hold. Desperation fueled Colleen as she searched the small town herself, looking down every street, calling out Rowan's name. But there was no sign of her little girl. Frantic, she rushed back home and told David that Rowan was missing. She begged him to call the police. But instead of acting with urgency, David brushed off her fears, insisting that Rowan would come home soon. Hours passed, still no sign of Rowan. The fear in Colleen's chest turned to dread. She knew something was terribly wrong. So, she made the call
herself. 911. The local sheriff wasted no time. A search operation was launched immediately. The first step? Speaking to David, the last person who had seen Rowan before she disappeared. And what they would uncover in the days that followed was more horrifying than anyone could have imagined. David told investigators that on the evening Rowan disappeared, he had been working on the farm with his colleague, Christopher, when their mutual friend, Nathan, stopped by. The three of them decided to head back to David's place for drinks and a few rounds of pool. On the way, they stopped at a store, grabbed some alcohol, and spent the next few hours at David's house, unwinding. As the night wore on, Christopher asked Nathan to drive him home to his trailer in the neighboring town. The two convinced David to tag along, promising to keep the night going. Before leaving, David peeked into Rowan's room and saw her fast asleep. With that, he left with his friends. Once again, they stopped at a store for more alcohol before heading to Christopher's trailer, where the drinking continued for about an hour. Eventually, David decided to head back home and asked Nathan for a ride. Nathan, already intoxicated, chose to take the back roads instead of the highway. He was too drunk to risk running into the police. After dropping David off, Nathan drove home while David went straight to bed. Sometime later, David claimed he was woken up by Rowan, who asked if she could sleep over at a friend's house. Barely awake, he agreed without thinking twice and drifted back to sleep. This part of David's story didn't sit right with the police. A 9-year-old girl deciding to leave her house in the middle of the night, and her stepfather letting her go without even asking which friend she was talking about. Something felt off. The sheriff couldn't shake the feeling that David was either hiding something, or worse, directly involved in Rowan's disappearance. But without any evidence, suspicion alone wasn't enough. Meanwhile, the search for Rowan intensified. Officers combed through the small town and its outskirts late into the night, but there was no sign of her. News spread quickly. After all, Stella was home to just 150 people, a place where everyone knew each other. Parents were used to letting their kids roam freely, without a second thought. Nothing bad ever happened here, until now. By the time the first 24 hours passed with no trace of Rowan, fear gripped the entire town. Neighbors and friends poured in to help, desperately hoping to bring her home. On November 4th, police traveled to the neighboring town to question Christopher. He backed up David's story completely, but then he mentioned something troubling. David hadn't even contacted him since that night, and he only just found out Rowan was missing. With growing concern, authorities expanded the search, bringing in even more volunteers. But still, they found nothing. No clues. No leads. No Rowan. By the next morning, the case had escalated. The FBI joined the investigation. While local police continued searching every corner of Stella, detectives turned their attention to a terrifying possibility. What if Rowan had been abducted? Investigators were deeply skeptical of David's story. It simply didn't add up. They had already spoken to all of Rowan's friends, and not one of them had seen her that night, confirming that she had never gone to a sleepover. Meanwhile, as they continued questioning David, they noticed something alarming. He kept changing small but crucial details in his account. At first, his timeline for the night was inconsistent, making it unclear exactly how long he had been away from home. Then he backtracked on his original statement, suggesting that maybe Rowan hadn't even asked him for permission to leave and had simply wandered off on her own. This sudden shift only deepened the authorities' suspicions. The real turning point came when FBI agents discovered something David had conveniently failed to mention. On the night Rowan disappeared, he had asked his mother to borrow her car. Why would he need another vehicle when he had his own pickup truck? And why hadn't he told the police about this before? Determined to find answers, investigators seized both his mother's car and his truck for forensic examination. But despite their efforts, experts found no trace of evidence linking either vehicle to Rowan's disappearance. As doubts about David grew, detectives decided to take another look at the two men who had been with him that night, Christopher and Nathan. Christopher was brought in for questioning again. He stuck to the same story he had given the day before and even agreed to take a polygraph test. The results showed no signs of deception. For a moment, it seemed like there was nowhere left to turn. But then, something unexpected happened. A few hours after leaving the police station, Christopher was back at work when he spotted Sheriff
Clark's car passing by.
He waved for him to stop. Sheriff Clark wasn't directly involved in Rowan's case. He was in charge of the police department in Witten, a neighboring town. But he had known Christopher for nearly 2 decades, ever since his childhood. Clark had been close friends with Christopher's foster parents, and over the years, Christopher had come to see him as a trusted figure, someone he could turn to in difficult times. As they stood there talking, the conversation naturally drifted to Rowan's disappearance. Sheriff Clark listened carefully, but something about Christopher's demeanor struck him as odd. He seemed nervous, like there was something weighing on him. Clark had a gut feeling that Christopher wasn't telling the whole truth, and with a child's life potentially hanging in the balance, he couldn't ignore it. He immediately contacted the FBI, sharing his concerns. Investigators began to suspect that Christopher might be hiding information, perhaps even protecting David. Maybe David had asked him to tweak certain details of that night, and now Christopher was afraid that if he came clean, he could be implicated as an accomplice. Given his long-standing relationship with Christopher, Sheriff Clark offered to help get through to him. That evening, Christopher stopped by Colleen's house, asking if there were any updates on the search. Almost at the same time, FBI agents arrived to speak with Rowan's mother again. Seeing Christopher there, they decided to question him once more. At first, he stuck to his story. Everything had happened exactly as he had described before. Nothing had changed. But then, for the first time, Christopher hesitated. And finally, he admitted something that shifted the entire investigation. He wasn't ruling out the possibility that David was involved in Rowan's disappearance. And more importantly, he was ready to help uncover the truth, no matter how devastating it might be. Christopher was so determined to get to the truth that he even suggested wearing a wire and confronting David in hopes of coaxing a confession out of him. But at that point, detectives decided not to take such a drastic step. Instead, they asked him if he had any idea where David might have hidden Rowan's body. He hesitated, then named several locations. The next morning, police set out to search those areas, while the broader search around Stella continued. Meanwhile, FBI agents brought David in for questioning once again. But as expected, he stuck to his story, denying any involvement over and over again. Investigators combed through his home, hoping to find any shred of evidence that could crack the case, but once again they came up empty-handed. At the same time, Christopher found himself back at the sheriff's office, sitting across from Sheriff Clark. He told him about his latest encounter with the FBI, but something about his demeanor didn't sit right with Clark. There was something else, something Christopher wasn't saying. After their meeting, the sheriff immediately contacted the detectives. He was certain Christopher was still holding back crucial information, something that could finally link David to Rowan's disappearance. The FBI agreed. Christopher had reached out to Clark multiple times since the case began, which told them one thing: he wanted to talk. But for some reason, he was scared to. So, the next day, November 7th, police called Christopher back to the station. This time, they needed his consent to search his safe, which was still inside David's house. He had lived with David for several months when he had nowhere else to stay, and some of his belongings remained there. Christopher agreed, and he also voluntarily allowed police to search his trailer, his car, and even provided a DNA sample. Then, the real questioning began. Detectives pressed him once again about the events of that night, urging him to confirm David's story. But this time, something shifted. Christopher hesitated. His expression changed. And then finally, he admitted it. David's story wasn't entirely true. The room tensed. Detectives leaned in, urging him to keep going. They needed to know what really happened that night.
But the pressure overwhelmed him. Christopher became defensive, his voice rising as he accused them of treating him like a suspect. If they were going to try and pin Rowan's disappearance on him, he said, then he had nothing more to say. And with that, the interrogation ended. Later that evening, Christopher went straight to Sheriff Clark. Frustrated, he vented about the way the detectives had questioned him, saying they were treating him like a criminal and that he might need a lawyer. Clark remained calm, reminding him that the police weren't trying to accuse him of anything. They were simply doing everything in their power to find Rowan. Christopher was quiet for a moment. Then he made a decision. "If I share anything else," he said, "it'll only be with you." Clark didn't push. Instead, he did what he had always done. He listened. And slowly, Christopher began to open up. Tears welled in his eyes. His voice shook. He swore he loved Rowan, that he would never hurt her. When he had lived at David's house, he had grown attached to her and the other kids. They had treated him like family. They had even called him Uncle Christopher. Clark watched him carefully. He could see it. Christopher was on the edge of revealing the truth. The question was, would he finally let it out? Just as Christopher was on the verge of revealing the truth, an unexpected visitor arrived at the police station, pulling Sheriff Clark away. By the time Clark returned, Christopher was gone, taking whatever he had been about to confess with him. Frustrated but careful not to push too hard, Clark immediately contacted the FBI. He explained that Christopher had been right there, ready to talk, but he also warned that pressuring him too much could backfire. If they weren't careful, he might shut down completely or even get a lawyer. The detectives agreed. They would give him space, hoping he would come forward on his own. Meanwhile, the search for Rowan continued, but each passing day without answers deepened the growing despair. Then, everything changed. On November 9th, exactly 1 week after Rowan's disappearance, a search team combing through a remote area near Powell, about 10 miles from Stella, stumbled upon something chilling: a large pit in the ground. As they peered inside, they saw leaves and debris carefully arranged to conceal what lay beneath. Rowan's body. She was partially clothed, wearing only one sock with nothing below the waist. The medical examination confirmed the unthinkable. She had been sexually assaulted before being strangled to death. The discovery sent shockwaves through the entire investigation. FBI agents wasted no time. They reached out to Sheriff Clark, urging him to find Christopher now. With Rowan's body recovered and the case officially classified as a homicide, they were convinced he knew more than he had admitted. And this time, there was no room for hesitation. But there was a problem. That morning, while Clark had been away, Christopher had actually come to the station looking for him. He told the officers he needed to speak with Clark urgently, then left before anyone could stop him. Now, he was nowhere to be found. Clark searched every place he thought Christopher might go, but he had seemingly vanished. Hours passed. Then, finally, his phone rang. It was Christopher. His voice was tense, almost frantic. The first thing he asked was whether he was being followed. He explained that ever since hearing the news about Rowan's body being found, he had been driving aimlessly, trying to clear his head. But then he noticed something: a grey car trailing him. No matter where he went, it was always there. Fear seeped into his voice. Was someone watching him? Were they planning to pin the murder on him? Or worse, was someone looking for revenge? Clark reassured him that as far as he knew, there was no surveillance on him. Then he made a simple offer. "Let's meet in person." Christopher agreed. When they met, it was clear something had changed. He was on edge, his body tense, his hands shaking. He was scared, and not just in an anxious way. This was deep fear. Clark wasted no time. He brought Christopher back to the station and told him plainly, "Rowan's death is now a homicide case. If there's ever been a time to tell the truth, it's right now. What did David do to Rowan?" Tears welled up in Christopher's eyes. His breathing became uneven. But instead of answering, he hesitated. Then he glanced around the station, scanning the people moving through the building. And finally, he whispered, "There are too many people here. I can't talk about this here." Clark could see it. Christopher was standing on the edge of a confession. The question was, would he finally take the leap? Christopher suggested they go somewhere quieter, away from prying eyes. He mentioned a small bridge a few miles outside of town. Sheriff Clark agreed, and the two drove there in silence. As they stepped out of the car, Christopher did something unexpected. He raised his hands. "You should handcuff me," he said. Clark looked at him, startled. "That's not necessary," he replied. Christopher shook his head. "After I tell you what I did, you'll have to." And then he started talking. At first, his story sounded the same, the version he had repeated to the police many times. He, Nathan, and David had been drinking at his trailer. Later, David asked Nathan for a ride home, and they took the back roads to avoid the cops. But then Christopher took a deep breath and began telling the real story. One that sent a chill down Clark's spine. He confessed that he had been planning to assault Rowan. The thought had been in his mind all night. And when he realized his friends would take the long way home through the fields, he saw his opportunity. Instead of waiting, Christopher got into his car and sped toward David's house, taking the highway to get there as fast as possible. Once inside, he crept into Rowan's room, carefully lifted her sleeping body, and carried her to his car, making sure she didn't wake up. He took her straight to his trailer. That was where she finally woke up. Disoriented and terrified, she struggled against him, but she was too small to fight back. Christopher never turned on the lights. He never spoke. He didn't want her to recognize him. And then he did the unthinkable. His original plan had been to take her back home afterward, to leave as if nothing had happened. But things didn't go as planned. When he carried Rowan outside, the moon was bright. And in that brief moment, she saw his face. Panic overtook him. He couldn't let her live. He grabbed a rope, and before she could scream, he strangled her. Sheriff Clark felt sick. He stood frozen, barely able to process what he was hearing. Christopher continued. Once Rowan was dead, he put her body in his car and started driving aimlessly, trying to figure out what to do next. His first thought was to dump her off the very bridge where they now stood. But he hesitated. Someone would find her too quickly. So he kept driving. And then he remembered the large pit outside the neighboring town. That's where he went. He tossed Rowan's body into the pit and tried to cover her with branches. But the hole was too deep, and everything he threw in just slid to the bottom. Defeated, he left her there and drove back to his trailer. That's when he noticed the blood. On his clothes, on his mattress. Evidence that needed to be destroyed. Rowan's pants, underwear, and the rope he used to kill her, all of it had to disappear. So he gathered everything, stuffed it into a large barrel, and planned to set it on fire. But then he realized something. A fire that size would be impossible to hide. Someone would see the flames, or worse, the smoke. So he dragged the barrel into the shed, shut the doors, and lit the fire inside. As Christopher finished his confession, Sheriff Clark was left speechless. For days, he had been convinced that David was the one responsible. He had thought Christopher was just holding back information, afraid of getting caught up in his friend's crime. But now, the truth was staring him in the face. The man he had known for nearly 20 years. The man who had always respected him. The man with 3 children of his own was a monster. And Clark had just listened to him confess to a crime so unspeakable, so horrifying, that he barely recognized the person standing in front of him. Sheriff Clark had always thought Christopher was a decent man. But now, faced with the horrifying reality of who he truly was, the truth felt colder than ever. After Christopher finished his confession, he agreed to go to the station voluntarily. Clark didn't handcuff him. It wasn't until Christopher repeated his confession to the FBI that he was officially placed under arrest for murder. He even signed a voluntary consent form allowing investigators to search his trailer and car. Before being taken away, he muttered that he regretted everything, that he had cried like a baby the entire next day. But just when detectives thought they had uncovered the full truth, the case took yet another shocking turn. When they informed David that Christopher had confessed, they expected some kind of reaction, maybe relief, maybe fear. What they didn't expect was for David to suddenly change his version of events. This time, his story was even darker. According to David, when he got home that night and saw that Rowan was missing, he immediately suspected Christopher had taken her. Instead of calling the police, he took his mother's car and drove straight to Christopher's trailer. What he saw inside made him freeze. Rowan was lying on the bed. Christopher was leaning over her. And instead of stopping him, instead of saving Rowan, David joined in. He claimed that after they both assaulted her, they decided she couldn't be allowed to live. Together, they strangled her and dumped her body. David insisted that his brain had shut off that night and that for days afterward, he couldn't even remember what had happened. Detectives, stunned by this revelation, rushed back to Christopher to confirm David's claims. But Christopher denied it. He stuck to his original story, saying David wasn't involved, that he alone had committed the crime. This contradiction left investigators baffled. Whose version was the truth? Forensic evidence provided some clarity. The medical exam confirmed Rowan had been strangled with a thin rope, just as Christopher had described. And during a search of his trailer, police found ashes in a barrel, evidence of the items he had burned. In his car, they discovered strands of hair that appeared to belong to Rowan. Despite the conflicting confessions, both men had admitted to serious crimes. There was no question. They were both going to be prosecuted. Christopher was charged with murder. David was arrested too, but his case was more complicated. If prosecutors pursued murder charges against him, it could create legal loopholes that might allow Christopher's conviction to be overturned. Worse yet, without solid DNA or physical evidence linking David to the murder, there was a real possibility he could walk free entirely. It was a gamble the prosecution couldn't afford to take. So they made a difficult decision. To ensure Christopher's death sentence remained intact, they lowered David's charges to child endangerment and obstruction of justice. David pleaded guilty. His punishment? 11 years in prison, with a minimum of only 5 years before possible release. The sentence was met with outrage. If David had been involved in the murder, then his punishment was nothing short of an insult. But legally, there was no other way to guarantee a conviction. And with double jeopardy laws in place, it was unlikely he would ever be tried for Rowan's murder again. As for Christopher, he was sentenced to death in 2012, 5 years after the crime. He appealed the ruling, but all attempts were denied. He remains in prison, awaiting execution. But as with many death row cases, years, sometimes decades, can pass before a sentence is carried out. There's a strong possibility that Christopher will never face execution at all, and will simply live out the rest of his life behind bars. In 2022, a young man named Bryce Brawl disappeared under strange circumstances, leaving only scattered clues and many unanswered questions. His girlfriend Cordelia's family was puzzled by what had happened, and her father, Michael Elix, seemed to know more than he let on. What started as a routine missing persons case quickly turned into a chilling tale of lies, revenge, and desperation. What really happened that fateful day? How deep does this mystery run? Stay with us as we uncover the truth buried beneath layers of deceit and suspicion. It was a cold day in a small Minnesota town, with mist blanketing the streets and a damp chill in the air. The usually quiet town of Center felt even more desolate. This was the last place Bryce was seen, leaving home to visit a storage unit with Cordelia's father, Michael. Cordelia had just returned to Minnesota after months of traveling across the country, hoping for a warm welcome and some peace. Instead, she found herself entangled in a series of unsettling events. Shortly after her return, she sensed something was off. Bryce had gone with her father to drop off some belongings at a storage unit just a short walk from their home. The trip should have only taken 30 minutes, but as the hours passed, Bryce didn't come back. Cordelia's unease grew. She tried to distract herself by settling in and taking a shower, but the anxiety wouldn't fade. Later that day, Michael returned alone. He looked shaken and told Cordelia that Bryce had been taken at the storage facility. Michael explained that 2 dark grey cars had pulled up while they were there. People who seemed like officials got out, but they didn't show any identification or introduce themselves. According to Michael, everything happened so quickly that he couldn't ask questions or figure out what was going on. the strangers restrained Bryce, handcuffed him, and drove off. The cars were plain and unmarked, their headlights cutting through the evening gloom, leaving more questions than answers. The fog clouded Michael's memory, and he couldn't recall any details that might help identify who or what he had seen. His vague words left Cordelia shocked. Desperate for answers, she immediately tried calling Bryce, but his phone was off. She sent him messages, begging him to come back and explain what had happened, but he never replied. As each minute passed, Cordelia's worry grew stronger. By Friday, October 28th, after several days without any news, she went to the Crow County Sheriff's Office and filed a missing person report. She didn't have much information to give the authorities except for Michael's confusing account. The police wasted no time and launched an investigation. Detectives reviewed all the messages Cordelia had sent Bryce on the night he disappeared. Her panic was clear in the texts, with each message showing her growing fear. Her distress seemed to strike a chord with the investigators. What started as a standard missing persons case quickly became something much darker and more complicated. Officers questioned Michael Elix, but his statements were inconsistent and left too many unanswered questions. This led to further interviews with him. Meanwhile, investigators visited the storage facility where Bryce was last seen. What they found there only made the situation more mysterious. There were drag marks, like something heavy had been moved, and other pieces of evidence that added a sinister feel to the story. The deeper the police dug into the case, the more unsettling the details became. Bryce Burrell's disappearance wasn't just a simple case anymore, it had turned into a troubling enigma filled with fear and uncertainty. Cordelia, who initially trusted her father's story, started to doubt him as everything around her became increasingly strange and incomprehensible. Michael Elix knew he would be the first person the police would question after Cordelia reported Bryce missing. He tried to mentally prepare himself for the inevitable. That Friday, October 28th, officers tracked Michael down at a family Halloween party in Brainerd. He agreed to return with them to the storage facility and provide a more detailed explanation of what had happened on the day Bryce vanished. Despite this, the story only grew more complex. Each new detail uncovered by the police seemed to raise even more questions. The truth felt increasingly out of reach. Michael recounted the events, trying to include every detail. He explained that he and Bryce had arrived at the storage unit in a white Ford Escape with a trailer to go through some belongings after the long road trip he and Cordelia had recently taken. The task took about 45 minutes, with Bryce sorting through his items to decide what to keep and what to throw away. Around 5:45 p.m., they were getting ready to leave when something unexpected happened. As they started pulling out of the storage unit, two dark grey vehicles blocked their path. Michael described the cars as having flashing lights, but not the kind used by regular patrol cars. Instead, they looked like the lights often seen on unmarked law enforcement vehicles. This immediately made Michael suspicious and question if the people inside were legitimate authorities. According to Michael, both he and Bryce were briefly detained by these unidentified individuals. Michael was taken back to his white Ford Escape, while Bryce was placed in a different vehicle, a dark grey SUV. Michael remembered the COV's interior as plain, except for a small computer mounted on the dashboard. During the encounter, Michael said it seemed highly organized, involving several people. Bryce appeared to understand that this wasn't a random situation. Before they were separated, Bryce thanked Michael for his help but didn't say anything else. Earlier that day, on the drive to the storage unit, the two men had barely spoken. When Michael asked Bryce about the road trip he and Cordelia had taken, Bryce had replied briefly, saying the drive was fine. Both men remained quiet and distant, showing little interest in starting a conversation. As detectives continued their investigation, they uncovered hints of tension within the family. Michael admitted that he felt uneasy around Bryce and was hesitant to spend time with him. This raised questions about why Michael had agreed to help Bryce with the storage unit in the first place, especially without Cordelia being there. Cordelia later explained that she had stayed home that day because she was too exhausted from the long road trip and needed to rest. From Michael's perspective, the trip to the storage unit had been routine until it was interrupted by the strange and unsettling encounter. He speculated that the events might be tied to some kind of trouble Bryce had gotten himself into, especially since Bryce had just returned to town after a lengthy road trip across the United States. Michael wasn't convinced. The mention of Arizona nagged at him. It was too specific to ignore. He pressed Cordelia further, asking why Bryce would be connected to Arizona or why it was relevant to his sudden disappearance. Cordelia hesitated, her eyes darting away as she stammered that it was nothing, just a passing mention. But Michael noticed the tremor in her voice and the way her hands fidgeted nervously. "You're hiding something," Michael said gently but firmly. "Cordelia, if you know anything about this, you have to tell me. This isn't just about Bryce, it could be about your safety too." Cordelia froze for a moment before lowering her gaze. "It's complicated," she muttered. Michael's patience was wearing thin, but he resisted the urge to raise his voice. "I don't care how complicated it is. Tell me what's going on." Finally, Cordelia relented. "There was someone we met on the road in Arizona. Bryce got involved," she began hesitantly. "Involved in what?" Michael asked, his heart sinking as he prepared for the worst. She shook her head. "I don't know everything, Dad. It was just supposed to be a simple deal. Some guy approached Bryce when we were at a diner, said he needed someone to deliver a package. Bryce thought it would be easy money. We were running low on cash and I didn't think it was a big deal." Michael felt his stomach twist. "What kind of package?" Cordelia's voice dropped to a whisper. "I don't know. He wouldn't tell me, and Bryce wouldn't let me see it. He just said it wasn't a big deal, that we'd drop it off and be done with it. But after that, things started happening. People started following us, leaving notes on the car. Bryce said he could handle it, but I was scared. Dad. I wanted to come home, but he insisted we finish the trip." Michael's mind raced. "And when you came home early, was it because of this?" Cordelia nodded slowly. "Something happened. Bryce didn't tell me everything, but he said we had to leave right away. He looked terrified." Michael's instincts told him they were in over their heads. If Bryce had gotten tangled up in something illegal, it could explain his disappearance. But there was still so much Cordelia wasn't saying or didn't know. "Did you ever see the man again?" "The one who gave Bryce the package." Cordelia shook her head. "No, but Bryce got a call from someone after we got home. I don't know who it was, but after that he started acting even stranger." Michael exhaled, his mind piecing together fragments of a puzzle that still didn't make sense. Whoever Bryce had gotten involved with, it wasn't over. "Okay," Michael said, trying to steady his voice. "We're going to figure this out. But you have to tell me everything, Cordelia. No more hiding things, no matter how bad they seem." Cordelia nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. "I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't mean for any of this to happen." As Michael embraced his daughter, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were both standing at the edge of something far darker than they had imagined. And for Bryce, wherever he was, time might be running out. Michael's mind raced as he processed Cordelia's revelation. "Washington? What were you doing there?" Cordelia hesitated, her hands fidgeting nervously. "Bryce wanted to meet someone there," she said. "He said it was important, something about tying up loose ends. I didn't ask too many questions because, well, he wasn't in the mood to explain." "Do you remember where in Washington? Who he was meeting?" Michael pressed, his voice tight with concern. "I don't know exactly," Cordelia admitted. "It was somewhere near Seattle." The guy seemed off. "Bryce called him Jack, but I don't think that was his real name." Michael leaned forward, trying to piece together the fragments of information. "Did you meet this Jack? What did he want?" Cordelia nodded reluctantly. "I saw him once. He was older, maybe in his late 40s or 50s. He gave Bryce something, a small package. Bryce told me to wait in the car while they talked. He didn't want me involved." "Did Bryce ever tell you what was in the package?" Michael asked. "No," Cordelia said, her voice trembling. "But after that meeting, Bryce started acting even more paranoid. He kept checking his phone, looking over his shoulder, and talking about people following us." Michael's heart sank. Whatever Bryce had gotten involved in, it was serious. He realized that his daughter might be in more danger than she realized. Did Bryce ever say why he was so worried? Or what these people wanted? Cordelia shook her head. Not really. He just said that we needed to lay low and stay out of sight for a while. Michael stood up and began pacing the room. Cordelia, this is bigger than just Bryce disappearing. If he was involved with dangerous people, they might come after you too. We need to go to the police and tell them everything you know. Cordelia's eyes widened in fear. No, we can't do that, Dad. Bryce said they would kill us if we talked to anyone. Michael stopped in his tracks, his chest tightening. He knelt in front of his daughter, gripping her shoulders gently. Listen to me, Cordelia. Keeping quiet isn't going to protect you. If these people are as dangerous as Bryce thought, they won't stop just because you stay silent. We need help. Cordelia hesitated, tears streaming down her face. I'm scared, Dad. I don't know what to do. Michael pulled her into a tight embrace. We'll figure this out together. But I need you to trust me, okay? We'll find a way to keep you safe. As he held his daughter, Michael resolved to get to the bottom of the mystery, no matter the cost. Bryce's disappearance was just the beginning. Whatever secrets had been buried during their travels, Michael was determined to uncover them before it was too late. The tension was palpable as the investigation progressed. Michael, though cooperative, found himself increasingly under scrutiny. Investigators began to notice inconsistencies in his timeline, which only added to the air of suspicion surrounding the case. Cordelia, for her part, seemed trapped in a web of fear and loyalty. She admitted to the controlling nature of her relationship with Bryce, but still appeared reluctant to speak ill of him outright. Her hesitance frustrated both her father and the authorities. I don't understand, Michael confided to the lead detective one evening. I just want to help my daughter, but she's hiding something. Bryce's disappearance feels like a piece of a much larger puzzle. The detective nodded. That's what we're trying to figure out, Mr. Howard. But we need complete transparency from everyone involved. A new development. Just when it seemed the case had stalled, the police received a tip from a motel owner in Flagstaff, Arizona. The owner recognized Bryce and Cordelia from a photo circulated by investigators. He claimed they had stayed there for 3 nights about 2 weeks prior to Bryce's disappearance. The motel records confirmed that they had checked in under fake names and paid in cash. Surveillance footage showed Bryce frequently leaving their room late at night, sometimes returning with small packages. When confronted with this information, Cordelia broke down. Bryce was in trouble, she admitted tearfully. He owed money to people. Dangerous people. That's why we were in Arizona. He said he needed to settle a debt. Debt? For what, Michael asked, his voice trembling. I don't know exactly, Cordelia replied. But he was desperate. He said if he didn't pay, they'd come after us. The revelation sent chills through Michael. It confirmed his worst fears that Bryce's disappearance was tied to something criminal. The missing phones. Investigators focused on tracking down Bryce's and Cordelia's phones, hoping they held vital information. After days of searching, they located one of Bryce's smartphones at a pawn shop in Flagstaff. The device had been wiped clean, but forensic experts managed to recover fragments of data. Among the recovered messages was an exchange with a contact saved as J. The messages were cryptic, but hinted at a deal gone wrong. Phrases like running out of time and they want more than we agreed painted a grim picture. The storage unit. Attention shifted back to the storage unit where Bryce was last seen. A thorough search revealed a hidden compartment in one of the walls. Inside, police found a burner phone and a small stash of cash. The burner phone contained a single unsent message. I'm out. Can't do this anymore. If you come near her, I'll make sure everyone knows. The message was time-stamped just hours before Bryce's disappearance. The unraveling. As the pieces of the puzzle came together, a troubling narrative emerged. Bryce appeared to be entangled in a smuggling operation, likely involving drugs or illegal goods. His sudden disappearance suggested he had either tried to back out of the arrangement or had been silenced. Cordelia, despite her loyalty to Bryce, seemed to be an unwitting accomplice. Her fear and evasiveness made sense in light of the danger they were in. Michael, meanwhile, remained determined to protect his daughter. But as he reflected on the events leading up to Bryce's disappearance, he couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was still missing from the story. The deeper the investigation went, the more it revealed the tangled history between the Elix family and the tragic events surrounding Bryce and Cordelia. As authorities unraveled more details, it became clear that the relationship between father and daughter had a significant impact on the unfolding situation. Family dynamics and tensions. Michael's tight control over Cordelia's life was a growing point of concern. His mistrust of her choices, and especially his dislike for Bryce, painted a clearer picture of why Cordelia had been so eager to escape on her cross-country trip. While it had initially seemed like an innocent adventure, it was clear that the road trip served as an escape from the mounting pressures and tension at home. Cordelia's family dynamics were complex. Her mother's battle with Huntington's disease, combined with the challenges faced by her younger sibling, had created an already volatile household. But Michael's behavior, specifically his relentless pressure on Cordelia, had pushed her further away. Hiring a private investigator to follow her ex-boyfriend was just one example of the lengths Michael went to, showing how deep his mistrust ran. Investigators began to suspect that Michael's influence over his daughter had more to do with the conflict than Cordelia was willing to admit. She had wanted to break free, but in doing so, she had connected herself to Bryce, whose own life was full of uncertainties and struggles. Michael's admission. It wasn't until investigators confronted Michael about Bryce's phone that the truth started to come out. Initially, Michael denied any involvement with the phone, claiming he had never handled it. But after further questioning, he admitted that he had taken the phone from the car and disposed of it in a gas station trash bin in Brainerd the same evening Bryce disappeared. His reasoning was that he wanted to protect Cordelia from being tracked by whoever was behind Bryce's disappearance. The admission was a significant moment in the investigation. Michael had gone to great lengths to shield his daughter from what he believed was an even darker situation. But the authorities now wondered, was he protecting her, or was he concealing something more troubling? Bryce the dreamer with a hidden life. Bryce Brogel's background also added more layers to the investigation. Born in Brainerd in 1999, Bryce had always been a dreamer. At 23, he had aspirations of building a homestead in Alaska, hoping to live off the land and create a self-sufficient life. His relationship with Cordelia had started in February 2022, and the two had bonded over their shared love for adventure and the outdoors. Their trip across the country had been meant to give them the freedom they longed for, but as the investigation revealed, their relationship wasn't as idyllic as it seemed. While Bryce had envisioned a simple life, free of the constraints of society, he was also entangled in a world of danger and secrecy. His ties to people who could be dangerous were becoming clearer, and it appeared that his disappearance wasn't an accident, it was part of a larger, more sinister story. The search for truth. As Michael's actions and the details of Cordelia's life began to surface, it became evident that there were more questions than answers. Was Michael's overbearing control over his daughter a catalyst for her getting involved with Bryce? Or had something darker been happening between them during their travels? Was Bryce's disappearance truly the result of a criminal operation, or was it an elaborate ruse to disappear under the radar? As Cordelia clung to Bryce despite everything, the true nature of their relationship and the secrets they had been hiding began to emerge. And with each new piece of information, the authorities were no closer to understanding whether Bryce had been taken, or whether he had simply vanished on his own accord. As investigators dug deeper into Michael's past, his history with the law became an unsettling part of the investigation. His previous legal issues raised questions about his behavior and mindset. The revelation that Michael had been convicted of a crime involving a mentally incapacitated adult in 2018 raised doubts about his motivations and his sense of control in sensitive situations. This new information painted a complicated picture of Michael as a man with a troubled past and a tendency to act out of fear or anger. Despite Michael's attempts to explain his actions, his conflicting statements and inconsistencies had investigators questioning whether his motives were purely protective, or whether there was more to his involvement in Bryce's disappearance than he was letting on. Michael's anguish and helplessness were real, but his desire to protect his daughter might have clouded his judgment, leading him to make decisions that only complicated the investigation further. The strained relationship between Cordelia and Bryce was also critical in understanding what had happened. Michael's suspicions about Bryce's controlling behavior were not unfounded. He had witnessed firsthand how Bryce seemed to dominate every aspect of Cordelia's life, from monitoring her phone activity to manipulating her emotions. Michael had seen his daughter become increasingly withdrawn and submissive, which triggered his desire to intervene. However, his intervention, at least as far as investigators were concerned, seemed to have crossed a line between protection and control. As investigators continued to piece together the story, they found themselves questioning not only the events surrounding Bryce's disappearance, but also Michael's role in the family's turmoil. His background, his strained relationship with his daughter, and his increasingly erratic actions were beginning to paint a picture of a man who might have had more to do with the situation than he was willing to admit. Cordelia, for her part, remained conflicted and torn. On one hand, she loved Bryce and seemed to feel deeply connected to him, but on the other, she had witnessed the destructive dynamics of their relationship and felt trapped between the man she loved and her protective father. She found herself caught in a web of guilt, fear, and confusion, unsure of who to trust or what actions to take. But the more he spoke, the more his words seemed to raise doubts about his true role in the events surrounding Bryce's disappearance. Michael's repeated insistence on protecting his family and his strong emotions about Bryce's behavior added layers to the investigation. Despite passing the polygraph tests, investigators remained skeptical, knowing that polygraphs were not definitive proof of innocence. Michael's credibility was now under scrutiny, not just because of his personal history, but also because of his contradictory statements and behavior. The tense atmosphere during the interrogations was palpable. Michael's frustration grew as the investigators pressed him for answers, but he held his ground. He argued that while he had been angry with Bryce, his actions had never been meant to harm him. However, his words were sometimes at odds with the actions he had taken. Throwing away Bryce's phone and expressing a desire to scare him off were not the actions of a passive bystander. These inconsistencies painted a picture of someone who might have been acting out of fear, but also out of a desire to control the situation. The fact that Michael had confronted Bryce multiple times about the bruises on Cordelia's face added to the complexity. He claimed that he had warned Bryce that any further harm to his daughter would result in consequences. But was this really an act of protection, or was it driven by something deeper, like a need for control over Cordelia's choices? Investigators were not convinced by Michael's explanations, especially since he kept referring to Bryce in the past tense, as if he had already accepted Bryce's disappearance as a fait accompli. His continued focus on his daughter's relationship with Bryce was not lost on the investigators, who now had to consider whether Michael was involved in a more direct way than he had let on. Michael Elix's controlling relationship with his daughter Cordelia and his growing mistrust of her boyfriend, Bryce Bogle, set the stage for a tragic and violent crime. Concerned for Cordelia's well-being and fueled by suspicions of abuse, Michael's protective instincts transformed into frustration and anger. This led him to confront Bryce at his storage unit, where an argument turned fatal. Michael shot Bryce in the back of the head, claiming it was an impulsive act to protect his daughter. However, the evidence painted a darker picture. Investigators uncovered forensic evidence and testimony revealing a premeditated plan. Michael had previously threatened Bryce and told others he intended to kill him. A bleach bottle found in the storage unit contained both Bryce's and Michael's DNA, while a sled used to move Bryce's body was discovered with traces of blood. Phone records showed Michael's movements from the storage unit to a remote area near Edward Lake, where Bryce's body was eventually found buried. Despite Michael's claims of acting out of fear for Cordelia's safety, the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder. Testimonies revealed Michael's long-standing animosity toward Bryce and his belief that killing him was the only way to protect Cordelia, even though she denied any abuse. In April 2024, Michael was sentenced to life in prison without parole. The case highlights the destructive power of fear, mistrust, and unresolved conflict, which led to the loss of a young man's life and the irreversible fracture of a family. It serves as a sobering reminder of the importance of addressing concerns through understanding and open communication, rather than resorting to violence.
In November 2023, the former Minister of National Economy of Kazakhstan, 44-year-old Kwan Bishinbayev, did something truly horrible to his wife, 31-year-old Sultanat Nukanova. After committing the crime, he tried hard to cover it up and make it look like some strange accident.
But the case quickly caught public attention. The victim's family demanded a completely open trial, which led millions of people, not only in Kazakhstan, but around the world, to follow what happened next. It's interesting to note that a few years earlier, Bishinbayev had already been found guilty of taking very large bribes and had been sentenced to 10 years in prison. But surprisingly, he was released after serving only about a year. Many people thought he would again use his wealth and powerful connections to escape real punishment. There was no real doubt about whether he was guilty. The big question was just how long his sentence would end up being. To truly understand this case, where it all started, and if the tragedy could have been avoided, we have to look closely at the couple's complicated history and also learn about each of their backgrounds. We'll also explore how the trial happened and why Bishinbayev asked for a jury trial. Let's start with what's known about him and his family. Kwan Valovich Bishinbayev was born on April 11, 1980, in the city of Kyzyloda, which was part of the Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic at the time. He was the older of two children born to Vakan Bishinbayev, who was a deputy in the parliament, and his wife, Almira. In the 1990s, his mother became a successful businesswoman. Just before her son's arrest made headlines, she quickly transferred ownership of many of her big businesses to relatives so that the family's assets would still stay under their control. When her son faced corruption charges in 2018 and prosecutors demanded a 12-year sentence, Almira defended him publicly and said that long punishment would destroy his personality. Growing up, Kwan had a younger sister named Arujan, born in 1984. He received an impressive education. He studied at the Kazakh Academy of Management, earned a degree from Taraz University, and then got a presidential scholarship to study at George Washington University in the US. By age 26, he had defended his PhD in economic sciences. In 2000, he began working as a bank manager, later did a brief internship at the Ministry of Economy, and then moved on to lead big companies. In 2016, he became the Minister of National Economy himself, one of the youngest officials in Kazakhstan. But after just 8 months, he lost his job due to a major corruption scandal and went to prison for taking large bribes. Although he was sentenced to 10 years, he served only about 1 year before being pardoned by then-President Nursultan Nazarbayev after publicly apologizing. As for his personal life, before he met Sultanat, Bishinbayev had been married twice. His first wife was Aigerim Urazova, whom he married back in 1999 while still a student. In 2000, they had a son named Alexander Valikan, but the couple divorced in 2004. In 2006, while working as an advisor at the Ministry of Economy and Budget Planning, he married his second wife, Nazim Kamenbaba Galieva. They stayed married for 14 years and had 3 children together. In 2020, they divorced after she filed for it. Sultanat, whose full name was Sultanat Amangeldinovna Nukanova, was born on May 15, 1992, in the city of Pavlodar in northern Kazakhstan. She was the youngest of 2 children. Her father, Amangeldi Nukanov, was a businessman, and her mother, Jumagul, was an economist. Sultanat also had a paternal uncle, Kirat Nukanov, who had a notable career in politics. He led the Regional Department of Entrepreneurship and Trade and also served as mayor in the cities of Istus and Aksu, while she was still a schoolgirl. As a child, Sultanat developed a deep interest in astrology. She spent a lot of time studying books on the subject, creating horoscopes and natal charts for her friends and classmates. Surprisingly, many of her predictions turned out to be quite accurate. Over time, she decided to turn this passion into her life's work. And it didn't take long before she found success. Sultanat began offering her astrological services through social media, where she did personal and online consultations, made both short-term and long-term forecasts, and helped people choose their paths in life and work on their spiritual growth. She also offered guidance on love and relationships, checking people's compatibility and helping them navigate breakups or misunderstandings. Interestingly, her clients were only women and girls. It wasn't long before Sultanat became financially independent. She was making good money doing what she loved and what she was truly skilled at. Her following on social media grew quickly, her services became very popular, and appointments with her had to be booked months in advance. She seemed to be living the life she had always dreamed of. In the spring of 2022, Bishenbayev came across Sultanat's social media profile by chance. He was immediately drawn to her and decided to contact her. His idea was to book an astrology consultation, but Sultanat turned him down politely, explaining that she only worked with women. Rather than giving up, this only made him more interested in her. The former politician kept trying to get her attention. He sent her compliments and even played on her sympathy, insisting that only she could help him and that he trusted her completely. Sultanat was flattered by his words, but she still refused to meet him in person because she found his attention uncomfortable and irritating. More than once, she offered to do an online consultation instead, but he wouldn't accept that. For several months, he kept trying to convince her to meet him. During that time, he learned a lot about her: where she lived, who she spent time with, where she liked to go, and what she enjoyed doing. Despite all this, Sultanat still said no, although she did tell her friends that she had a persistent admirer who wouldn't leave her alone. Eventually, Sultanat gave in and agreed to meet him for a business consultation in person. Bishenbayev made sure to come across as respectful and polite, wanting to leave a good impression. That first meeting was just the start, though. Later, in a conversation with her brother, Sultanat shared honestly that this man simply wasn't her type and she didn't see them having a future together. At first, neither Sultanat nor her family were very worried about the ex-minister's attention. She seemed confident she could keep things under control, and her loved ones knew her as a strong, independent woman who wouldn't be pushed into anything against her will. But within another month, things started to change. Bishenbayev managed to find a way into her life by approaching the oldest member of her family, her grandmother. He asked to speak with her grandmother, to ask for her blessing, saying that if Sultanat ever did agree to marry him, he might not get another chance to speak with the grandmother because of her age. This gesture genuinely touched Sultanat, but even then, she still said no to being in a relationship with him. Then, in the fall of 2022, something unexpected happened: a sudden wedding. Sultanat visited her parents' home in Pavlodar and shared that nothing serious was happening yet in her love life. She admitted to her brother that she was bothered by the big age gap between her and Bishenbayev, which was 12 years. She also said she simply wasn't attracted to him and, based on her own astrological calculations, they weren't a good match at all. Yet less than a month after that visit, her brother Rebek was scrolling through his social media feed when he stumbled on a post from Sultanat. In it, she announced that Kwan had officially proposed and she had happily accepted. The whole family was stunned by this unexpected news, to say the least. Her friends were equally surprised because Sultanat had recently told them she didn't see a future with this man and nothing serious would happen. Then, in December 2022, just a few months after they first met, the couple threw a lavish wedding celebration. They held an expensive banquet at one of the most popular venues in Astana. It's interesting to note, though, that the marriage wasn't legally registered. Instead of officially recording it at the registry office, they only held a special religious ceremony at a mosque. As a result, they were considered civil spouses rather than legally married. After that, Sultanat's attitude toward her new partner seemed to change completely. She kept telling her friends how smart, educated, and charming he was, and how easily he could talk about any topic. She also strongly denied the corruption accusations that had once put him in prison, claiming he had been falsely blamed and locked up for someone else's crime. From the outside, they looked like a happy couple. Kwan often bought her gifts, and she called him the most wonderful husband, insisting she would never regret marrying him. Her friends felt happy for her, and even envied her, thinking she was very lucky. But this happiness didn't last very long. The first worrying signs appeared after the wedding. The newlyweds moved into Kwan's parents' house. His parents lived on the first floor, while Sultanat and Kwan stayed upstairs. His mother, Almira, tried hard to make Sultanat feel welcome, showering her with gifts and sparing her from household chores. But even she couldn't protect Sultanat from her own son's temper. Sultanat and Kwan sometimes visited her parents together, but she never invited her parents to come over because Kwan didn't like it, and it often led to arguments. At first, her family didn't realize this. But less than a month into the marriage, on New Year's Eve, her brother Ibek came to visit and saw something truly upsetting. There was a big holiday dinner set up at the house, meant to be a small family celebration. When Kwan's cousin, also named Kwan, and his wife came over and brought gifts for everyone, Sultanat suddenly realized she didn't have a return gift for the cousin's wife. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly decided to give her a bottle of expensive perfume that Kwan had bought for her just a day earlier, but which she hadn't yet opened. Instead of being understanding, Kwan reacted with explosive anger. He yelled that she had no right to give away something he had paid for. He then began to insult her and call her names. The guests, seeing how tense things were getting, hurried to leave. When Kwan's parents tried to calm him down and defend Sultanat, he rudely stopped them. In his rage, Kwan even flipped over the table, spilling all the food and drinks and completely ruining the New Year's celebration. Her brother Ibek was left in shock, not knowing what to do or say about what he had witnessed. During a phone call the next day, Sultanat opened up to her brother and admitted that her husband's behavior had changed drastically after the wedding. She couldn't explain why it had happened, but hoped it was just a rough patch and things would eventually improve. Her brother urged her to come back home and leave the marriage, but Sultanat firmly refused. A few months later, something shocking happened. Sultanat sent her brother a few selfies where her face was covered with terrible bruises. She asked him not to ask her any questions about it. Alarmed and worried, her brother immediately tried to call her, but she didn't answer. Not knowing what else to do, he called Kwan instead, who agreed to meet him in person. At that meeting, Kwan coldly told Sultanat's brother to stay out of their family matters. He refused to say anything about how she got the bruises and didn't explain where she was, which made her brother fear the worst. Thankfully, Sultanat was later found safe at her parents' country house, where she had gone with her own key. Despite the pleading of her family, Sultanat soon returned to her husband. She said she loved him and was determined to do everything possible to keep the marriage alive. For a while, it seemed like Kwan tried to make amends. He gave her gifts, acted affectionately, and promised to change for her sake. They even took a vacation together to a famous resort in the Maldives and looked happy in the photos. But later, those very same holiday photos were used as evidence in court, because bruises could clearly be seen on Sultanat's body, along with fingerprint marks on her wrists, as if someone had grabbed her forcefully. According to her brother, after that period, neither he nor their parents heard any more complaints from Sultanat about her marriage. But they noticed worrying signs. She became quieter, lost a lot of weight, and started dressing in more revealing clothes, which seemed like an attempt to hide bruises and marks on her skin. She also completely stopped doing what had once been her passion and livelihood. The once well-known astrologer and popular blogger no longer accepted appointments or offered online consultations. Her social media posts changed too. She only shared photos of herself with Kwan, describing how happy they were together and how much she loved him. As it turned out later, it wasn't her choice. Her husband had strictly forbidden her from working and took control of every part of her life, making sure she had no income and was fully dependent on him. Kwan also began monitoring her every move and controlling who she could see or talk to. She couldn't go out with friends, have lunch at a cafe alone, or even send messages without him checking. In public, Sultanat was always seen with Kwan, who played the role of a loving and caring husband. Most of her friends had no idea about the nightmare she was living through behind closed doors and even envied what looked from the outside like a perfect marriage. One day, during an honest conversation, Sultanat confided in a close friend about what was really happening in her marriage. She explained that her husband completely controlled her life. He wouldn't let her work, wouldn't let her speak to her own parents without telling him first, and was constantly suspicious, accusing her of cheating without any reason. Worst of all, he regularly beat her. Her friend was shocked and horrified by this confession and immediately urged Sultanat to leave him as soon as possible. But instead of agreeing, Sultanat became upset and started yelling, saying she didn't want advice. She just wanted someone to listen to her.
At some point, hoping to fix their troubled marriage, the couple went to see a family psychologist. But instead of choosing someone neutral together, Kwan refused all the therapists Sultanat suggested and insisted on going to one he picked himself. During their sessions, this psychologist kept telling Sultanat that everything was her fault. In one of her last conversations with her brother, Sultanat admitted she suspected that Kwan had deliberately hired this psychologist to break her spirit and make her feel even worse about herself. In the summer of 2023, Sultanat finally tried to leave him. She moved back into her parents' house to get some distance, but just a week later, Kwan showed up himself to bring her back. He begged her to give their marriage another chance and promised things would get better. He even suggested they move to his private house, and Sultanat thought that a change of surroundings might help them. She also hoped that if they had a child together, it would make him treat her better. But despite wanting it deeply, she couldn't get pregnant. Then came October. Sultanat made one more desperate attempt to break free. With help from her brother, she quickly moved into a rented apartment, planning to start fresh away from him. But just 10 days later, she returned to Kwan. Not only that, she also agreed to go through the Muslim wedding ceremony with him again at the mosque, making their union official in the eyes of religion once more. On November 5th, Sultanat organized a dinner at a restaurant owned by Kwan's cousin, Bakitxanov. She invited her parents, brother, and a few close friends. The dinner was meant to celebrate her reunion with Kwan. That evening, Kwan acted like the perfect husband. He was gentle, caring, and couldn't take his eyes off Sultanat. He spoke lovingly, promised to protect her, and said he would cherish her forever. Everyone there believed his words and thought his feelings were genuine. But heartbreakingly, the tragedy was only a few days away. On November 9th that same year, Sultanat's brother, Ibek, came home from work and was going about his usual routine when he suddenly got a call. A relative, sounding frightened, asked if the terrible things being shared on social media were true. At first, he didn't understand what she meant and asked her to explain. Then she sent him a link to a news article claiming that the former Minister of Economy had killed his young wife. Reading this, Ibek felt completely shocked and confused, but deep down, he couldn't believe it was really true. Just the day before, he had spoken with Sultanat. She had told him again that she planned to leave her husband soon. She had even asked if she could come stay at his place for the night, and he had reassured her that she could come any time, telling her where the spare keys were kept. But that evening, and even the next day, Sultanat never showed up. Even worse, her phone stayed silent, and she didn't answer any calls. Worried, Ibek rushed over to his sister's house, but found it empty. Her husband wasn't there either, and he wasn't picking up his phone. Feeling that something was very wrong, Ibek decided on the spot to go straight to the family-owned restaurant, the last place Sultanat had been in contact from, hoping to get some answers. While he was on the way, his parents called him too. They had also seen the shocking news online and were desperately trying to find out if it was really true. All he could do was promise them that he'd find out what had happened. When he arrived at the restaurant, he saw it surrounded by police officers. As soon as they learned that he was Sultanat's brother, they immediately offered their condolences, telling him sadly that she couldn't be saved. She had died before the medical team arrived. Hearing this, Ibek was overwhelmed with disbelief. It felt impossible, like some horrible misunderstanding. But tragically, the news was real. By the time he got there, Kwan had already been arrested and taken to the police station as the main suspect. Despite this, Kwan firmly denied killing his wife. He claimed it had all been a terrible accident and that he had actually been trying to help her. The police had also detained Kwan's brother and the restaurant's owner, Bakit Sanov, suspecting that he might have helped cover up the crime. At the beginning, Kwan's lawyer strongly argued that his client was completely innocent, insisting there was no real evidence proving Kwan was guilty. It soon came to light that after the crime, the ex-minister and his brother tried to quickly destroy the evidence by deleting video footage from the restaurant's cameras, both inside and outside. However, experts were able to recover the deleted recordings, and what those videos showed shocked absolutely everyone. The investigation into this complicated case lasted nearly 4 months. Throughout that time, Kwan kept insisting he was innocent and acted as if he truly believed he wouldn't be punished. Still, prosecutors charged him with murder committed with particular cruelty. Forensic specialists who examined Sultanat's body reported they had never before seen such widespread and brutal injuries. Some of those injuries, they found, had been inflicted 6 to 8 hours before her death, showing that she had been beaten for a long time and with shocking cruelty, leaving barely any part of her face and body unhurt. Despite this, the suspect's lawyers worked hard to downplay his responsibility. Kwan himself claimed that nearly all of his wife's injuries were self-inflicted because she'd been drunk, falling repeatedly and hitting her head on the tiles, the toilet, and the furniture. Investigators pieced together what really happened that tragic night on November 8, 2023. That evening, the couple and some friends attended a concert by singer Dima Bilan. At the concert, they had a heated argument, but because the music was so loud, none of their friends could tell exactly what the fight was about. At first, the friends didn't even realise it was serious, thinking they were just talking. Then, without saying anything to anyone, Sultanat and Kwan left the concert hall. They went to the Beau restaurant owned by Kwan's cousin, where they continued to argue, behind closed doors, in one of the VIP rooms. Security camera footage showed Kwan taking several bottles of alcohol from the bar before going into the booth with his wife. While drinking and arguing, Sultanat told Kwan that she couldn't keep living like this and planned to leave him. Enraged, Kwan shouted at her, threatened her, and slapped her face. Right after that, Sultanat called her brother, saying she would come over to his place because she had finally decided to leave her husband for good. Around midnight, Sultanat stepped outside, intending to go to her brother's home. But Kwan followed her out, and their argument continued for about 15 minutes, as seen on the surveillance footage. Eventually, he convinced her to come back inside for just a few minutes. They continued to argue in the entrance area before going back to the private booth.
Unfortunately, there were no cameras inside the booth, so no one can say for certain what happened there.
In the footage from the hallway, Sultanat could be seen trying to keep her distance, staying calm, while Kwan kept getting closer, grabbing her hands and head, shaking her and pressing her against the wall. In court, Kwan's lawyer absurdly claimed these were just gentle strokes. Trying to escape, Sultanat locked herself in the bathroom, but Kwan kicked the door violently, leaving dents and evidence of the force he used. Once she opened the door, he punched her in the face multiple times. He also accused her of living off his money and shouted that everything she owned had been bought by him. Exactly what happened next isn't fully clear. Kwan claimed that in anger, Sultanat stripped off all her clothes and jewellery and flushed them down the toilet to prove she didn't need anything from him. Another version suggests that he forced her to undress to humiliate her. After the jewellery disappeared, Kwan became furious, hit her several more times with his fists, and shoved her so hard that she fell and struck the toilet. At the trial, he insisted again that she had been drunk and that she had fallen on her own while undressing, hitting her head against the tiles and bathroom fixtures. He also claimed that after that, they intended to go home together, but he was too drunk to drive. Out of shame, he didn't want to call a taxi, especially since Sultanat was wearing only a coat over her underwear and looked dishevelled. So instead, they went back inside the restaurant to the same VIP booth. A bit later, they came out again and started to leave, but Sultanat stopped in front of a mirror, seeing her bruised and swollen face. At that moment, Kwan started pushing her hard towards the exit, and this turned into a brutal beating. He punched and kicked her repeatedly, dragged her by her hair around 7 a.m., still holding her by the hair, pulled her back into the VIP booth. It was there investigators concluded that Kwan finally killed his young wife. Yet during the trial, he continued to insist that he never touched her, claiming she had fallen and hurt herself. He said Sultanat then lay down on the sofa and fell asleep, and that he noticed a bruise on her face, but instead of calling an ambulance, he bizarrely called a fortune teller to ask if she would be okay. The fortune teller allegedly told him that Sultanat was just drunk and needed rest. So Kwan said he relaxed and decided to leave her alone. He claimed he heard her snoring, which turned out to be death rattle of someone dying. Toward noon, when he finally realized she wasn't breathing, he called his brother Bakitchanov, asking him to come urgently. Together they sent the staff home, closed the restaurant to visitors, and began deleting all the CCTV footage in an attempt to cover up what had really happened. Later, during the trial, Bakitchanov claimed that he believed his brother when Kwan said Sultanat was just drunk and asleep. He explained that he agreed to delete the security footage because, according to him, it showed Sultanat behaving in a way that could damage her reputation and dishonour the family. It wasn't until much later in the day, when Sultanat's body was already cold and rigor mortis had set in, that Bakitchanov finally called an ambulance. He said he tried to revive her himself, but it was too late because she had already died long before. Police who arrived at the scene arrested both brothers. During the investigation, attention also turned to Kwan's ex-wife and mother of his 3 children, Nazim Carmen Babagalova. Years earlier, when Kwan had been arrested for corruption, Nazim publicly defended him. But not long after he was released, she filed for divorce, citing the usual irreconcilable differences. At the time, she said she had simply grown apart from him. However, after Kwan was accused of the violent murder of his new wife, Nazim gave an open interview and admitted that he was fully capable of such cruelty. She shared that they had been married for 14 years, but around 2011, after their second child was born, Kwan changed. He became selfish, arrogant, and convinced that his opinion was the only one that mattered. He also started openly cheating without trying to hide it. It was only in 2017, after Kwan's phone was seized during the corruption case, that Nazim saw the extent of his infidelity. Nazim described how, after Kwan was pardoned and freed from prison, he became even more aggressive. Just a month later, over a minor disagreement, he ripped the lid off a toilet with his bare hands and threw it at her. She managed to dodge it, but at that moment realized the marriage couldn't continue. During the trial, Kwan repeatedly insulted his late wife's character, calling her unstable, jealous, and claiming she was an alcoholic who cheated and provoked him into violence. He tried to convince the court he had only hit her a few times in a moment of rage, and that the fatal injuries must have been caused by her own falls while drunk. He even claimed the deep marks on her neck were from him trying to revive her, not from choking. The second defendant, Bakitchanov, told the court that Kwan refused to let him call an ambulance for Sultanat and only cared about erasing the CCTV evidence. He said Kwan also ordered him to take Sultanat's phone home to trick investigators into thinking she had left the restaurant and gone home. Kwan knew her brother was tracking her phone location. At the 9th hearing, Kwan and his lawyer tried to get the judge removed from the case, accusing her of being biased. But the motion was denied, and she continued overseeing the trial. Finally, on May 13, 2024, the verdict came. Kwan Bishimbayev was found guilty of causing grievous bodily harm, torture, and murdering his common-law wife. He was sentenced to 20 years for murder and 7 years for battery and torture. By partially combining the sentences, he received a total of 24 years in prison. His cousin, Bakitjanov, was sentenced to 4 years for helping cover up the crime. The court considered that he had no prior record, sincerely regretted his role, and cooperated fully with investigators.
Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot. If this case impacted you, please hit that like button, leave a comment, and share this video. It really helps my channel grow. See you in the next one.